going on? What's going on, family? Welcome to Sage Talk on the Lapeef Network. Definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in to Sage Talk. It's going to be a great episode. If you guys missed it, Lapeef and Sundays was epic. Make sure you guys go and catch it on the replay. Also, just to let you guys know, we are live August the 5th and August the 6th in Atlanta. The Lapeef Experience takes over Atlanta. So make sure you guys go and get your tickets right now. They are on sale. The early bird tickets are all sold out. But we do have some more VIP tickets, not too many left, and we do have general admission. It is a 2-day event. And for people that are asking the question, the ticket covers the entire 2 days. So come on out and support. Come kick it with us. Choose your tickets wisely. If you want a picture with us and you want to be able to have a little bit more intimate moment with a chic critique, the Lapeef, let's talk, keep it funky, everybody, then make sure you go for the VIP experience. If you guys just want to come out and show and support, it's really not your thing. I get it. It's going to be a great show. Then you get your general admission, my bad. But anyway, let me bring up Lee himself. Again, housekeeping is get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. What's going on, Lee, sir? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, Jared. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm going to get up out of here, man. I know you got to do your thing, and it's going to be an awesome broadcast. So, yeah, I'm here if you need me.
Much appreciated. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. How you guys doing? Welcome back to another edition of Sage Talk. I'm your host, Lee. Well, today I really wanted to talk about a subject that kick around a lot in this manosphere space.
Hold on, Lee. Do me
We hear a
one
lot
favor.
about.
Hold on, Lee. My bad. Check that back chat.
Okay. We hear about game and how women prefer men who have game and things of that nature. So I wanted to talk about that because I think that's something that we need to elaborate on a little bit. So I'd like to talk about that in more detail, but give me
Yeah,
1 second.
yeah. Just give him 1 second, real quick. I do want to get the noise, the feedback I was hearing. So I'll bring Lee back up in 1 second. Again, make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. That's the way that you can support us. That's all we ask for, just to hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let me check the chat and see what's going on. See what we have in attendance real quick. I see Miss Parker. Yeah, we here. I know you asked about it in the previous stream. I see Lee in there. We got a new member. Terrell, welcome to the green. Make sure you utilize those emojis that only the green team is able to put forth in the chat. So make sure you use that when you want to express yourself differently and be outside of the normal pack. Yeah, let's hit that like button. Who in here is going to Atlanta? Who's got their ticket already? Let us know in the chat if you are coming to Atlanta. If you plan on coming to Atlanta, let us know that as well. Yeah, Green Gang, I see y'all. Y'all in full effect. All right. Eugene, I did see you. I saw you bought your ticket, so I can't wait to meet you, sir. Shout out to you, Mr. Steele, for coming in supporting. I wonder, do you stay in Atlanta, Eugene? Is that where you at? All right. Again, I'm just waiting on Lee to correct the sound issue on his end. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel. It's going to be a great broadcast.
Can you hear it now, Jared?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't hear anything. Let me see. Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, cool.
All right.
1 second. Don't bring me up yet. Okay. All right, I'm good.
All right, good. All right.
Sorry for the interruption, guys. I'm back. How's everyone doing today? Well, like I said, I wanted to have this conversation about game and what it really means because I've been listening to the term game. And, me coming from Harlem, and I grew up in the streets for a while before I got out of high school and I moved on with my life. So, I came up with guys that knew game. And I think maybe a little bit of it rubbed off on me to a degree because I've never really had big issues socializing. But I think women might be using the term game in a different way. And I want to really elaborate on what I'm starting to observe, and it's becoming a pattern. So I looked up the word template. Template. Anything that serves as a mold, a pattern, or a model. So game can be used as a pattern or a mold or a model. It's something that others use to follow and want to be like or will do. So it's a behavior, not just a skill. For men, we look at game as a skill, something that we have developed over time and experience. So we are able to finesse and get the things that we want out of life, whether you're talking in the streets or in the business world, or whether you're dealing with women. And I would say that Black women, if you're observant, they do have a pattern. And the pattern is game, but it's not the game that we as men interpret and live. The definition of game in the literal sense: amusement, pastime, or to play with. And I think all three of those definitions work extremely well, particularly the last one: something to play with. Think about that. Think about your experience when you deal with women. What is that like? Are you for their amusement? Do they just pass time with you? And do they play with you? I think in some ways, these reasons why men compare women to children in some aspects is very much for these same type of behaviors. Because, like a child or a young person, life to them have not taken on a serious survival achievement, placing your stake in the world and how you will maneuver this thing we call life. To a child, it's like being in a candy store. It's all a game. Everything with bright colors and flashy and sweet and sugary, they like it. They love it. But as an adult, we know that too much of that game, too much candy, is going to make your belly hurt. And I think that's something as men we have to start to observe when we look into the society. Earlier this week, 2 nights ago, I uh, I was on another one of the Lapeef channel, and there was a conversation that was touching on this subject to a degree. The women were talking about Black women wanting to be married, and we delved into that conversation quite a bit. And the answer was a clear affirmative: Black women want to be married. Period. Stop. But is it really that they want to be married, or they just say it because in the spaces now, it is something that we say because it's been shown many times over that black women don't want to be married. And I would say a want and a desire is two different things. Some people want things out of life, but they don't do anything to get it, to get it, to attain it. They just want it, thinking it will just materialize somehow. But when you have a desire to get something, you work towards making that goal an achievement, that you succeed. So wanting to be married and desiring to be married, I think is two different things. And I think we as men have to stop just listening to what women say as it pertains to relationships and marriage, family, and legacy. Those are buzzwords. They're cliches. It sounds mature, makes them seem as though they're not, how can I say, that they're not just being vain, that they're mature adults and they know what they want out of life. And yes, we want to be married. We want relationships. And they say it so bold facedly. But when you watch their behavior and what they do, you tend to see a different picture unfold. You know, the thumbnail with the interview on, I think it's the Pineapple Show or something like that. I'm not sure of the exact name of the channel. I've seen the young lady. Shout out to her for quite some time, off and on. But the best thing that can happen, I think, or have happened to black men over the past 20 years is technology, a smartphone, and social media. Those two things alone have changed the lives of black men, or as it go forward, will. Because we know in time past, we always talk about the barbershop, on the basketball courts, places where men used to hang out, and generally where it's just the fellas, that we know without a doubt that we used to talk about it that, yo, what's up with these women, man? They're out here running the streets. They're not serious. But no one believed us because they had deniability and we had no proof. It was just our word, the individual man in an individual relationship against, how can I say, the gynocracy or the society that pushes the ideas of women, and a man is just a lone wolf out in the wilderness trying to make his point, but nobody will believe him. They think he's crazy. It's all in your head. You're making it up. That's not real. Finally, we have proof. And it's very similar to, like, sometimes we talk about white supremacists and white supremacism. Before we used to talk about it, and the case had to be blatant for it to be believed. And even when it was believed, the media can spin it so that they can create doubt. But with these cell phones, an image is 1,000 words. And whether these cell phones, they're a blessing for the good or for the bad, it's a blessing because in the end, it confirms our reality. Very similar to the Matrix, right? The first Matrix. There are some who just cannot handle the truth and they want to be put back under. They're going to sell out. They'd rather stick their head in the sand and not see what it is. But then there are those who, like Neo, will go forward and be like, okay, if this is our reality, what do I have to do? What's my next move? And the funny thing is, on that interview, that dating show, whatever it is, or segment, the girl said when she listened to the guy's response to the question, tell me something about yourself, the guy stated his accomplishments. He talked about the PICAT exam that he passed with an almost perfect score, 96 out of 99. He talked about accomplishing his pharmacist license and practicing for 3 years. He talked about going into the military as a nuclear engineer, a nuclear physicist. Those are top honorable achievements. And when after she dismissed the guy, the interviewer was talking to her and she said in her own mouth that she made those same descriptions about herself when she had to present who she was. But when the guy said the very same thing she said he's boring. To her, her accomplishments aren't boring, but his accomplishments are boring. And the funny thing is when he finished, she said to him, best of luck. I mean, I almost cracked up. I almost fell out of my seat when I heard her say that because listening to that young brother, there's nothing about what has taken place so far in his life that was based on luck. That was work, dedication, focus, discipline. That was a man that's on a purpose. He's planning out his future and he's going forward to achieve it. You know, the term best of luck in the way in which it was used back in my day, we would call that a backhanded slap, like a low key kind of insult. That's what she did. She kind of low key insulted him. Best of luck. Like, hope you succeed with that. And we know the reality. We know the reality. One thing she said when the host asked her about, well, why did you dismiss him so easily? And she said, and I quote, I need a man with personality. This is where we go back to that whole game thing. I need a man with personality, end quote. And she said, I'm good at reading people. Her words, I'm good at reading people. Now, the reality is, more than likely, especially from the man's perspective, she is the one who probably will need the luck because the probability that she will not, N-O-T, not end up a baby mama with children by multiple fathers is slim to none. That's the reality that we know. And that's why I go back to the whole definition of game. Game is for a woman's amusement, her pastime, and someone to play with. So when she said, you don't have personality, depending on the woman and depending on the circumstance, she'll flip it around. So game can mean in one instance, you don't have personality. In another instance, it can mean, well, he doesn't have any swag, right? But Let's look at the Lori Harvey situation for a quick second. We know Michael B. Jordan proposed to her. Now, I don't think anyone would think that Michael B. Jordan don't have some kind of game. So he has game. He's wealthy. He's not, no really tall guy, but he's definitely have height over her. And he's got a future that's planned out also. So he meets the personality quotient. He meets the swag quotient. He meets the economic and lifestyle quotient. But you know what he wanted? He want marriage. And you know what marriage is? Settling down. And what settling down means to a woman is that I can't play the streets no more. So for her, she said, Lori Harvey, she was like, nah, I don't want to settle down. So game to a woman have like three different definitions from what I can see. Personality, swag, and settle down. And settle down means I can't be out here in these streets. I can't be running and doing my thing. I got to listen to a man tell me what to do or what not to do. So it all depends on the type of woman you're dealing with, what answer you're going to get. Like the other night when I was on that show, one of the things we talked about was character. When you hear a woman say things like character, having personality, those are actually words that they use to deflect. Words that means to them make them seem as though, like I said earlier, they're a good person. They're not vain. They want the same things that everybody else wants out of life. But does it really mean that? Because whether you're a PhD, like our brother Kevin used to say, rest in power, my brother, RIP, or the strag, like my man, Angry Man would say. I love the way he say that. The strag, right? Whether you're the strag or whether you're the PhD, it doesn't matter. They're going to use the game card. And depending who they're talking to, they're going to flip it. If you're a really intelligent brother and you're successful and you're smart, ah, I don't know. You don't have personality. Or you just don't have the right swag. Or I'm not ready to settle down yet. But the reality is, to be honest, when we see this brother in the next 10 years or more, when he's on the cover of some magazine, you know what the black queens are going to say? We know what the black queens are going to say, right? He didn't choose a black woman. He didn't choose a black woman. That's what they're all going to say. We could literally take this snippet of this interview, put it in a time capsule, lock it away for the next 20 years. And in 20 years, the children that are 5 years old right now, all of them by these baby mamas, they're going to come right out and they're going to be saying the same thing their mama said. He didn't marry a black woman. He's a sellout. He liked Becky or Marisol or whatever. But the reality is, I mean, this brother, from what we see from him, and he's young. I didn't get his age, but I would assume he's around 20, 21 at the oldest. He's not going to be one of those 10% men like Kevin used to talking about. He's not going to be in the top 10%. This is a man that's going to be a 1% black man or minus. He's 27. Thanks a lot, Elena. So he's 27 years old. Going into the military, let me tell you, I've never been in the military, but I have a lot of friends who are military people, a lot of guys that I went to school with. When you go into to the military with nuclear engineering skills or with his skills as a nuclear physicist, once he shows that he has the ability to create sophisticated military weapons, his future for the next 25 years is on lock. They're going to map out his whole future. And I think what black women fail to realize, they can utilize and play with these cell phones, get on Instagram and get on Facebook and TikTok and all these other social media technology that we all use. But it's the geeks and the nerds of today that are building these things. And they're going to be the power brokers of tomorrow. They will be the billionaires that will be running the world. And they will be black, they will be white, they will be Asians, they will be Arabs. They're going to be men of all different ethnicity. But for whatever reason, our woman just cannot seem to choose these men. Now, she said she has the ability to look through a screen and to determine if a man have personality. And I mean, it's laughable, but what I would say is if a person had that ability, particularly a woman, that's something that you can monetize. I mean, she could be in the FBI special crimes unit. She could be looking at snapshot pictures, videos of men just walking the street, women, whatever, and she could say, "Oh, yeah, he's a criminal. He's going to be a mass shooter in the next 2 years. Oh, he's money laundering for the cartel." Whatever. If she has that ability, she should be monetizing that ability. But you know what it is? It's one of those deflectors. It's one of those deflectors. And they say it with a straight face, and everybody should believe them. I mean, this brother potentially is going to be like, he could be on a path like another Colin Powell, Secretary of State. He goes into politics. He could be building all type of remote bombs. I mean, who knows what he's going to develop? It's smart men like that that change the world. But a lot of times, our women, for whatever reason, just don't see those men until they have arrived. And once they arrive, then they have all the negative criticism for why he's not with a black queen. And I think we need to also say that, like how so many women like to say men think with their D's, we got to be able to say that women think with their coochie, hands down, because they do. I mean, what she was saying in that interview was coochie talk. That was not like intelligence. That was coochie talk. She didn't find no interest in this man because she didn't see him as fun, like a kid in a candy store eating all kind of candy. And I think we have to be able to see that women, probably equal or more than men, who think just with their desires for pleasure, that tool between their legs, that they think as much about the pleasure of that tool between their legs to exercise it as men do. Because no rational person would interview with a young man at 27 years old that has such a future being mapped out, they wouldn't at least go on one date to see what kind of person that person is. I mean, literally, first impressions is not always a best impression. Sometimes it is, but not all the time. You know, when I used to teach, and I used to teach all forms of English, English lit. I taught from seventh grade up to seniors. And there's an old saying that says, "Never judge a book by its cover," right? In Spanish, it's called dichos. In English, we call it aphorisms. Wise sayings from the past that our ancestors, through experience, have come to realize: be careful about your assumptions because sometimes you could be dead wrong. Another one, don't count your chicken before they hatch. Don't start spending money that you haven't received yet just because you're about to sign a contract. Then the deal fall through and now you're in debt and you don't have no money. So one of the things we have to realize is that there's not a lot of wisdom in the way in which many people in our communities move. And sometimes that's from the men just as well. But a lot of times we're seeing it as much, if not more, by our women. And it's destroying our community for that because it's a large segment of the women who are moving in the way that they're moving, and the men who are achieving success, between the 80s, 90s, 2000, and now 2020, black men have made a 180-degree shift from how we used to be classified as shiftless, bums, you know, strung out on drugs or whatever, being in the joint. That image have been dethroned. And that's not our reality anymore. But there's a clear reality to the type of women that exist in large or in large part with some of our women. And for whatever reason, they have a lot of the spotlight, and successful black men who are moving, want to achieve, who want legacy, who want to build. 9 times out of 10, they always go to a black woman first. See, and what we're getting here is evidence. Because when Michael B. Jordan end up with a white girl or an Asian girl, people going to be coming for his head that he didn't choose a black woman. But we got the evidence. He did choose a black woman. She said no. And there's so many more tens of thousands of black men who choose black women who are either successful or on their way, and the woman says no. And when they move on, people are acting like they're hurt, they're broken. They were disappointed by one black woman, and now they're jaded with all black women. No, sometimes you just don't have time. You just don't have time to waste. Some men are very methodical. They know what they want. They go for what they want, and when they don't get it, they move on. They don't sit around. They don't cry. They don't wallow in the mud. They just accept that reality and step. And I think more and more as we see men moving in this way, stop arguing and fighting, which is something our sisters like, arguing and fighting, because as long as you're engaged in a conversation with them, they know that they still have an effect on you. They still got you there. It's when you quiet, you don't say nothing, and then you just move in silence. And then when they look up 5 years later, you done married with 2 kids and you get some wife from another nationality of people, and now they're sore but hurt. Try to play you, and they got played. And that's why I think as black men, we have to get off this whole thing about game, because game is a very sophisticated skill that we ourselves can use to gain what we want out of life. But we know that our women use game to play us, to disqualify us when they feel like it for no reason, just because now is not the right time for the man who have approached them now. If you're a man on your purpose and you approach them now, I'm not ready. Maybe when I'm 45, I'm worn out, I got 3 kids, my knees are hurting, my surgeries are all trying to drop, and I need another 20 grand to get my surgeries tightened up. Now I need a man who's going to step in and be a stepdad, take care of me, and give me the money that I want and continue my lifestyle that I had when I was young and pretty. And then those men are gone. They're not there. They ain't looking for you. They've moved on. And I think more and more, and it's weird because, like from a month ago, I raised the question in a conversation about the top 20% black men. If they were to leave the black community, what would the black community look like? And so many people look at it and say, well, there's nothing going to change. It's going to be the same. Black community will be here. Yes, I agree. Black people will be here and there will be a black community. But I think as black men, we need to start creating a new class of black people, or another class, another level, another elite class of black people, and join the human race of other successful men in this earth that want power, will go after power, and attaining power and wealth. And if the woman that we choose first turn us down, they get first right of refusal, right? The black woman, the black queen, she gets first right of refusal. But after that, all bets are off. We ain't waiting around. And I would say to black men, don't wait. Why wait? You don't have time to wait for somebody that don't want you. As black men, as black leaders, we have to start leading and choosing and deciding what's best for us. And we don't have time to be parked on the side waiting for a woman that when she get finished, and I literally mean when she get finished getting that work for the next 15, 20 years, when she's worked over, when she's done, when there's nothing left in her engine to serve you, that's when she's going to call you. Hey, big head, what's up? What you doing? Big head is married, gone, got 3 kids. He done build a life. Lose my number, right? Lose my number. And I think we have to be very determined in how I speak. The other night when I was on a show, this young lady said that, or she may have, I don't know if it was a statement or a question, I don't remember it now. May have been a statement. But she alluded to that I might be a real uh, strict person in a relationship. And it's just the opposite. My personality when I'm in business, when I taught, when I train, my personality is determined, it's focused, it's deliberate, and I take steps to make sure I like winning. I like being a top producer or a top performer because there are rewards and benefits for being number one. And I've experienced it and I like it. So I have a personality when I'm doing those things. But in my personal life, I enjoy pleasure. I like to have fun. I like nice things and I like to go to nice places. And I do those things. And if a woman is in my life, she going to get the best that I can afford as well. If I'm buying myself something good to go out with, she's going to get something good to go out with. If I'm walking down the street and I see something that I think she might like, I just go and pick it up and take it home and stick it away someplace to surprise her later. Sometimes I hear also that we talk about men who are tricking. And I don't know the full definition of tricking, I've heard different people say different things. But if you got money and you got success, why are you gonna keep the money in a safe in a bank account someplace where it's just not being used? Money is like water. If it stands still, it becomes poisonous. If it's flowing, it's clean to drink, to consume, to nourish life. And I always find that a man who uh, is not stingy, who shares his wealth amongst his friends and with the woman in his life, and treat people well, buy them good gifts, and take them places, that people are there for you later on as well. I mean, obviously, if you're just taking out bums, then you can accept a bum to offer you something back that is of worthy. But it depends on where you socialize. And I know from my experience that the places where I have been and the people that I've socialized with, no one in those circles are broke. And I'll give you a perfect example. I'm 5'7", not a tall guy at all. And the ladies have made sure that I'm fully aware of that. But I don't trip about my height. Let me tell you something. Money is a compensator. Money is a leverage. If you've ever worked in construction, you know that you could create a pulley system that one man can lift 1,000 pounds, 10 floors. Money does the same thing. It offers you leverage to move things out of your way that can be an obstacle. Back in the day, I used to hang out at several spots. I used to go to 40/40 from time to time, but I used to go to Justin's more often. And there was a very beautiful, attractive barmaid there that I got to know, and I always gave her a good tip. You know why? Because if I ever walked in there late, 11, 12 o'clock, and the place is packed, she already know what I drink. If there are a bunch of guys at the bar, 6'4", 6'6", I'm not going to be muscling and pushing my way through those guys. I'm gonna stand back where she can see me. I'm gonna raise my hand. She gonna say, "You're regular?" I'm gonna say, "Yes." She gonna say, "Vodka or yak?" Depending on what I feel, I'm gonna tell her. She gonna make my drink, and she gonna move them out the way and pass me my drink. That's leverage. But you get that from not being cheap. I know that from my own experience. And a lot of times, those same guys that are 6 foot tall, they want to know how they've been standing there for 20 minutes trying to get her attention. I just walked in the joint and already got my drink. See, that's how you use influence and power also as a man. And I think as men, we have to start using money and power to leverage the things that we want out of life, to get what we want. And if we want a particular woman, go for her. If she's a black woman and she turned you down, don't worry about it. Step and go get somebody else that's just as beautiful or more beautiful. You know, there's no such thing as like losing when it comes to a woman, especially if you've made some level of success in your life. Go get what you want and don't be intimidated by it. And don't let people who use negative, insulting, degrading uh, words that robs your self-confidence to try to deter you from your success or make you feel belittled because you didn't choose what they think you should choose. I've never been a person that walked a life where someone else told me what I should do. Number one, I never asked your permission, so it's a no-brainer. I'm not really interested in your opinion. But many times that really comes from jealousy, right? It comes from them observing your independent way of moving through society, and you don't really listen to what other people think and say. And I think that really is how men should use game and play the game. Play the game to win. And don't let a woman obstruct you from doing so, whether the woman is black or any other nationality. And I think going forward, I think the whole notion about men who have money and they use their money to get what they want should somehow belittle that man. People that talk that way, to me, is people who have never made any money. That's broke talk. If you made money and you had a lot of it, then you would use it to get the things that you want. That's its purpose. But if you don't have money, then you have to find a way to make yourself feel as important. So you have to diss the person who used their money to leverage what they want to get what they want out of life. And I think more and more over the next few years, as the 2020 decade continues, we will see more black men taking their own life into their own hands and not so much being concerned about what the gynocracy thinks of them. Because I think that has been uh, a leash, a choker that have held us back from really going after the wins that we want to get what we want and not to really be to feel guilty for success. And I know what that can be too, to feel guilty for success, because I've experienced it a couple of times in my life. There were times when I was so successful that I felt like, damn, my life wasn't hard enough. Why am I doing so well? And I know other people that I grew up with, their life is not half as good. And they seem like they had more potential than me. So I know how the psychology of the mind can sometimes make you feel like, not that you're not worthy, but like what makes you so special. But I would say embrace it. Be special. Be better, be unique. And don't let anyone tell you or deter you from going after the goals and the things that you want out of life. Particularly starting with your mother, because many times we will find that it's the people that loves us that that will deter us from really achieving the things that we want. Because 9 times out of 10, those goals might cause you to create a distance between them, and they may feel that they may not be able to share in the success that you have. So it's better if I keep you here low with me. At least I know you ain't going nowhere. And it's sad because sometimes it's your friends, it's your mom, could be girlfriend, could even be a wife. Like, how many wives would marry a man that's 25 years old and really work with him until he become a success? Especially if he wanted to quit one job and go to another job or start his own business, which was highly risky, cutting off a cash flow stream. But he would have to like figure out on the way how he's going to keep all the money together. He may have a savings, something put aside short term, but you know, when you're starting a business, there are always unexpected expenses that come up, unforeseen uh, obstacles that present themselves just by lack of experience that you never encountered before, that you didn't plan for. And these things are what make men successful and separate the man that'll work for the government, whether it's police department, post office, sanitation, municipal worker. Men that will do these jobs or other men who would strike out and do something totally new, different. It's a chance, it's a risk, but if you win, it's a big win. Many times, it's the people who love you the most, or at least say they love you the most, who will tend to try to dissuade you because you're a fool. What makes you think you can do it when nobody else have done it? And these are the things sometimes that get in our way. So I would say, with regard to game versus intellect, I believe I have game because I've never had really big issues with women, but I have a strong intellect as well. And I find it learning how to use game intelligently can be far more successful than just trying to use game to pick up a woman. Because many times the women of today don't carry the same value of the women of yesterday. The women of yesterday were women who would be able to make a man go from climbing a mountain to shooting for the stars. But many times the women of today want to bury you. If you have big desires, they crush your dreams. They tell you why it's impossible, why you can't do it. And then even when you're achieving it, they find a way because what? You're working 18-hour days, so you don't get to spend as much time with her. But that might be for a scheduled amount of time. You may have to sacrifice 10 years of your life to achieve something that you want. And then once you get there, then you can pull back a little bit. You can spend time with the family because you've laid the foundation already. Sometimes a woman don't see what sacrifices are all about. Men understand that. And I think it's very important that our women begin to really think in a broader way to be able to see long term. Because lacking a father in the house, I think, prevents our women from really being taught what it's like to have a vision. What is it to have a vision? And how do you attain a vision? How do you attain the success out of life? And what does it take to achieve it? And I think it all boils down to one thing when it comes to our women working together and building together. It comes down to one word: submit. That's the common denominator for a woman, or the final denominator for a woman. That's why when they talk about relationships, they say things like partner, because as a partner, she don't have to submit. As a wife, yeah, you got to submit. And I think our women interpret that word in some form of suffering, hardship. It's like there was a guest that came on after the show has ended, and they bring people up uh, to ask questions and give their commentary on a panel. And the show I was on earlier this week, Friday night, it was very insightful because there was a guest that came on, and she started to insert into the conversation words like trauma, abuse, and a lot of negative words that represents harm. But as time went by and she was able to express her background, you start to see why. The walk of life that a person have will many times determine their outlook on how they see the world. And she was able to see the world from a traumatic place, a dangerous place, an unsafe place, because that has been her world for the past 20, 30, 40 years. So her lens is different. And I came out of, when I was in Harlem, when I grew up back in the late 60s, early 70s, Harlem was known as the drug capital of the world. I mean, one of the Kennedy's sons used to come and cop in our neighborhood, literally. But I did not let the community from where I grew up be my determinant as where I would go. I was just where I live and where I made my friends and where I went to school. But I had a future that was bigger than that. When I was 15, I was 16, I used to take the bus downtown at night or the train, and I would go over on Park Avenue or Madison Avenue, and they used to have the Hertz rent-a-car stores, but right next to that, they used to have the Mercedes store, all the foreign car manufacturer dealers, like 6 of them, Rolls Royce, everything. And I used to look at them cars. I'm like, yeah, one day I'm gonna get there. But I wasn't gonna get there hustling. I was gonna get there by my own accomplishments. And I think sometimes we gotta leave our neighborhood to have bigger dreams, to look outside of where we live. And I think that's why SYSBM is such a big thing, because when you start to travel, you start to broaden your mind, you start to broaden your experiences. When you're outside the world, I mean, the world of where you grew up in, when you're outside of America and you're watching the news from French TV or, excuse me, or from some other television station in the Middle East or in Africa or in Asia, you see America differently because they portray America differently. And then you start to see the world in a complete different way. You see the poverty also that America display as though the poverty is the only thing that exists. But if you have the money, you're in a five-star hotel, everything around you is not poverty. You have to go to the neighborhoods where poverty exists, just like in America. If you have the money, you can live in places where, as far as you can see, there is no poverty. But if you want to see it, you can go to those neighborhoods and see the poverty too. So I think getting out of our comfort zone, extending our wings, it allow us as men to play a whole different game in this world. And one thing I do know about women is women like to win and women are jealous. And the only way you're going to make the black woman jealous enough to change her behavior is to take other women in mass. When they start seeing that all the rich black men are not with them and all the poor black men, I should walk that back. Not the poor black man, but the black man who does not have the ability to offer them a high class lifestyle. Then they will change their behavior. Because we telling them to change their behavior, it's not going to make them do it. They have to realize that they're losing something. And only someone who is losing something that know they can get what it is that they want, they will change it. They will change their behavior to get what they want. But they have to recognize that they can't beat you into submission, or they can't talk you into submission, or fear you into submission, so you could be there for them when they're ready. Like stepdaddy, I think if you're making $80,000 a year or more, you should never be a stepdaddy to any woman, period. Not because of the woman, because some women may wind up being a single mom for unintended circumstances, not because they chose wrong, but because life just dealt them a bad card. So I'm not saying this that all women who are single moms deserve to be or made bad choices. No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that as black men, we need to raise the bar on what we want and how we choose the women that we choose. And we have to be valued for our intellect as great or greater than what we term in the community today as game. Because the game today, as it stands, keep our community poor, keep our women poor, keep our children poor, keep poverty in the community, very little or no black businesses. That game ain't working. So what we need to do is we need to change the game and play it the way we want to play it. And that's part of black men leadership. You know, when I grew up in the hood, and I didn't grow up around no pimps and stuff like that. Back then in my time, pimps came out of Chicago. You know, gamblers, hustlers came out of New York. And I hung around with some people like that. And I used to see guys stop the bank. Stopping the bank is a big deal. You roll up on a CeeLo game or a crap game, and back in the hood, it wasn't a dollar. It wasn't $5. It could be 5, 10, 15 grand on the street corner. Guys hustle, just playing CeeLo. And you walk up there and you just put a knot under your shoe, step on it, I got the bank. That's how we got to play the game in reality. We got to change the game to the way we want to play it and let everyone else conform to us. And as intelligent and intellect men of intellect, we have the ability to turn it the way we want it. We could reframe it, rename it, and replay it. We could stop the bank and take over the game. And the players with small money, make them go broke. You know the rules: long money wins, small money quits. If you ain't got the money to play this game, you got to be out. This is for big rollers and big players. And I think for the perspective, for what I know and where I've been, I see how men who have from the street they got power and money, and from the business world they got power and money, how they move. And they move in very cunning ways, but they always move on their terms. They don't let others dictate their terms. And I think for so long, we black men have been letting others dictate the terms of how we choose what we want out of life to be successful, whether it's a woman, whether it's children, whether it's the community where we will live or what we will build, our career, what we will do. No matter what it is, so often we allow others to influence that and shortchange us in our decision making. And I think going forward, take no prisoners. Play to win, play for keeps. And I will always choose a black woman first. But black woman in America is not the only black woman. You know, there was a benefit from slavery. And I was thinking about this the other day. There was a big benefit from slavery. You know what slavery did? Slavery took black people and deposited them around the entire planet. And our women speak every language pretty much on this planet. You can find women in Japan, black women that speak Japanese. You can find them in China. You can find them in India. You can find them in the Arab world. You can find them in South America. You can find them everywhere. So there are black women all over this planet. So there's a benefit for slavery that slavery gave us. Take advantage of it. And there are black women in America too. And I think the black women in America have the best opportunity of most of these women, because most of those countries, their dollar, which is usually pegged to the US dollar, we have exponentially more economic power when we go into those countries. So black women can benefit more by being with a black man in America. But if they shoot you down, you could take $100,000 a year job and go to a country where the currency exchange is 20, 25 to 1. The last time I checked, in Jamaica, it was 600 to 1. Their currency to the American dollar was 600 to 1. Think not Costa Rica. Is it Costa Rica or Salvador? They got the colones. Whichever country has the colones. It's like 2,500 colones to $1. Your dollar is exponentially greater, which means you could leave America making $150,000 a year, and you could go to certain countries and you could be in the upper echelons of that country's elite. And you can meet people who are in the elite. It's Costa Rica. Thanks, Catherine. One of the things also I noticed about Africa was back in the 7th century. Was it the 7th? Yeah, I think it was the 7th century. When you had the Moors, they went into Spain. They went into Italy. African men traveled the world and ruled in different countries. Why can't we do it? We are the most elite of all black men on this planet. We're in America. We're in the United States. We are the most powerful, most capable black men, most intelligent black men in the Americas. And we are regarded wherever we go. Like when I'm in Central America, you know what they call me? Gringo. Gringo is not just for white people. If you are from the United States, no matter what color you are, particularly black, they're going to call you gringo. and they call me gringo. At first, I used to take it like, I ain't no white man. Why you calling me gringo? But then I got to realize you're a gringo. You're a stranger here. But also, there's another qualifier. You're a gringo. You got money. That's the other qualifier. You're a gringo. You got money. And where there's money, there's opportunity. A woman might see you as opportunity, but a businessman is going to see you as an opportunity too. When I was in Africa, I got introduced to the Ministry of Finance. I wish I had the money. I could have bought property, land in Niger, thousands of acres. They offered me so many thousands of acres to set up a what was that? I forgot the name of the plant. It was a plant to make fuel, not the eco fuel that they make in Brazil with corn. There's another plant that you can use to make eco fuel also, and it's cheaper. And in Niger, they offered me at least 5,000 acres to start, but it was going to cost me a few $1 million as a backdrop to be able to bring in the machinery because the land is dry. So you need to irrigate significantly. But what I'm saying is that Black Americans, we have the money, we have the capability. No, it's not canola. It's not canola. That's for cooking. But we have the money and we have the leverage and we have the ability and we have the knowledge. And the science is there. No, it's not palm oil, African palm, no. I think it's Jehovah, might be Jehovah. And they had a big conference in Florida about 4 or 5 years ago in the Jehovah plant to be able to turn it into fuel. But these are some of the things that are ahead of us. What are we waiting for to be able to take advantage of this world? Because we know America is changing. The reset from this pandemic, whenever that reset fully takes place, we could be at the top, the top. There could be a few elite Black men. And when I say a few, I'm talking a couple of million. That 10% that Kevin Samuels talk about, that 10%, you got 10% top level millionaires, Black men. You know what we can do? You'd be surprised what we can do. We can create international trade between one another from different countries, and we don't need the United States government to do it. You could just set up an export company out of one country and an import country into the United States, or an export company out of the United States importing into another country somewhere else. That's why I think sometimes when brothers are just traveling for sex, that's small minded. That's temporary pleasures. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have fun. Don't get me wrong. But if you're 25 and you're doing it and you're 27, you're doing it, okay, no biggie. But if you're 40 and you're traveling for sex, no, man, come on. You should be thinking bigger than that. Because the bottom line is no matter where you go, when you got the money and you got influence, the women are going to find you. You don't have to chase them. They're going to find you. Instead of trying to chase a woman down, the woman is going to introduce herself to you. She'll make herself available in your presence for you to notice her, that she's noticing you. And if she's your type, do what men do. Push up. Get what you want. And success breeds confidence. So, to close out this monologue and start bringing some people up, definitely what I would say is game versus intellect. That's a game that women are playing against us. We need to flip the script. Game is having an ability to maneuver people. And if you've got the gift of gab and know how to talk, whether it's to a woman or in a business room in a conference, you can flip the game to however you want. And if you got the intellect, you could use your intellect in your game to get what you want or to take what you want. That's why what I believe in terms of getting reparations, my perspective on getting reparations is far different than most people. I don't believe we should ask the white man for reparations. I think we should become so wealthy in America and be in the places of government where we could sit in the White House and write the check for our damn self. How many times we see white people get into government and they give themselves a raise all the time? Congress do it all the time. We want reparations, put ourselves in a position of power, and then write the goddamn check for ourselves. The man that was your slave master ain't gonna write you no goddamn check that's gonna give you trillions of dollars and put you on his level. I wouldn't do it. I come up with all kind of excuses to make sure I don't do it. That'll be signing your own death warrant. So push him out the way and take what you want, but do it in a sophisticated way. You don't have to go to war. Beat him at his own game. So, game versus intellect. Let's have that conversation. Okay, let's see. Anthony, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. How you doing?
Pretty good. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you good.
Awesome. Um, so like for example, going back to that video in regards to the game versus intellect, I think
Uh-huh.
she was more intimidated rather than the game aspect. Um, and the reason why I stated that is because when we look in regards to competition, let's say
Uh-huh.
someone's at a basic level, like basic A level, you don't let the person compete too high against someone that's like maybe first class world, let's say fencing, I do fencing, or too far below. You want to have where it's relatively close. So I think she was extremely intimidated by his career path. Um, that's like one major factor, and but I still agree with you in regards to um, progression, because like for me, I graduated with my bachelor's in mechanical engineering, my bachelor's
Uh-huh.
of engineering in mechanical engineering. I have a concentration in nuclear engineering, and I have a minor in physics. Like right now, I'm going to the top 10 for my master's in systems engineering, and I
Awesome.
saw where, thank you, I saw where there's like a disconnect. And a lot of times, a lot of the girls that I was dating at the time, a lot of black women, I love black women. My main focus, especially at that time, was you're either too nerdy for me, or what you're doing pushes me to something I don't want to do. And I'm like, hey, I'm not pushing you to further your career. That's your choice. And a lot of times you just say, well, the things you're doing affects that. So I think it's more of that awkward competitive phase. Um, I think that's what really causes that disconnect. It's easy to displace and project, I guess, and say, hey, that person is a nerd, or that person had a boring personality. That's the reason why I rejected them, not
Right.
looking inward and saying, hey, I just don't feel up to par being with that person. So I think it's more that factor.
You're right, because when I saw that, I did pick up the fact that I believe that she was intimidated as well. But
Hmm.
I didn't want to mention that because a lot of times when our sister here we use term like intimidated, they usually try like to use the term intimidation uh, from us, like we
Hmm.
are intimidated by them. They never really want to see it as though that we could potentially be the intimidator in terms of our accomplishment. And we know women are very prideful, so they're not necessarily going to go ahead and uh, cop to their potential
Hmm.
psychological. I don't want to say inferiority, but the fact that they may not be on the same level or even in the
Hmm.
competitive area with that particular man
Hmm.
that is engaging with them. So they'll use some form of deflection
Yes.
to just be able to walk away with pride, right?
Hmm.
And with some self-respect. So I did see that too. But I
Hmm.
think also is that the girl was definitely attractive. I didn't see her body, but
Hmm.
facially from the shoulders up, she looked very attractive. And the
Hmm.
brother was a young brother, and I'm assuming that he likes attractive women like most men do.
Hmm.
So I think maybe the hosts kind of put them together because they might seem outwardly as a good match, right?
Hmm.
But I think that's something also that as as men we have to be able to assess that just because a woman may have a physical appearance that is exceptional, that sometimes they may not have the emotional capacity to cope with a man that have an extreme high intellect.
Hmm.
Because why I said emotional, because women process things through their emotion, and if they can accept being with that man, it
Hmm.
didn't matter how intelligent or lack thereof she may be. If she want to be in a relationship with that man can teach her what he want her to know to suit his lifestyle. But I think more times than not, many of our black women, they believe they're in competition with us
Hmm.
to achieve success. And because of that very thing, it holds them back from attaining the success that they may want with a black man.
Well, with I agree, completely agree to that. But wouldn't you say that ideology in terms of trying to be in competition, is that something that you'll say is pushed via media? Is that something that we gravitate or our own creation? Um, I wonder if that's like a factor because it's you don't, of course, not to compare ourselves to other races, of course, but you don't
Hmm.
really see that in the Caucasian community or the Asian community. So is that something that we push as a community, or would you say is like a nature versus nurture thing in
Well,
terms
I
of?
definitely see it as something that we push as a community.
Mhm,
Well, I would say that our sisters were pushed to do that by their moms,
mhm,
so they grow up thinking that they need to be successful. So, in the event that a black man from the 40s, that you got one of those guys that may not have been successful to be able to provide for the whole family, that then you can provide for yourself. So they're using a model from 100 years, 80 years ago, for when black men were still struggling during the Jim Crow era and
mhm,
those phases trying to work and provide for a family, that they're still using that blueprint to measure black men of today
mhm,
and then go out into the world and say, I have to make my success because I can't trust that this man would be capable or able or would stay around to take care of me and the children.
mhm,
And what we see is just the opposite. What we see in the statistics is that it's the women that are breaking the marriages and leaving,
mhm,
not so much the man. So even though they're working under a false informative model, they use it as a justifier and they say it publicly to your face to the world.
mhm,
And I think the media have embraced it because it's now a thing, not just with black women, but in women in general. When you look at television, it's the guy that's running trips and the girl have to turn around and help him up, right?
mhm.
It's no longer the damsel where the female needs help by the man. It's the woman that is the strong one and the man that is feeble. So in general, I think media pushes that idea as well.
Actually, you brought that aspect up. It just reminded me of what was written in the William Lynch theory of the breakdown of the black family, of the incorporation of applying slavery. Um,
Uh-huh.
and how it's applicable, how it would work according to first line that William Lynch, of course, the text itself is up in the air, but that it's something that would work past 400 years, and the Romans themselves would be jealous of the methodology. That you make the weak but physically strong, and you make the reverse. So she ends up having
Right.
a dependency upon you. That's literally what I said. It makes me question how can we break that cycle? Because when it was written by William Lynch, that Romans had 160 to 300 slaves. And William Lynch himself that it's a methodology that would work even 400 years after. So, what can we do as a community to either split that ideology and restart from anew? You were stating before, like creating a brand new black, in a sense, of a separate community. But we saw that methodology applied to Garvey of moving back to Africa, starting that new group. So for the United States itself, how can we as a black community ignore what William
Well,
Lynch wrote, reverse that psychological approach? Is it accountability? Is it creating a brand new Mecca, not like in Atlanta, but a strong Mecca?
well,
That's our
I
Mecca
don't think
now,
we
things
have
like
to
that.
move out of America to do that. I think we could do it right here. I
Hmm.
think one of the things is that as black men, and one of the things I hear a lot is that black men, we're not a monolith. We're not a monolith. We don't have to be a monolith to work together because other nations are not monolith themselves, because we meet different people from different walks of life, of different ethnicity, and they don't all think the same and act the same, but they move together on things that are important to them as a group.
Hmm.
And I think as black men, we need to learn how uh, to cull out what ideas that we want to put forth and set those things up as to dos or tasks, and
Hmm.
then lay out steps or phases within steps. How do you, or I'm sorry, steps within different phases to actually accomplish it. So I think one thing that we should probably do is to uh, create a trades community of black men that have trades, and then we can create an import export community of black men who are importing and exporting goods.
Hmm.
And by that, because when you look at most countries from 1,000 years ago, what made those countries grow was the merchant market, the merchant
Hmm.
sector market. The merchant sector market is the trades market, right? The businessmen. And we need to really expand on the business sector of black men who own business, all forms of business. And then within that, then we can create a group. Now we could register that group within the chambers of commerce, so we can
Hmm.
have access to government access to monies and funding and different things and project. But we need to be able to build things as a unit together that is black focused and black centric. And we don't need to ask the government for the money to do that. We need to establish it first, prove it as a functional concept, as a profitable concept, and then when we set up, we could then go to the government to take advantage of access to funds that's already there for everybody to take advantage of. But we just don't get it because we don't, one, either know it's there, or two, we're not organized enough to be able to access it the right way. So that's one thing. And then with regard to building the communities that we want, buy land and start building.
Hmm.
We could start doing it by buying land and build a new black commercial district.
Hmm.
All the business in there are owned and operated or rented to black businessmen. It doesn't have to be big. It could be small. Start small, use the invested capital, and then use that model and then build something else big someplace else. Or build mid-size in different cities and then let it grow, build a reputation. And then from that, you'll be surprised. In 5 years, you could turn 100 million into $1 billion, or at least be able to leverage that cash flow into a credit line for $1 billion.
Makes sense. Yeah, I
Because
was reading.
money is power, and I like using money as a leverage of power. Sorry, go
I,
ahead.
no, I
I
totally
apologize.
agree. Because like my path forward is once I finish this schooling at John Hopkins, I'm going to see if I go to Columbia for my MBA so I can start my own business. And I think the chat was believing that I wanted describing leaving the country. No, I was just referencing to Marcus Garvey's methodology.
Yeah.
Uh, but also, thank you for having me on. I'm gonna go and
No, no
study.
problem. Absolutely. Thank
Also,
you.
thank you so much. Have a good one.
Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Dr. David, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. Thank you for the conversation as always. I always appreciate when you have these deep conversations. I hope it's okay because I'm actually driving. Um, but I think, one of the reasons why I love to hear you talk sometimes is that you always try to hold both ends accountable. And I think that's the way we can move forward as a community or as a people. Um, I'll start my conversation a bit from the back to the front. And one thing I've noticed is what I call the myopic individualistic nature of the Black people, whereby, and that's how we come about some of these phrases like, my truth, your truth, what works for me and things like that. I mean, when I was growing up, like something was either black or white, something is either legal or not legal. There's nothing like this is my truth and this is, and I preface this to talk about the fact that a lot of people would say things like, oh, you know what, maybe she doesn't just find him attractive. That's it. Maybe she just, that's it. That's okay. She can find someone else. Maybe Lori Harvey just doesn't want to get married. So what? that's just our truth. That's just our decision. And we need to look more in a general and an overview perspective of things, as opposed to this individualistic approach whereby we try to justify everything by saying this is my truth, this is my position, as opposed to actually looking at the overview and how it affects us as a culture or as a people. Um, you know, I, I think the video about the lady and that guy who's a physicist or what have you. I think in the other guy was talking about it before he dropped just now. Um, we have a lot of people in our community who celebrate this whole idea of, oh, my son now plays in the NFL. Oh, my son is now a rapper. He got to deal with whatever label and things like that. How many times do we see kids being celebrated for, getting to Ivy League schools, doing well, becoming engineers, becoming doctors and things like that? And that oftentimes become our focus, that we try to celebrate these things. So the average person on the road, when you walk up to them and say, oh, I'm an electrochemist or whatever it is, they kind of puzzled, like, what exactly is that? What do you do? What does that mean? How does that benefit me? How does that, lift my status? So I can't really say, particularly for that lady, but a lot of people, you would tell them, oh, I'm a neurophysicist. They don't really know what that is. But because you do, now you're breaking it down and you're talking about how, it was a very shallow decision for her to make. Because the truth is, when people go dating, there's a lot of profiling that goes on. You meet someone and you profile them. Oh, this is how they are. This is what it is I can get. This is what I can gain from this relationship. And if you don't feel like you can, you sometimes check out, as opposed to actually trying to know that person, trying to find out what exactly it is they do or who they are, and how you can be of asset or benefit to that person, and vice versa. So I think that's part of the whole conversation about what the other guy was saying before he dropped. I think we need to have more conversations about, you look forward to things like black think tanks, where people are not just talking about dating and women and whatever, but we're actually talking about science. We're talking about development. We're talking about research and development. We're talking about, like, policies that can actually move us forward. And I love the fact that Lapeef Network has those conversations sometimes, and we do come into them sometimes on the Sage Talk conversation. But I think when we have such conversation, we begin to show and educate ourselves and our community that, what, it's okay, yes, for your child to become a sports person or to have a record label and all those kind of things. But then it's also beautiful for them to also be in positions where they can make policies and laws that actually change our plight as a black people or as a black nation, and actually move us forward and become scientists and become engineers and become, intellect that would actually move us forward. So I think that's one of the things that I noticed in that video and in that conversation. A lot of the times we people
One second,
feel
one
like,
second.
yeah,
One
yeah,
second,
yeah, go ahead.
Dr. David. Let me insert
Yeah,
here because I want to kind of follow everything that you're saying as well.
yeah,
The thing about the way in which the young lady dismissed the young man is emblematic and is very superficial in the way in which many black women would reject an individual, a black man. And what she did was not something that was unusual. I think what she did made it so obvious that everyone recognized it, that how so many of our women will just reject a man because on first glance she could say, well, and she admits, she said, I said the same thing, meaning that when she presented herself, she talked about her own accomplishments, but she doesn't identify that her presenting her accomplishments is not exciting. It's not, it doesn't add anything to the value of her personality. And it's not always that someone will present themselves on a first time interview in a way in which that might grab your attention. So just the fact that the man is on a deliberate course in his life and it's not going left, it's going right and up, you would think a woman that is intelligent, that wants to be successful, she may be going on a successful path herself, can recognize another individual, a man who is going down a successful path, Let me get to know him and see what kind of individual he is. But as you also stated, that sports and entertainment is the glamour and the glitz,
Exactly.
and it touches on the superficial of life, though it also adds wealth to those who participate in those fields. The things that other people may do, the business class, the professions, the doctors, the engineers, the scientists, and so forth, those things does not get the recognition. But because our we don't have a family infrastructure to teach those values of those careers, both men and women in our communities look at the flashy bling bling kind of lifestyle, whether you're in sports or whether you're in entertainment, as the creme de la creme. That's what we go after. And we don't really add or provide any value for other forms of art or science and engineering. And I think that's something that we as Black men would have to make an effort to, once we start to uh, build a niche area of these accomplished men, that we start to advertise and promote how these men are achieving and what those success look like. You know, creating short skits on YouTube that show what it's like the day in the life of a top electrical engineer or whatever, or a
Exactly.
doctor. You know, we could take a 10-minute, 5-minute, 6-minute, something that's short to capture your attention, but it's not going to take a lot of time out of your day to just view it. And with enough of them purveying the internet in these spaces, we can start to shape a new idea that these other life choices can be as rewarding or more rewarding, and they come
Yeah.
with less risk to your physical, right? So that's something I think that could be addressed and well stated. But I also wanted to touch on this comment by Mr. Jones, Ray Jones. He says, Mr. Lee, this is not a good topic, bro, for you or the supporters. Game over intellect. Why black people are dysfunctional. If a black woman don't like you because you can't amuse her, you are matrix based. Well, it's not necessarily that they're amusing me, the individual, or an individual as such. Is that there are men out there who suffer from trying to talk to women, particular black women, and may not really grasp the reason why they're being put to the side, friend zone, and different things, and how women don't really want to deal with them in that way. And then when
Yeah.
you're rejected, if you go to another race of women and start dealing with them, then they make you feel guilty for the choices that you did make. So, but
Mm.
why we're discussing this subject is because what we want to do is shed light on it, to destigmatize it, that and bring light to the dysfunction in which women in our community behave, and how, as men, we should not let these things, these terminologies, affect us, and we should not let it take away from our self-confidence, because when a person is labeled as not having game, it could take away from their self-confidence, especially if they were raised, in a community where there's no street, like in the hood. If they were
Yeah.
not raised around that, that's why you see rich white kids try to act like brothers from the hood, because game has become so influential that they'd rather just put on the look so they can gain some kind of credit or respect, right? But we
Yeah.
we need to, as men, demystify the things that work against us and declaw the dragon, the hawk, the eagle that will try to make us a prey. Because women make men a prey, to use them for their money, to use them for their time, and for whatever else reasons they may want to use them for, their resources, or to be their henchmen, to be their bouncer. For many different ways, women will use a man, and game could be one of the ways in which they play with you. And at the
Mm.
same time, they can use game to insult you. And then there are men who take on these talking points and will also want to beat men over the head to tell them they don't have game, right? But
Yeah.
I think every man has a personality, and a man as they grow and they build in their confidence with themselves and they succeed, that personality also can build and grow and succeed, and they can have successful relationships with women, whether they're black women, Latin women, Indian women, or whatever type of woman they may be attracted to, or that may come into their life. Anything else you want to
Yeah.
add, Doctor?
Yeah, I just end my my conversation by saying, I think the last thing I wanted to say was something that someone was saying in the comment, that the fact that he's a nuclear physicist and all those things doesn't mean that it's not boring. And I want to take that on board, because the truth is, I think some people are actually socially awkward, or actually
Uh-huh.
not very or not very socially aware, and things like that. But I think in our community, one of the things that we tend to have as a mindset, especially for us raising our little girls, is we try to raise them up in this mindset that, oh, just focus on your studies, get a degrees, and all those kind of things, make money and all those things, and then you would find a man. And we kind of look at finding a man as this thing where, oh, you can just go to this shopping mall and you can just pick one and go home. But it's not that way, because we actually do the vetting and picking. So it's not just this decision where you just go along through life and do whatever you want to do, and then eventually when you become 40 and you're whatever, then you decide that, oh, now I want to go and look for a man, I'm just going to pick one from the store. It doesn't happen that way. And that's one of the reasons why I think that lady also is in this mindset whereby she's like, oh, you know what, I'm cute, I'm this and that. You know what? Who cares if he's a nuclear physicist and he makes all this money? I don't care about that. I can find another one. Like Beyonce said, I can have another one, in a minute and whatever. And a lot of women go on this trope of all these female rappers, not knowing that many of them actually go back home to their husband at night, even though they are singing that I don't need a man, you know. And so that culture perpetuates across our community, whereby we feel like, oh, I can just find a man, there's it's not a big deal. I can just look for a man, and pick another one. And it's not so, because you have really talked about it on your show, Mr. Lee, about how people need to date, or to be in the relationship intentionally, and to make the right decisions. And I think that's one of the things that people overlook a lot of the times. I'll just drop, because I believe that I know that there are probably some brothers at the back as well. Thank you very much for the conversation, and shout out to Lapeef in the back. Appreciate you guys, and the conversation you're always having.
No doubt, much appreciated.
Thank
Well, I
you.
mean, I would say this as well, that a woman that is attractive, it's beautiful, sexy, she has a currency, but that currency, like all currencies, you have inflation sometimes that eats into the value of a currency, right? You have trade imbalances that can eat into a physical, actual currency. And with women, they also suffer currency deterioration as well, because every year there's a new crop of new, attractive, beautiful 18-year-olds that comes into the
Exactly.
marketplace. And
Who
they're
has
one
your
year
business?
older and they're 1 year older. And when you're young, time seems like it takes forever for you to become an adult.
Mm,
But once you become an adult, time moves at a high speed, and you go from 20 to 30 in a flash.
very fast.
And for women, what they don't realize is that by the time they turn 30, 33, 36, that they're on the downturn. And the
Mm,
men that used to give them the time of day when they were 23, 24, 25, 26 aren't looking at them anymore,
yeah.
especially if they already had time with them. If a man already had time with you and he's moved on, more than likely he ain't coming back.
Mm,
So what they fail to realize, like you were talking about, going to the mall and just shopping for a man, it's not like that, because
no.
in the end, it's the man that has to approach you. You may need to give him a signal if you're interested, but it's the man that's going to have to approach you. And if the man, once men stop approaching you, you're going to find yourself isolated. And I think that's what some women find when they hit the wall. when they hit their mid 30s, late 30s, that the slew of men that used to be attracted to them and want to give them things and take them places and buy them gifts and whatnot, they're far and few between. And that's when they start asking, where are all the good men at? Well, they left. They left the party. The party is over. So I think that's something where, but what I really wanted to talk about with this conversation with game versus intellect was really a conversation for men to really take that into perspective. Because
Yeah,
whether we spit in game or whether we coming from the intellectual side, we're the one holding the cards. Because when it boils down to it, a woman is hypergamous and they want a man that is successful to finance their life and their lifestyle. That's the bottom line. Doesn't matter how
yeah,
much money they got. They still are going to want a man to finance their life. Stephen
definitely.
Pierre,
Hey, how's it
Thank you,
going?
good
Mr. Lee.
afternoon. Good
Yeah.
afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you well.
Great, great. I really like this conversation. I struggle with this myself.
Speak up a little bit. Your volume just went down.
I struggle with this myself sometimes.
Hmm.
Uh, I found that I don't have enough game to get black women, but I have enough intellect with the other races. And it's like, don't get me wrong, you still need game to get the other races, but they value my intellect more. And it's like, what do you want me to do? I'm not gonna wait for black women to accept me. I'm gonna get what I can get and move on. So that's what I'm finding out. And then also, I'm a electrical engineer by trade. I focus in avionics.
Right.
My career, I guess, wired my brain to think a certain way and talk a certain
Right.
way. So at least for me, the game is hard to it's hard for me to develop game when my brain is wired a certain way for work for my career. So I just use my intellect, you know.
Well, I think I would say this, right?
Mhm.
First of all, men who have the skill of game have had the time to perfect and develop the skill, right? That means you kind of grew up in the hood. You had your time in the streets. You were around men that younger, teenagers that were older than you. If you were 13, 14, you had guys around you that was 18, 19, and they were talking to you and you would watch them and you would see how they move around girls. And when you're hanging out together on the basketball courts, they'd be talking ish, or whether it's in the barbershop and whatnot. So you kind of develop and you found your way in how to talk to girls and and whatnot. Today in the environment where we live, that kind of social interaction is far more limited because of many of the laws in which how it has changed to restrict men from approaching women. But at the teenage level, it's still there, very active in school and whatnot, right? But what I would say to you is that your personality, if your personality can come out with your intellect, it's your personality that's really going to sell one way or the other, whether it's with a woman, black or otherwise, right? So, and personality sometimes comes out through comfort, right? If you're comfortable with a person or a group of people and you're talking about what you're talking about, that comfort level allows you to drop more of your protection response, how you communicate. And when you drop those protections, you are more liberal in how you speak. It's like one person would be very like self-conscious, and then you take him out, he gets drunk, he's the life of the party, he's dancing on top of tables, he's doing all kind of crazy shit. Why? Because the mental control that he used to protect himself so he come across a certain way in the eyes of others is dropped. So that limitation that he put on himself falls. And once it falls, he just then could be whatever he want to be regardless. And because he's drunk, there's no restriction. So I think sometimes we place that restrictions in our mind because we have a way how we perceive ourselves, and we also have a way how we want others to perceive us. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. You are right in those terms because I'm not even gonna lie. I generally feel more comfortable with other races of women than black women because black women tend to be more aggressive.
Where did you grow up? Where did you grow up? If you don't mind me asking.
Hollis, Queens, Jamaica, New York. You know,
Okay, I know Hollis, Queens well.
Yeah, I'm from New York also. Like my parents, I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the 90s.
Okay.
So my parents are Haitian background. Like they told me, hey, you're not black, you're Haitian. And that's the mindset that's the mindset I grew up. And I never associated myself with the I guess the hip hop crew and those other guys, you know. I stuck to my book as much as I could.
I would say this. I would say that's where your limitation comes in, because that's part of your programming, right? With regard to your parents, right? So if you could find a way to reduce that influence that I'm not black, that's the thing that's got you cut off from expressing your personality more from, I mean, because if you grew up in Hollis, Queens, you know people and you hung out with people, you played on the basketball courts, you went to school with them. So you have it in you because you've been around it. It's there. But you have a mental restriction on it because your parents say, I don't want to see that part of you.
Well, but I mean, I understand why they did it because.
Right. I understand why they did it. And I'm not trying to say it's wrong. I'm just trying to say it with regard to you because you said something very key. You said, I'm more comfortable around other nationalities of people, women particularly, than when I'm with black women. Because black women have a way in which how they move, spiritually, how they move. That for you, you got the programming, I'm not supposed to like that. So because you're not supposed to like that, meaning I can't be like the other black American men. So therefore, since I'm not like that, then the way in which the black American woman move, I don't identify with that. So, but when I get around other people who don't move that way, I can assimilate.
I mean, black women make my intellect, like they either are confused by my intellect or confused about what I'm doing. Is like, or
no,
like,
they're not confused. They're not confused. They just don't like it.
Well, but so what you want me to do? My intellect or the way I am got me here, you know, to where I am. Like the people I grew up with.
Let me ask you this: What do you like to do? One second, hold on. What do you like to do? What's your form of entertainment?
Right now, I do various things. I'm into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I travel.
No, something that you could do in a social environment.
In a social environment,
something that's fun.
I mean,
jiu-jitsu is a protection skill.
I mean, I do it for fun. I mean, I get me and my friends, my friends and I, we joined a bowling crew. I'm getting into bowling. I'm starting to learn how to shoot pool also. So I'm doing those things too. I'm trying to get myself out there a little more, you know.
What do you know about fashion, men's fashion?
As you can see, not much.
Well, I'm in a t-shirt too, so it doesn't mean anything. But you know, I'm not a Kevin Samuels, but I know about men's fashion per se, right? I know what looks good on me, and I know what I like. Right?
I'm way behind that.
Okay. Are you working right now?
Like,
or you still at school?
No, I'm working right now. I'm an avionics engineer for a major airline.
Do you make over $100,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever had a tailor-made suit or buy a designer suit and had it tailored to your fit?
Yes, I do have.
Have you ever had shirts that was made specifically for you?
Not off the rack? Yes. Okay. I listen to Kevin.
What I would say is invest 10 grand in restyling yourself, right? Mm-hmm. Buy yourself maybe 3 or 4 suits, a gray, a black, especially a blue pinstripe with a pink stripes. It's an awesome suit, right? Get a nice white collar shirt with a white shirt with a pink collar. Have it tailor-made to fit you, though. Don't buy it off the rack. Mm-hmm. You know, when I used to get my shirts tailor-made, monogram, back then they cost me $250 to $300 in New York. So it might cost you a little bit more now, but restyle yourself and then socialize, because your appearance has everything to do with how you move as well. You know, what kind of friends do you socialize with? Do you hang out around?
Right now,
all your friends are geek, or do you have men from different lifestyle?
Well, I'm in a different state now, so
doesn't matter.
Well, for me, most of my friends are from New York, so those guys,
but
they're geeks.
What state are you in now?
I'm in Georgia. I don't really.
How long have you moved there?
It's been 7 years, but I haven't really.
7 years is way too long for you not to have a social network
I know.
in Georgia, because you're right near Atlanta. I don't know what part of Georgia, and I don't know Atlanta that well, but I know one thing. If you're from New York is a hustling town.
Yeah.
New York know how to make people like them. I'm a
Yeah.
New Yorker. I could talk shit.
Yeah, I could do that. I have no problem with that part. I have no problem. It's just that I haven't.
Well, one of the things you should have done already, you should have made male friends in Georgia or in Atlanta downtown. You make the money, socialize, get into the clique with the brothers, find out where the spots are, hang out, drink, take shots, take out a bunch of girls, spend some money on them, get them drunk, and see how they act. I'm not saying to take advantage of them now. I'm just saying what it will do, it will make you comfortable with them. And it'll open you up to be able to rap to women more easily. And once you become comfortable talking to one woman, you're comfortable talking to any woman. If you're not intimidated about approaching a woman,
No.
It's no thing. So what? She might turn you down. What I do when I get turned down by a woman that's attractive, I find the next most attractive woman in the room and push up on her. Because what I'm going to show her, I'm going to snatch something better than you. Because women are very envious and they're very jealous. And they hate to think that you could get something better than them. Trust me.
I mean, you're all right about that. I am getting myself to get out more and stuff like that. Most women say my game is charming. I'm a charming person and stuff like that. So.
And then what happens after charming?
They always say you're kind of borderline. You're nice, but you're not too nice. It's like
okay, charming. Like, if a woman uses the word charming on you, that's like saying nice. That's like you're my friend. That's being sophisticated.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? No. You want her to not be able to put you in a box. She can't figure you out. She can't figure out if you're a bad boy or what. She think you might be, but she's not sure. Keep them guessing. Keep them off balance. One of the things I would say, and I learned this a long time ago, when you meet a woman, always give her a compliment and always give her an insult at the same time. And the insult should never be overt. The compliment should be overt, but the insult should never be overt. The insult should be suggested but not spoken. For example, you walk up to a woman, she looks good, she got a nice fat booty. You're not going to comment on her booty because everybody comments on her booty, right? Look for something else. If she got dimples, that's more unique. If she got really nice almond-like eyes, comment on her eyes. Give her a compliment on something that she cannot change, but then insult her on something that she can change. Shake her hands, look at her fingers, and say, you just kind of look at it and say, who did your nails? She's going to say, what? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Change the conversation. You never insulted her. You just insinuate something was wrong with her nails. But after that, she's going to want you to answer that question. Move on. Say, you know what? I'll talk to you later. Step off, go back with your boys, have some drinks. She's going to be over there with her friends. She's going, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with my nails? Ain't nothing wrong with my nails. She's going to show her friends, what's wrong with my nails? Yo, you got to plant something in their head so they think about you.
Okay.
The next time you see her, you know what she's going to do? She's going to walk up to you. Them fingers are going to be in your face for you to say something. And then you laugh. When she goes, how's my nails? Like, they're all right. And she knows she was just played. Now you buy her a drink. You guys sit down, go in a corner. You start kicking it. But between that first meeting and the second meeting, she's been thinking about you because she went back and made sure her nails was top shelf. She made sure the girl that's in the salon that's got the best reputation, that's the person that's going to do her nails, because when she run up in that spot, she's going to want to make sure she's tight. And you ain't going to have shit to say. But all the while, you never said anything. You just intimated. You never insulted her. Don't never insult her directly, right? You never want to insult the woman. but you want to plant a seed. And the seed purpose is to really cause her to think about you. That's all it is. You can look for different things to make a woman think about you.
Okay.
There are different ways to go about it. I just gave you that simple
Yeah,
example,
that was a good one.
right?
So, bait and pull her in. Yeah.
You ever been fishing?
Yeah, I'm starting to learn how to fish. It's a little boring for me, but yeah, I'm starting to.
Well, one of the things about fishing gives you patience.
Oh, yeah, too much.
Fishing gives you patience. And when you're dealing with women, especially if there's a particular woman you want, you got to have patience because you have to learn how to find out what makes her tick. If there's a spot that you socialize in, go to the bartender, especially if the bartender is female or if the bartender is gay. If it's a gay bartender, trust me, drop her or him, whatever they call themselves, drop them a nice tip. Ask her, yo, what's up with her? They're going to give you the 411. A
Okay.
gay bartender, they know everybody. Use that to your leverage. They'll give you the information you need. And they'll tell you anything negative about that person too. So you need to get out. You need to get out and you need to socialize. Develop a crew of friends, men friends that you can socialize with. They can introduce you to the places where you can get more familiar with, right?
Yeah. I mean, I do get out, but I'm just not in Atlanta. I fly out. I go here and there, and I need to.
Well, you need to
Atlanta.
also have a home base, right? There's in sports there's something called home team advantage, or home court advantage, right?
Mhm.
Home court advantage is because that's the place you know best, and that a foreign team coming on your home court should not be able to beat you. Meaning the women that are in the circle where you live, you should have the ability to pull them before anybody else can pull them.
Mm.
Besides you pulling women in other places. And if you're a New Yorker, man, you should have those skills already.
I mean,
But what I would say, you might have been programmed by your parents to restrict part of your personality, and you might have to make new social friends now that you're grown and you're not under that influence anymore. You can slowly over time, deprogram some of the things that your parents did. And they did that with all goodwill and a good intention to help you not fall into the traps of New York, because there are many. And I know. I mean, my mother used to check me for drugs damn near every day. So it was insulting. But when I grew up, I understood why. Right.
I mean, most of the guys I grew up with from from elementary to high school, either they're cleaning the high school or not doing much for their lives. Out of my high school, I would say 8% turn out to be something. So I mean,
but that's the way of the world when you come from challenging environments. But one thing I would say, if you come from a challenging environment, just like diamond is made through pressure of coals far beneath the earth.
Mm-hmm.
When you come out of those environments, you have the skill to be better than most people that come out of softer, less challenging environments. So from a success potential, you are more hardened. You have more of the skills and the abilities for you to be able to make it. I mean, you have the intellectual ability, and you have developed that like maybe 90-10 to your social ability. And now you need to balance it out and develop your social part of your life, and develop those areas so you can be able to express the other talents that are within you, because you have the social capability within you. You just haven't had the experience of exposing them. Playing pool is, you could play pool by yourself, but you could play pool mostly with men. Women don't play pool that much.
Yeah.
Once they become your girlfriend, then you can do that with her, play pool, go bowling, go, do different things. But you're not going to do an MMA jujitsu with your woman, right? So those things is what you do for your own self-development and training and staying fit and whatnot, and, keep yourself strong, right? But you also have to do things where you can be in social environments to be able to flex, where you can move laterally with people, move between men and women, right? Move between different classes of people. Like I have friends who are drug dealers.
Yeah.
They're not drug dealers now,
Street
but they were
pharmacists.
kingpins back in the day, right? And
Yeah, street
I
pharmacists.
know executives who own multi-million-dollar corporations on Wall Street. And I could hang out with my boys in the hood, and I can hang out with my executive friends, go up to the Hamptons, and I can hang out with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to be able to flow in different environments.
Yeah, I do need to. That's one thing I wanted to adjust about myself this year. I wanted to get myself out a little more. Well, get myself out a little more in Georgia. I've been because when I travel too much to do that, so I kind of stick my
Well, I
butt.
mean, it depends. If you're traveling for work, that's one thing. But if you're traveling to just socialize in the areas where you're comfortable, no, you need to put yourself in uncomfortable places so you can become comfortable in those spaces,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And do some grooming. Get a good barber.
I know. I've been working 12-hour shifts, so I just let myself go a little bit. But yeah,
Don't worry, don't worry. I'm just dropping some advice, straight off the
yeah.
dome, as they may say, right? Don't worry about it. I mean, trust me, there are times when I'm looking like Moses too, so don't worry. That's no biggie. And people be commenting on my shit too, so I'm like, hey, no biggie, right? I understand that.
I'll definitely trim it up. Yeah,
All
12-hour
right.
shifts, man.
Let me bring up somebody else. You can sit in there if you want. Sit tight.
All right, brother.
Definite G, what's up, my brother? Talk to me.
How are you, Mr. Lee? Yeah, how
I'm
are
doing
you?
well. Doing well.
All right, man. Dropping gems as usual. But going on to the topic, game is a form of intelligence, but intelligence is not always game. And this is the problem that even I had like learning this stuff, female attraction and, being the man I'm supposed to be, is that I ran into that problem that, I had to, show how qualified I am to her and make sure that, she knows everything about me. That's actually not true, especially when you see that video there. He was constantly trying to, prove himself to her. And yeah, I saw that she was bored the entire time. What you have to understand about women that they are very hedonistic. They're hedonistic by nature, meaning like the Cliff Notes version of it is I feel, I feel, I feel. So they're kind of like stimulation junkies. So if you aren't stimulating her in some way, like you don't have a sense of humor or you don't have that right, energy about you, she's going to be dull and boring. And well, she's going to be dull. She's going to be view you as dull and you're going to be viewed as boring. And also, she's not going to really pay attention to what your accolades were. So that's what the guy had that problem with, is that he could have presented the same
Well,
thing. He
well,
could have said like, yes,
I would say this is
mhm,
that he wasn't animated, and not everybody is
yes,
animated, particularly when they're on a video, right? If you're not
yes,
linguistically animated, body gestures and so forth, you may come across as
yeah,
dull. But you may come across as dull on a video, just your face talking, but then put in a social environment where you get to move about, you could be viewed potentially completely different. So, and a lot of times when, particularly men, when they're achieve such high goals at very young age, what tend to happen is that they will focus from they were young, and they have spent the past 10, 15 years developing a craft, discipline, and training to reach those high attainments that they have gained. Building
hmm,
yourself with game also requires you to socialize and be around women and other men and learn how to move in a different way. And that takes time also. And usually you would get that in your youth. But if you spend a lot of your youth learning, at some point in your life, you're going to have to also spend some time developing other skills to kind of balance off your personality a little bit more, so you learn how to express yourself and you're not like a book, you're just not one way. So that's something I think, like like they have charm school now for women to help them to become more sophisticated. I think somebody may want to come up with suave school or gentleman school for men to
yeah,
teach them how to move in a certain way in different environments with women, because how you would move in an after hour spot with a woman or with around women would be different than how you may move in a club or something like that. It's different. You got to be able to assess your environment, because you're also being assessed by the men around you too. And if you're new to that environment, you could be challenging to them if you can be pulling all the women that they may have an interest in pulling, but they can't. So you have to be aware of those things.
yeah. And you're absolutely correct. But I have to push back on the first thing that you said, that,
Which
on
is,
camera, that like on camera, since he was on camera, he couldn't express his, entire personality. I have to disagree because
no,
game
I didn't say he
encompasses
couldn't. I
everything.
just said maybe he's not
Mhm.
animated enough to do that.
Oh,
Go ahead. Anyway,
gotcha.
lay
Okay.
out your point.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mhm. And the thing is, it's like regardless of like your, of when you understand how what makes women tick, it doesn't matter this area that you're in, you know how to do it like with the drop of a hat. So that's the thing. It's just that just seeing what he was doing, he was giving the woman too much control over the frame of what's going on instead of him flipping it. So that's like more advanced. I know, like, yeah, yeah. So like, because like right there, because I don't want to, I don't want to stay on him too much, but what men have to do that you're always in control. Like you're always in control of the interaction. You lead her.
Well,
You direct her. You're the one, like, yes, it's a back and forth, it's a tennis game, but since you're showing, your dominance and your masculinity to her, you are setting the course and the tone of the conversation of like what's going
well,
on. Oh, wait, you want to say something? Mhm.
no, no, I was just going to say that in general, the woman is supposed to entertain the man. The man is not supposed to entertain the woman. I think we have that backwards in the Black community, and especially in the Latin community and the white community, women move differently. Women are the one that entertain men. Men don't entertain women. But for whatever reason, we have it backwards, and we're always trying to entertain a woman. So we have to 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 make gestures, But
Mhm.
what I would say is that as your personality come out and you learn how to express yourself without limitations, women will see what they like, and if they like what they see, they will open themselves up to you. And
Mhm.
I don't know how many times that brother has maybe put himself out there to try to talk to a woman on a online in some kind of a social environment, social media. But obviously, it's a learning lesson for him as well. And I don't think he should really get caught up and detracted by the rejection of one woman that didn't see any value in him to want to meet him and get to know him better. I think he should really focus on himself and build his success, because you know what? Once you reach some level of success in life, life is a tier, right? Like a pyramid, it's a tier. And the higher you go up the tier, there are less blocks at that pyramid level. So when you're at the top of that pinnacle tier, it's only one brick. I mean, all the women that's up in that circle, they circling you. So you don't
Mhm.
have to worry.
Yeah.
When you're at the
Yeah.
when you're at the bottom of the
Mhm.
tier, that's where you need all your game, because everybody is at the bottom of the tier. When you go up that tier level, men fall off and just the women remain. If you're the only man in a room full of 50 women, doesn't matter how much you got, they're gonna approach you. You just gotta learn how to bring yourself out. You can't be a statue, right? But you have to be comfortable talking to women. All right. Let me bring
Yeah.
another brother
And
up.
you're Oh yeah, and I want to continue my point. And I would even want to give Stefan a little bit of advice to help him out.
Go ahead, drop it.
Well, yeah, it's not about really entertaining the woman. It's just literally showing the woman who you are and not being afraid of it. See, what Stefan has the problem with is that, and this is what like my experience with women and just going like you have to drop your ego when dealing with women. You have to. You cannot be ashamed of what she's going to think about you, just like you said, Mr. Lee, and you cannot be afraid to like maybe push her buttons, because that's what I do when I talk to women. I love like pushing them. I love teasing them. Like if they say like, "Hey, do you like my hair?" I just say, "Oh, kind of." Give them that, kind of backhanded compliments. I love doing that, and the women love it. So it's not really about me being like a dancing monkey to them. No,
Right.
like
That's
fuck
that's
no.
that's being
Yeah,
indirect, and indirect
yeah,
creates that's that space where they can't figure you out and they have to think it through, right? You didn't
yeah,
say anything
yeah,
specific.
yeah,
Like
and
I know some men who their whole game is violence, straight up. Their whole
mm,
game is violence, especially in an after hour spot. They'll pick a fight with a dude that's new to the spot that they don't know and try to push him around, and that'll get the interest of the woman. Straight
yeah,
up. I mean, guys have different games, man. depending on where you are. It doesn't have to be linguistic skills. It's just shit that will excite a woman and get her to watch you. And once she see you and she thinks you're interested, you can move on her. So it could
Yeah.
be talk, it could be your gesture, it could be your dress, it could be your attitude, and in some cases, it could be a violent nature. And there are a lot of women that like
Hmm.
violent nature.
Yeah.
Taekwondo, good afternoon, my brother. Welcome to Sage
What's
Talk.
going on? What's going on?
What you
Just
got for
wanted
the
to shout out to y'all,
conversation?
to the panel. You know what I'm saying? I do YouTube and dating coaching myself.
Oh,
Me and
really?
Angry Man are actually on a panel together for we talk real game no theory panel. So shout out to Angry Man. But I just wanted to get on here to talk about that game versus intellect aspect and how a lot of people took that clip and had a lot of different opinions on it. But the aspect
Sure.
I want to focus on is that game is intentional. Whereas though intellect is more so just like I'm smart, I know a lot of things, and I can use my intellect in any way. I can use my intellect to qualify for a position or to learn something fast or to apply my knowledge. But anytime you see game is always intentional. Either it's like you said, game is more than woman. It's not just being able to approach her and get her to, get us to start texting and me to have sex with her. Game can also be used when I'm switching environments. I'm going around some managers or CEOs and saying, hey, how y'all doing today, man? How's the family at home? And I know I'm asking very careful questions just to let them know I'm involved in this interaction. And to go back to that interaction with the man and the woman, he was boring. He was dull. He was mundane. He wasn't connecting it or making it relational between him and her. He just went on there, and you could have actually took his clip and replaced it with an interview for an internship at UPenn or Harvard School of Medicine, and he would have had his conversation would have been perfect for that environment. But as far as that interaction with dating and him and the woman, she wasn't moved by him in that instance, and I would agree with her. But I can also see how his value, his qualities, makes him a 1%, a top man that she should look out for. So it really is both worlds at the same time.
That's a good insight. Good insight. But one thing I would say too is that it may also uh, may be that he lack experience in video interviewing or talking to women in general. Because sometimes when a man achieve a lot at a young age academically, they have spent most of their time in the books and school and so forth, and haven't had much time socializing with the opposite sex. And where you may lack that, it may, like you said, that same interview in the other environment, in a professional environment, whether he was interviewing for uh, grad school in front of the dean or whoever, or to a CEO at a particular company, would fly differently than it did with a woman. Because sadly, impressing a woman means you have to sort of entertain her to get her eyes batting a little bit to say, who's that? I want to know who you are. Tell me more. Right.
Right.
And he didn't come off in that way. But I think, the first time out, most people that jump into the pool at the deep corner, they're going to go down a couple of times before they figure out how to swim. So I think
Right.
that might be a learning lesson for him as well. He could take
Yeah.
something away from that.
And intellect, and a lot of things I notice is that intellect can't compensate for game, but game can compensate for a lack of intellect. So this
Right,
this
it
might
can.
be this might be an extreme example, but I remember I was studying a lot of things in my content. I just allowed my curiosity to steer me different ways. And a lot of times you notice who have the most game and understand the people most and can move them is a lot of times the sociopaths, the psychopaths, those people who understand people really well, know how to treat them and deal with them to get them to do what they want. I mean, you look at, as fucked up as he was, Jeffrey Epstein example, when he was younger, he used to I think he used to work at Wall Street or some type of financial firm, and he wasn't qualified for the position at all, but he talked his way in. And that example of many examples how he was able to finesse people, manipulate people, and use them just shows how his game was able to compensate for his lack of actual credibility or his lack of actual intellect or whatever. But going to relate that to the guy that the nuclear physicist, he probably didn't even need to tell her half of the things that he told her, but
he did. Exactly.
he was trying to impress her. He was trying to use his intellect. Well, I'm this. I was reading this book. I got a 96 on a test. I can calculate the square root of no bitches. I can. It is like, bro, why should she care? You know what I'm saying? Why should she care?
Right. Absolutely. And I think that's the disconnect sometimes that men make with women, especially men who are brainiacs. the brainiac types, the nerd type. You
You
know,
would
they
say
lead
that
with
way.
like rich men. Some people would say rich men lead with their wallet.
Yeah.
Men like that would lead with their knowledge, right? You lead with the skills that you're best perfected in. And men who lead with game, that's their best skill as well. And game in a sales environment works well. And I come from a background of sales 20 something years. So I understand how to use game both in a sales environment
Right.
professionally and in a social environment because the company I work with required you, you know, like now you have sales skills, sales training apps that take you through the motions of sales. But one of the things they say is that to close a sale, it takes at least 5 to 12 contacts. When I grew up, we learned the first call close.
Mm.
You get a motherfucker on the phone the first time, when you hang up that phone, you got money coming in. Boom.
Yeah.
Straight up. And we learned that from pushing up on women. My boss would say, hey, go get her phone number. Find the finest bitch in the club and say, go get her number. You get a number, I got this lead for you. He's worth 5 million. Open the account tomorrow. Straight up. I learned that in business. So that's sales. And that's how you build your confidence. Because if you've never asked a man for 10 million, you come from the hood, you don't know what it's like to ask a white man for $10 million, $50 million, $100 million trading portfolio. You don't know how to really do that. I've seen guys look at a phone like it was a cobra. They would not touch it. They were totally terrified. In 3 days, they were fired because they can't make no
Mm-hmm.
money. So that's all part of game too. So, you know, coming from the streets, going to Wall Street or going up in sales in different, you know, corporate environment, if you've got that linguistic capability and that confidence, you can definitely, as they say, fake it till you make it till you learn all the ins and out of the industry to make you more professional, well-rounded. But definitely a
And
very
I would
impressive take.
And I would say something to, especially what Taekwondo was saying, that I would say it's even more apparent for rich people to learn game as well, is because a lot of things will go along easy because even Kevin Samuel still used the game because he
Well,
got a
he
lot
came
of
from sales.
well, yeah, he came from
Came from sales.
sales. At the same time, he used game to get into doors that he wouldn't normally get in by like talking to the escorts or even talking to a lot of the women that he was dealing with. So he would say, "Hell yeah," he would spit game to the women, and then he would send them off to talk to another guy, and then either the next day or a few days later, he'd get a phone call.
Right,
So,
because
like, I think,
most men, most
mhm,
men, women are their Achilles heel. Whether it's white men, black men, any man.
Right.
Women is your Achilles heel.
mhm,
Because the prize of a man is a woman in general, right? We make money so we can get the
yeah,
best toys, so we can get the best woman we want, so we can sport her. That's what we do. And then some men, when the women get too
yeah,
old, they replace her with a younger model, right? That's what success is all about too. And you're right, you know, but at some level when you become so rich, game doesn't really mean anything because the women are introduced to you. You don't even have to go find them. They don't go in clubs. They're in private clubs, exclusive places where the women are brought in. So you don't have to hunt. We in a different level where we have to hunt. You know, he's interviewing on a YouTube show to find a woman. That's different, right? That's the bottom layer of the pyramid. When you're at the second or the top tier, you're not interviewing women. They're prostrating themselves to get your attention. It's a different game. So someone in the chat said there are different levels to game. Absolutely, there are different levels to game, and you have to take yourself from the last rung to get yourself to the top. That's where you have. Once you're at the top or near the top, the game strategies are less. You don't have to use it that often because people recognize. They say game recognize game. People recognize you when you're there. You know, there's this spot. What is it? 58th Street, right off of Madison Avenue, called Macanoodles. It's a cigar bar. If you've ever been in there, the front area is just where you get your cigar. You can sit out front, you can smoke. But they have a back area too. That's where you find all the old blonde-haired white men, and you'll be surprised. You walk in there, you'll see a half a dozen black women, slim and tall, and they ain't talking to no brothers. Now that white man ain't got no game. He's at the top tier. Game is not that important. All right.
No,
Let me
I
bring
would
up
say like
that too.
Let me bring up the brother Tim so we can add some flavor to the conversation. Hey Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Good afternoon, fellas. I think, like what a lot of you guys were saying, you have to have a balance. You know, if you didn't grow up in an environment where so-called had all the game, you have to learn it. And I think most of the time, women don't want to be, especially women of color, they don't want to be bored. So you have to have a little swag. And it's easier for guys that have their stuff together, that have money to gain swag than for the guys that have the swag to get the money. But if you have the money and you just need the swag, all you have to do is change your wardrobe, hang around a couple bars, hang around a couple clubs and stuff, and the women gonna come before you even say anything. And then you can sell yourself of your what you have going on and stuff like that. I think
But you
with that,
also, I mean,
go ahead, sir.
let me just interject. But you also have to have a good crew with you, right? 3 or 4 guys that you know well, that knows the lay of the land. Because you trying to roll up in a club but not understanding the dynamics, the social dynamics, you step on the wrong toes or you approach the wrong woman, you can find yourself in a heat of mess real fast. So
That is
in the social
that is
environment, you have to understand the dynamics there too,
that is
particularly
true.
with the men.
Yeah, but that is true. But I'm saying is like bars that's not so much in those certain type of areas. You know, you put on a
Okay.
nice suit, you stand by the bar, you know, and for the most part, some women will approach you, and that's when you can, you know, insert your intellect and tell them what you want to do and stuff like that. But you do have to have the swag and you have to have, you know, your stuff together also. And a lot of times, what a lot of guys that do have their stuff together, not saying all, they don't have that swag or confidence for some whatever reason they don't. You know, me growing up, I didn't have the swag. Once I
Where'd
started
you grow up?
working, huh?
Where'd you grow up?
Florida. I grew up in Hollywood, Florida.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
I grew up in a single parent household, you know, and I didn't have the confidence. You know, I didn't have the name brand clothes and stuff like that. I went off to college. I started working. I started making money. Then I started getting confidence, and
Shit, most
the more confidence I had, changed my wardrobe, and now you know women approach me. You know, sometimes I have more confidence to approach the women, and it's easier for me to talk because I had to gain that confidence over time because I didn't have it. I didn't have a father in the house or to tell me, oh, this and that and this. I had a mother, and I didn't have that confidence. I had to gain it. But as I got older, I the game and the swag, the confidence is more for me. Is more so important than the intellectual you know, because a lot of women they see the confidence I have. It's not an arrogant confidence, but it's a confidence that I'm not afraid to approach a woman. I don't care who she is. I'm not afraid. She tell me no, oh well. You know, I don't stutter. I don't have a problem holding the conversation. You know, because I travel a lot now, so I can talk about different places and all that other stuff. I just think you have to have a balance because when I didn't have the balance, I had a hard problem talking to women. I didn't have the confidence, but now you know since I'm balanced out, it's easy. I can go to a bar and be by myself and sit by the bar and just you know I look good, smell good. And I might not get the best looking women, but I will have women come up to me, you know, talk and stuff like that, and I can indulge in a conversation with them you know. But
can I
Well,
go,
can I
go ahead.
I,
disagree with
I
that? Yeah.
yeah,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
listen. Most dudes I know that got the most game ain't shit. They ain't got no bag. They don't travel. I would just be real. So
Thank you, for real.
I think you're grouping you're mixing a couple things that elevate
Exactly.
it
Yeah.
together. You're mixing your status with your self-worth, your sense of self, and your confidence all together with your elevation in money and your independence as a man. When a lot of times, you know, dudes with the game in that position with no money, they would know the girl to mess with. All right, she gonna pay for this. She gonna order me this. Because a lot of times a woman's nature, a lot of dudes on the internet complain about female nature. Even by saying a lot of women are hypergamous. It's also in a woman's nature to nurture. So you'll find that woman who want to buy you things will hold you down while you struggling. You know what I'm saying? So even just by understanding how to connect with her emotionally will allow her to take care of you financially. You know what I'm saying?
What
So
I was saying,
the understanding of people is the game part.
Yeah, but I was saying.
Yeah, and I want to touch on something else too, but I'm gonna let him go.
Yeah, a lot of times the guys that ain't shit, that don't have their stuff together, they have the biggest confidence because of their swag. That doesn't mean that they have they have the confidence. Like he said, a lot of their game is picking fights. A lot of their game is the talk a big talk, but they really ain't about shit. That's why their confidence so high, because they can use their mouthpiece and get the girl.
Because
That's
they
what I was saying.
understand how to. It's really like a lot of emotional intelligence involved, right?
Right.
But
yeah,
like you saying though, they ain't shit, but they know how to make people do shit.
Confident, and it's confident, even though they don't have it. It's confidence, and a lot of guys.
You can discover your confidence though. You can discover your confidence by testing
you
yourself.
Build it.
Yeah,
right.
You got to build it up, and that's.
I don't know if this is gonna work, but I know I can try.
Yeah,
let
and
me see where it goes.
A lot of times with guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, but also, confidence is something that breeds itself based on success. So as you do something and you succeed at it, it adds to your confidence. You become more bolder. So these guys with all these swag and confidence and game, but don't have the economics to support it, is because early on they found out that their look, their way of moving, how they talk, and the way they communicated with women was successful to them, and they just built on that, and they roamed the streets and hung with their boys and do what they do, but that never led them to any successful economics. But they
Right.
had the ability to leverage that lack and use the women to provide that where they lack. So that grew in them, and now in them they're stronger on the game and swag, but they're weak on the intellect part to be able to use that
Right.
business wise. Now they may be able to kind of how can I say, they can pretend, but if you're in a room with men who not only have both game but intellect and skill, they'll read right through you. They'll read right through you. So, and I know that because I've been in rooms where guys had game and nothing to back it up. They threw their ass out. I mean, not overtly, but they say thank you very much. We'll get in touch with you. And you know what that means? They ain't never gonna call your ass. Go ahead.
And also, yeah. So the thing is, and Anton mentioned this a few times, you make the money for you, not for women. Because if you try to stress yourself out trying to impress women, you're gonna go crazy. You build up your purpose. You build your money. You build your foundation for you, not for women. You do it for your own self gratification. And also, when it comes to attracting women, like Amira said this plenty of times on her show, but I already knew this way before she even said anything. If you want to get in her pants, you have to first get into her head. You have to live in her head rent free first before she busts it open for you. So that's really the key here. You have to get into her mind, get into her head, have her thinking about you all the time, and then she'll be like, and it's just downhill from there. It's just easy.
Yeah, that's something I say a lot at my in some of my earliest coaching videos with guys. I said, and I wasn't even saying that as a point A and then point B kind of situation, but just as an observation. That a lot of times with women, if you open her mind, she'll open her legs. You don't even have to go back or go for the pussy. She'll give it to you. She'll want to please you, all because you got her here. So no, that's fact. Shout out to her for that take for the.
Hey, yeah, sure. You got to get on camera if you want me to bring you up. Camera's kind of dark. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Done there talking to my cousin, who's a female.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. All right. Welcome to the show. This is Sage Talk. Come in at the beginning of the convo. Seemed like I caught you in the middle of a stream yourself.
Right, right.
Okay, let's start. Okay, come with it.
All right. No, I was talking to my cousin, and she's a lady, and I kind of had her listen to you guys just for a second, and she was just shaking her head, going, "Well, if that's what they believe, that's fine." But it's something. My mom, she told me this before she passed away. This was some years ago. She said, "Women do the choosing. Men gotta stop thinking that they choose. Women do the choosing." She said, "It don't matter how tough your game is." She said, "Women will always choose because
Well, we
because
well we okay. Understand this. We know women are choosing for sex,
okay. Well,
right?
let me say
Hold
this.
on, hold on, hold on.
Okay,
Women choose for sex. They give you access to their body.
okay,
But
okay,
men are the one that choose who will become in a relationship or who will become in a wife.
okay.
So that
Well,
part is where men choose. Now, obviously, the women have the right of refusal to say yes or no, but it's the man that can offer her the opportunity to be his wife. It's not the other way around. And with regarding to, we understand that it's women that will choose you to first get into that encounter where you can have the chance to pull her and, have sex with her and then see where that's going to lead to, depending on what type of woman you're looking for and what type of woman she is. And yes, but what we're talking about also is how can a man achieve that as best as he possibly can? Is it game? Is it intellect? Is it a combination of the two? How do you actually reach that with a woman to get your goal? Go
is
ahead.
well, like I was trying to say here, it's either as far as
Either
I'm
or
concerned,
neither.
neither. It's neither of that
Okay.
because I'm
Okay.
saying because we're dealing with black women. That's number one. The second thing is this.
Qualify
Well,
that statement.
huh?
Qualify that statement. You say we're
Qualify
dealing with
statement
black
by saying
women.
one thing.
Explain it to
White
us, not
guys,
just to me, but to the audience.
okay, white guys who date black women exclusively, they don't have no game. They don't have to have that. Okay, they tell black men they have to have game. That's black women. That's the shit game that they always play. They don't tell white guys that. But white guys have told me. It was I got no game. Just go talk to her, and she goes out with me. So that brother who was on the show, who was on that show with the sister, the young physics student, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. Damn all that game stuff. He did exactly. He was showing her who he was. He was being himself. That's the game that they tell black men that we can't beat ourselves. And that's really an insult to black men for black women to say that when they always pigeonhole black men and tell black men that we're players, we're dogs, we're full of shit, and all these type of things. Here's a brother was coming straight at her correctly. He ain't talking about no sex. He ain't talking about none of that other shit. None of that. He just said, hey, this is what I do. Now, it's not fair to the brother that he got pigeonholed one time on the show. He didn't even know the young lady. He was just trying to explain to her because she asked him. They asked him. So he was just trying to be himself to her. And this is the issue that brothers are dealing with in general with sisters because sisters say one thing, but on the other side, what they mean really something else. So that's why the brother with the game are tend to, in fact, have women because it's about a lie. It's always just a lying about
Well,
something.
well, if I have game, am I not being myself?
Hold on one second, bro. My opinion is brothers who have a lot of game, some of this shit is just purely lies. And I don't have time to lie to women because this is what they tell the world about us anyway. They say black men are liars. Other races of women hear that and they look at us like, is it true about y'all are liars? No, we're not lying. That's for our women. Our women to say that about us because they don't want to see us date other nationalities of women from the start. That's what they're jealous over. Brothers who travel and all that. That's why they're jealous. Has nothing to do with brothers tricking and all that shit. They just get making brothers are finding options from other places where them dudes don't have to have a lot of game. They just be themselves. He don't gotta be slick willing, slick this, have a slick conversation, and none of that stuff. He just be himself. And again, this is just my experience and my opinion. I've had sisters tell me that. Well, you're too nice. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm too nice. What are you talking about? What supposed to be to you? I'm supposed to lie to you? No, I'm being exactly who I am, myself. You should
I
accept
will.
that as a black woman. You should accept that. Y'all
So
women, only women going
let me say
around.
this, Yeshua. Let me say this.
Mm.
To a degree, I do understand where you're coming from because I think it was last year or the year before the beginning of the pandemic in 2020 that women in Australia were trying to get a law passed that a man can't lie about who he is, what his achievements are, and things of that nature, because
That's a
game
real thing.
is also putting something out there that may not necessarily be real at all about you. And women who are hypergamous and want a man that portray himself to be at a certain success level and achievements that he does not have, they give up the draws and later find out that he's none of that.
Right.
So
That's a
game
real
does
thing.
have a deceptionality concept approach about it in how you weave into the ideas of what the presupposition of a woman. And that's part of having game to bait her and pull her in. That's why I asked Stefan earlier, do you go fishing? What kind of fish are you fishing for? If you know your fish, you're going to have the right bait. Black woman is a different kind of bait for a white woman. That's just knowledge there. Taekwondo, I think you wanted to add something to what Yeshua was saying.
Yeah, I was reading the chat for a second, so excuse the laughing and stuff.
I don't worry about it.
Chat always says some funny stuff, but yeah, Yeshua. It kind of sounds like I agree. I can hear what you're saying, and I agree that a lot of people's perception of black men and game, and the other men are not told to have game is true. Um, but they can, depending on what your definition of game is. It kind of sounds like your connotation of game is a man who is like sort of lying and manipulating the person. And I just look at a game as understanding people and navigating based on your understanding of the individual. This is all true to who I am, and actually more true to who they are, because now I can recognize them as an individual. Okay, because let's say I mess with a girl who's from the hood, or I mess with a girl who's from not whatever the suburbs. I don't treat them differently. I don't treat them differently from my standpoint, but I can know from a personality standpoint, well, maybe she is used to a more respectful vernacular, or, a decorum when speaking around her. And then the other girl, I'm more playful, shit talky. Now, all throughout this, I'm maintaining who I am as a person. I'm not changing who I am, but I'm just playing with her based on, I know what what kind of game she plays and what kind of personality she is, and adapting more to that circumstance. A man with game just recognizes people. Same way if I go to a business meeting, I'm not fundamentally changing who I am, but I may go in there and be more socially professional. Just right, more business savvy, charismatic. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like I
And I
said,
would,
I no, like I was saying. I mean, I see your point, but that's a different thing which you're talking about. I have game when I'm doing with a person who I'm trying to sell something to, etc. That's different. Or someone I'm trying to talk to just socially. That's different. But I'm saying when it comes to dealing with black women and dealing with different races of the women, the game, the ideal of talking to a woman is totally different. I can talk to a Latino woman and get a whole different conversation. I don't have to be up there trying to be slicker and slicker and all that. I can be myself. I can talk to a white girl and be myself. She's giddy, she's laughing. I mean, my jokes are corny, whatever. But my point is that I don't have to kind of play no damn role all the time. You see, so that's where I'm getting at with this thing called game. And I think again, it's tragic that brothers get pigeonholed into this because the drill society tells us that black men are at the bottom of the pole as far as dealing with women. That's what statistics says. Okay, so I'm saying it's because something that our women says about us, not because it's really true. It's because I said our women tells them that he's a liar, he makes babies, he has children, and all that is encompassed of this whole idea of, let's say, black men are slick talking, etc. All these types of things, and I'm saying that's something that brothers have to change. But we first have to, in a sense, either change the way black women think about us, or we have to change the fact that we look at ourselves how we do, how society.
Well, I
You
think I think in general,
Well,
you know,
Yeshua.
we have to
Mhm.
set and we have to set and define ourselves and project that image for ourselves. No one else is going to do it for us, and we're not going to. A woman is definitely not going to know how to project a man's image. So that's something we have to do for ourselves. And if we have to recast the mold of what the black man image is, we're going to have to do that work to do that
yeah,
and
yeah.
dispel those stereotypes that have been projected, whether it's by the black woman or in the society at large in general.
And
Go ahead,
Mr.
Taekwondo.
Lee,
And
Let me add
Yeshua.
Jay
Well,
Prince
Yeah.
to the conversation.
Yeah, I was
Hold
yeah.
just
on,
Let
gonna
Jay
me
Prince. One
Yeshua.
let me
second.
I was
let me
just gonna
add
add
something
that.
real
Oh
quick.
yeah, go ahead, definitely G. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me add something real quick, and then I'll let JP rock. Um, when I was learning a lot of this stuff and improving myself, that's at least in my definition what game is. It's like you're actually bringing the best out of yourself. Because, like, I have an issue, especially when women say be yourself, because they really don't understand what that is. It's because a person who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh all day is being themselves at the person, but at the same time, a person raised like in, a more corporate environment, he's also being himself. So, but then the women will be drawn more towards the success. So, with that being said, at least in my opinion, any man who's trying to deceive women, or at least trying to use game to give women a false image, in my opinion, that's not game at all. It's actually you trying to bring out your fullest potential, be completely authentic with women. At the same time, yeah, you're a bit savvy, you're charismatic, you're creating a good time and a good experience for her to remember you, to create that impact. So that's what this is what, at least this is just my opinion. That's what I think game is. That's just my opinion.
Well,
Yeah,
I will say this. One second, Jay Prince. Well, I will say this because, I grew up from a different era, so I have a different perception of game from you young brothers and what's in the streets now. But game is about projection. It's about projection of yourself, and sometimes you may or may not be at the place where you want to be, but you have to be that to where you might be in your environment to get the positive results that you want. I remember when I first started on Wall Street, I knew shit about talking to rich white people, but I had to learn it and I had to build the confidence to do that. And I have to learn how to be relaxed and have a conversation with a man that he moves millions a day. And for him to write a check for $5 million, it's just one of 1,000. But I had to learn how to become comfortable to talk to him like I do the same thing. So sometimes when you're using game, it's not lying. You just have to get your psyche to be in that place, to be at the same level, to be able to convince the person that you have the ability and the skills to gain him what the outcome is that he's looking for. Because though he may make his money in business, you can make his money quadruple in investments, and you're the expert. But going from a beginner to becoming an expert takes time and skill. But to be able to do that, you must practice. It's like a surgeon that's having his first surgery. He's not the same guy 20 years later, but he had the same degree from when he graduated, right? So that's my point. Okay, Jay Prince, go ahead, give it to us, baby.
I want to say, Yashua is on point, and Taekwondo is on point with a lot of stuff. Um, I'll give you a few experiences that I had. I took a 7-day driver's ed class, and I was sitting next to this light skinned woman, nicely, fine, and the first couple, I didn't say not one word uttered out my mouth during that 7-day class, not one word. I didn't have to say nothing. Our body language did all the talking. The second day she brushed her knee against my knee, and I brushed my knee against her knee. And by the third day, I had my hands in her pants. She didn't even know my name. I didn't even know hers. I didn't say not one word. After the teacher must have realized we was doing something because she came to school the fourth day with a dress on, and the teacher told her, "No, you're not going to sit over there. You're going to sit over here," which means like he said she couldn't sit by me no longer.
Of course.
Also, when we talk about game, it's not about deception and you just coming up all this other stuff. A lot of these broke, what you call consider poor men, whatever.
You almost go to broke bitches.
No, no, I'm saying like men men that's not making nothing. They get a lot of
Okay.
women because they don't give a fuck. See, a lot of these dudes that went to school, got all this intelligence and stuff. They feel like they entitled to women, and women will show you very quickly, like, no, you don't even know me.
What gives
I said
you that
that.
impression?
Because Bobby been on his panels. They what they saying is, I went to school, I got all of this, I talk very eloquently,
She's
I'm
totally.
very
I
smart,
agree
I
with
got
her.
all this money, and why is these women choosing these thugs and these
Right.
y'all start putting down other men that's not on y'all level,
But the
or
man,
it's I wouldn't necessarily say on
one
y'all level.
second, one second, one second, one second. Let's have this back and forth. But the man that actually had those accolades didn't come across like that. They may be the audience might be making interpretations,
Definitely the audience.
but but I think sometimes as a man you move in a space where you have confidence and you express your confidence in the arena in which when you're at,
Mhm.
and you talk about things that you know. And if you're educated and intellectual man, you're going to talk about your achievements and your path, where you came from, whatnot, or maybe where you're going. And then those things sometimes will break the ice to find out more about the other individuals, and then an exchange could take place. But if a conversation doesn't get to seed and develop, then you told me something about you, I told you something about me, I didn't hear nothing of interest, I'm done. And I don't think it's a thing where because a man is intellectually, whether you say gifted or talented, that he may believe that he deserves. And I think that's a word that gets tossed around much because men don't go for the idea that they deserve anything, because we always have to work for the shit that we want because nobody give us free shit. So men don't come from the principle that they deserve. I think what the young man displayed was that, hey, look, these are some of my achievements. This is what I've done. This is my career path where I'm headed. He told the young lady something about him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
See, my thing is like I had this woman, right, this dark skinned girl. And she remind me, she favored I don't know. She wanted me to put her name out there,
Don't do
but
that.
okay. She favored one of these girls that be on the panel, and fine. She was dark, fine as hell to me. But when she started speaking, I got kind of I stopped liking her, and y'all, a lot of people gonna get offensive to why I stopped liking her. To me, what we say in the hood, she sounded too white. Like I want to let's get to this, let's get to the nitty gritty with that. If I want a white woman, or if I want a woman that talk that way, I would rather just get the white woman. Like Yashua said, the white
Come on,
man,
brother.
some women, a white man could just walk up to a woman, damn near he got her, no matter what he looked
So
like
hold
or
on one
what he
second.
got.
Okay, hold on one
We don't
second.
want to
Hold on one second.
associate properness with,
Right.
Because it's
I get what you're
is.
saying. I get what it's meant by that. You sound too white statement, but it can kind of be disenfranchising
Proper
when black
English
people.
and
Yeah,
all of this good
when we
stuff.
try to
So
Yeah.
step out of
I,
our
I,
character.
I might interpret that as you feeling out of place, intimidated.
No, never. It wasn't never. No, it actually irritated me, and I told her quit.
And
After a
why
while,
did it
after listening
irritate?
to her,
Why would it? Let's delve into this. Why would a woman that speaks proper English, that may come from an environment where you do not come from, and that's
um,
how her lifestyle have been, why would that offend you?
it offended me because I felt like she was being something. See, it's two types of people. one could
No, they're
try to
not.
beat
There's
them.
more than two types of people.
I'm
You know
saying
what?
like,
Say, you know what?
come on,
Can
Miss
I
Lee, you
guess?
gotta
Can I
let me
guess,
get it
Jay
out,
Prince?
Miss
I think I
Lee.
got it. I think I got it.
Hold on, y'all gotta let me
Did
get
she
it
have
out.
that? Did she have that like snobbish, like
No,
snobby?
she just sounded like a white girl. It
Yeah,
I think y'all can understand what
I thought you were saying she was
that
arrogant
y'all
and
understand what I'm
snobby
talking
Right,
and
about.
right.
sounding like
That's
a
what I
white girl.
thought
Is
too.
No,
crazy.
but let me get it out right quick. Let me get it out
Go
right
ahead,
quick.
finish it up. Go ahead. Speak your
Okay,
piece.
like, cause I know, you could tell when somebody done went to school and got an education. And I told her, I was like, man, you don't have to sound like that. You just not at a job or, you don't have to. Cause I know black people. Black people not born to talk that way. We're not born to talk that way. I know a lot of
What do you mean we're not born to talk that way? What are you talking about, bro?
I don't know
hold
what
on.
you're talking about, bro.
I mean, come on now. Y'all talk bad about people that is not talking
A
that way.
product
So
of
we
your
gotta
environment.
have a dialogue
Oh,
between back and forth. Like y'all
but
got
what I'm saying
a
is
lot of messed up
environment.
opinions about
One
men.
second. We can have a back and forth, Jay Prince. One second. Let's have a back and forth.
Uh-huh.
You have to understand the reason why we talk the way we talk is because of our environment. It's because that's what we're surrounded with. You saw the movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy? Put you in a different environment as a kid growing up, you're gonna talk like the environment where you grew up. And they
It's
can't
some noise in the
switch
background.
to your yeah, somebody gotta mute up. Somebody mute up. Okay. So she can't switch and speak as though she's from the hood because she knows nothing about the hood. And you're assuming because she's black, she comes from the hood. So she must know the hood. So just because you educated, don't bring that educated ish here. But that's a false misapprehension, I think, sometimes.
It's not about it's two different types of people that
Go ahead.
sound educated and people that's talking white. It's different. Like
Okay.
just because you fishing your voice, like for an example, if I was to come on a panel, hey Mr. Lee, I'm Jay Prince, and I got a question about so and so and so and so and so. So. That's talking white. What we've been doing on the panel, we not talking white. Y'all been educating. A lot of people on the panel come on the panel talk educated because you talking educated simply means to lead people out of ignorance. You don't have to fix the tone of your voice or trying to act like another different group of people that you not, and you can't get upset when you try
Okay.
when you
So
try to
it's
go meet these other
JP.
So it's
people.
condescending and
Right,
Right.
and
That
you
would be
try
the
to meet some
implication.
people.
Hey, Jay Prince,
Yeah.
did you hear her regular voice? Was that the first time you heard her voice or second time?
No,
Oh, but she didn't modify her
when I
voice.
was
She
talking
didn't
with
modify her voice, right?
she did maintain that voice.
I mean, what I'm
That's
trying
her
to say is,
speaking voice.
was
She
that the
didn't
first time?
modify it.
Was that the first time you heard her speak, or the second time? Have you ever heard her talk a different way?
Okay, at first I just met her on the streets, and we went out on a couple of dates.
Then how could? Oh, then
And she talked the same way from the time
Yeah,
you met her?
but I know you about to get at how, you going what you get at. You about to ask me, well, how do I know
No, no,
that's not her true original
no, I'm
voice?
not. No, I'm not going to say that at all. I'm just
No,
going
I'm
to
saying, well,
go ahead.
Jerome's about to ask me. How did I
that's what I
know?
was getting at. How do you know
Because I
that?
know black people. We got. I've been around. I'm 37 years old, and I've been around a lot of blacks, and I know our tone. You can tell when you call Pizza Hut or something on the phone. You can tell if you talking to a Caucasian, an Asian, a Puerto Rican, a black. You can tell.
Let
I
me tell
mean,
you something.
I
I'll tell you
Not
something, Jay Prince.
necessarily.
One second, Jerome. One second, Jerome. I worked on Wall Street for a particular firm for 14 years. The firm was an all-black firm. And my name that I used on Wall Street was a different name. It's not Lee. And I had clients that it was 10 years before, one, they knew my real name, and two, that they knew I was black. Because over the phone, they never knew I was black. Because when you're calling Merrill Lynch and these big firms, Dean Witter, Morgan Stanley, Solomon Smith Barney, A.G. Edwards, a guy that's trading $600 million ain't going to talk to no black guy. And if you sounding black, he ain't talking to you.
Why not? Why we
So
got to
if
alter yourself
why
to become
you're not
successful?
what you're doing is you're speaking in a professional English, corporate English, like you know the English language, not that you're talking to your homies around the way. And if you don't, let me tell you something. When I'm with my homies, I talk one way. When I'm with corporate, I talk a different way. When I'm with my family, I talk different. You came into my house with my family, you probably wouldn't even understand my English. Serious.
But my thing is, because I had this debate with a couple of people before, and my thing is this: like, why is it? Let's just say now you don't even have to talk Ebonics, but why do we, to become successful, we got to alter who we are to become successful, and we brag on. And you got black people brag on. I'm the only nigga in the room. I'm the only nigga that can do this. But that don't make you. You got to live a lie to become successful.
No,
well, let me say
JP,
this: if you grew up eating chitlins and pork yams and whatever that stuff is that you eat, and you become successful, if you keep eating that shit, you're gonna be dead at 45. Part of the journey of life is to grow. If you watch a tree, you break off a branch of the tree, it spouts somewhere else, and it continues to grow. It doesn't stay the same place. And because black people has been relegated through systematic racism to the bottom of society, you're saying that even if you make it out, you still have to behave like you're at the bottom. Bullshit. I don't accept that.
Hold on, Lee. Hold on. That's wrong. That's I disagree.
Well,
now,
I want to. Well,
disagree with you.
Hold on, Definite G.
Let me
Let
speak
him
on
speak.
it.
Hold on, Definite G. Let him speak.
This one time
Go
I
ahead,
disagree with you, because now it's making it look like being black is at the bottom, and we got the in order for us to want to be somebody positive and great, we got to alter our blackness for the whiteness.
So what is
That's
the blackness
what it
that you're
is.
referring to? What is the blackness that you're referring to?
Now
that
we associated we associated broken English with black, but I don't think that's the case.
No, you're associating speaking proper English with white. That's the conversation.
No. What I'm saying is because
you said the young lady. No, what you're saying is the young lady spoke good English.
No,
so she was acting like she was white, but that's the way she spoke to you from the day you met her.
Like, for an example, Lee, it's a lot of people out here can speak very proper with their English, but they still they tone is still, you can tell that they not trying to alter their voice. Like this woman sounded like a white woman.
Maybe she had been programmed. Yeah, maybe she had been programmed.
So basically, to me, if I want me a white woman that talk like that, if I want a woman that talk like that, I might as well get a white woman. That's the same thing with black woman. If she want a man that sound and act like that, she might as well go to
what
the
you're
store.
showing is that you haven't traveled. I've been to France. You'll meet black women in France that speak French like white people. That's how they are. They just French and they're black.
I will understand that one though.
Hey, Jay Prince.
Why? How could you understand a black woman grew up in France, speak French like every other French people, but a black woman grew up in America in a white community or upscale community where she doesn't come from the hood, speak English proper, and you're assuming that she must be putting on a face.
Because when you go to a different country or whatever, you got to adapt to their language.
No, she didn't go to a different country.
I'm saying you said the French lady, the lady that's
one second. French. She was born and raised in France. They were slaves in France too, you know. Black people were taken to France.
Right, that's just like a black Spanish person. They don't speak.
Okay, they don't speak English.
They don't speak English, right? So I can't, by me not knowing their language, I can't sit up here and say, "Oh, you speaking proper French or proper English?"
Oh, but I
don't even know the language in totality.
Right, but my point is because you lack that level of knowing the French language. It's like patois, right? Patois is Haiti's language, Haiti's French. But patois is not the same French that you speak in France. And when you go to Mali, the French that they speak in Mali is not the same French that they speak in France. It's different.
See,
I used to speak a little French. I used to speak a little French because I was in Mali for some time.
Like right
But
now,
it's
Lee,
not the
you
same.
don't
But it's
sound
not the same.
Lee,
Say again.
you don't sound white, but you pronouncing the words properly in its proper context. You not. I can tell you not trying to put on a.
But it's not a matter of
It's
put
weird.
on.
I guess
I
I don't
speak
know.
to my audience. I speak to my audience.
But
If
right,
I
but
was
you're
still
not
calling,
sounding
if
white.
I was still calling on the phone, calling up brokers, portfolio managers at Goldman Sachs, you would never know it was me talking. Trust me,
Hey, Jay Prince.
you would never
And
know.
JP, let me say something real quick. Yeah, let
It's
me say
Money
something.
Action. What do you do for work?
Well, JP,
Huh?
you
What do you do
JP.
for work?
The
I
thing
work in the healthcare,
is,
Huh? Huh?
nursing assistant and a medical technician.
In your work environment, do you have to do any presentations or talk to a big crowd of people?
Sometimes I had to talk to a group of people. It depends on if I'm training them or not.
Who
And
that? It's
you
that I sound like Jimmy Kennel.
and you talk in the same manner, your same manners. You talk the same way to the whole for the crowd, just like that.
I mean, I'm more cautious with my words and stuff like that, and all this other stuff.
Caution about what you
But
say, but not how you say
my
it.
tone of my voice, the tone of my voice still sound the same.
I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, you gotta caution yourself to whoever you're talking. I mean,
I
the
know
thing
what
for
I'm saying
me,
is like a lot of people, a lot of us people, we be like we got our white voice when we need it. Like when you call and go to an interview. Hi, my name is Stephen
Well,
Jerome,
see,
and
okay,
I mean, you got to switch up
but,
your voice.
but let me
Hey,
say
why
this.
do you have to
Let me
switch
say
up
yeah.
your
Let
this.
me
voice?
let me let me
Let me
say
say this,
something,
Jay. One second.
Jay,
One
to you,
second, definite
JP.
G. Let me just address that. 1 second. I don't switch my voice. My same voice is my same voice. What I switch is my vocabulary.
yeah,
Yeah, and
Understand?
JP.
What I switch
it's
is
the
my
same thing when you
There,
vocabulary.
lack queens.
it's
And
all
but to a
about
lot of women,
it's all
that's a
about
sign of
refinement,
submissiveness.
JP.
Women
JP,
is
JP.
attracted to
Let me
power.
touch on what you said. Yeah, I'm gonna touch on what you said. There's refinement in what we do. We have to grow. We can't just stay on like just on the same level as we were before. Because what Lee and even Taekwondo talked about, it's called social calibration. You have to adjust yourself in certain environments. You can't, especially if you're trying to have people understand where you're coming from or trying to send a message, you have to be you have to get on their level of understanding and then present it in that way. You can't just be just doing something that's unfamiliar to them. You have to calibrate yourself to make sure that the message can be clear enough for them to understand. You're not changing your core. You're not changing who you are as a man. That's not it. It's just you're adjusting to the situation. You're adjusting to your audience so that they can hear where you're coming from. That's really what it is. So it's more of an adjustment, not an entire just strip of who you are.
Okay,
No,
now
I think
definitely.
what he was saying was the way the girl spoke to him. It came across as though she was being phony. But he said later on that she always spoke that way. So I think what he's missing is that that was her upbringing, that was her environment. She went to school with girls that spoke that way, so she grew up speaking that way. Now, when she got older,
Yeah,
she may have got into other places around more black people, and when you meet someone like that, you're gonna hear her speak like you close your eyes and you think you're speaking to a white chick, and that's what he was saying. And I get that. But the thing is, what he said was because she was like that, he assumed that she's pretending to be white. I'd rather get a white girl. No, she's
yeah,
just white socially, or what you would call
yeah. That's
white,
prob
right? She was
mentally,
raised in an environment. She was raised in an environment that was sanitized from many black people. I'm not saying she was the only black person, but that influence of the hood was not around her. The only influence she had was Valley Girl.
I wouldn't necessarily say the
yeah.
hood. What I'm saying is, Mr. Lee, she probably didn't grow up around blacks. A lot of blacks.
But
Not
that's my
all
point.
blacks is hood.
I didn't
Well,
say
then that
all
could be a
blacks are hood,
preference to you,
but blacks
JP.
that don't grow up
Yeah,
in the hood don't
But
speak like blacks in the hood.
but my thing is with a lot of these men that comes on here that is that way. Why not go at the women that's like her? See, the problem is they be going after these other women that's not like that, and then they get frustrated and upset that these women are choosing them. No, because y'all choosing to go after the wrong woman. The,
How you
the
gonna
woman
But
that y'all supposed to be
how
going
you
after
gonna say
is
that? But
women
you
like her.
how you gonna say that
But you
after you
don't.
said you didn't want that woman?
No, I'm saying
Right.
no. I'm saying no. What I'm saying is for the men that be coming up here saying, okay, these women just choosing these thugs and all this other stuff, or these men that's on a lower level than y'all. Why not go? And I'm saying that y'all choosing the women that's not for you. Y'all not you choosing a woman that's not that. The woman that I think y'all should be choosing is like the woman that I'm talking about that grew up around whites, got their mentality and their
But
concept the way of
I don't
living.
think
Nowhere post
no one
saying who
came
they
up on
are.
this panel made the assumption that the women that they're going after are just dealing with hood guys. No one made that assumption. And I don't
No.
think the woman that was on that interview that became the topic of this discussion,
Mhm.
whether she grew up in the hood or not, she just wasn't presented that way. She spoke well. And I believe I didn't see the portion of the interview about her accolades, but she's college educated as well. So a college educated black man and a college educated black woman should be able to communicate. They're on a similar level of academic
That,
knowledge or
and that's
skills.
what I mean. That they should be the ones to mate with each other. They both went to school. You know, they got education. They got something going differently from what the people who they've been trying to choose.
But the point is, like we have seen on Kevin Samuel's show, even the PhDs are choosing non-educated guys that are not at the same educated level as themselves, and the guys who do have the education and the economics aren't choosing them.
And you know
So
what,
that
Mr.
was part
Lee?
of all part of the disconnect.
Can I ask you a question then?
Go for it.
Because I like, would you think a lot of the women when they look at these educated brothers, do you think that they look at them like something wrong with them or like they weak?
Well,
Um,
I would. I'm not in a woman's mind to know what they perceive,
well, a lot of
but
women told me that they look at them men like they are weak.
Well,
They
J Prince, catch
something
this.
wrong with them, like mentally.
Catch this.
They feel sorry for them more than anything.
Catch
right.
this. You interacted with that woman, and you know whatever her. I can hear echo through something. I think it's
Yeah.
Tim.
What's that echo? Jay, mute up. I think that might be you, Jay.
Tim. No, it was Tim.
It's Tim. Okay,
Appreciate
Tim.
it. So you interacted with that woman and her background and upbringing allowed her, dialect and her speech to be a certain kind of way. Regardless of her qualifications, that alone, that cultural disconnect, that lack of relationalness that you had with that woman was enough for you to say, I don't want that. It could be the same way where a woman elevates herself to a high enough status and she has this sort of imposter syndrome and she doesn't feel welcomed in that environment. So she wants a man who makes her feel welcomed. She wants a man who makes her feel comfortable in her space. So it could be that. Whereas though, listen, I'm from Philly. So a lot of people from Philly or New York or certain areas like this upper northeast area, they consider us
Right.
aggressive. Whereas though a
Right.
woman from our area, she wouldn't even have no problem. She wouldn't call it aggressive.
Normal.
She wouldn't complain
Exactly.
about it. Right. So
Mhm.
that woman may
Yeah,
want
so
a
that's
man
what I
who
was
won't make
saying.
her feel uncomfortable being herself.
I hear a lot of women. They say
Yeah,
they
if it's
like the charismatic of a man. They like a man with character. See, the thing is, we was told, like I hear it on
But
the panel all the time, that it's about money, it's about success. That you could come in this room and all this. No,
well,
what
let
the
me
women that I've been dealing with and talking to from all walks. I mean, from even whites, they like a charismatic man. You can tell the man is not born.
did you say charismatic or character? Because you just said charismatic and then earlier you said character. Which one?
What I mean, they have some type of a personality and character and
Okay.
confidence at the same time.
So let me ask you this: do you think that you can assess a person's character or personality on a 1 minute video interview?
But they say within the first words that you speak can be
That's a
the yes
sales
or no question
presentation.
for you, huh?
That's a salesperson. That's someone who is trained to talk over the phone, to use words to create a picture and an image to entice someone to listen to what they have to say, to be able to sell them a product. That's a
hmm
different thing. I'm talking about a man just going up on a video, talking to a totally strange woman that he have not seen, ever met, and just kind of like bring it and say, "Hey, this is me." Do you think you can look at that person, or you can listen to a woman and say, "Yeah, I know her character. She ain't shit."
No.
That's my point. Because what she said as the reasoning for why she dismissed him and say, best of luck, right? What she said is her reasoning when the host of the show asked her, why did you dismiss him like that? She says, I'm a good judge of people. Like, really? I mean, if you have that skill that in less than a minute you can tell what kind of person that is, that's marketable, bro. You can sell that.
But now,
But
Lee,
it was a condescending way to brush the man off without really having no real reason.
But what happens if he would have said the right stuff? She would never brush them off. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, okay, it depends on. Okay. Sometimes you can talk.
I get your point. You know what? I think if he was to let his beard growing a little bit, redress, put on some swag gear, come back and they script him on what to say, he could come back and interview with that same girl and she would say yes. Hands down.
Somebody said she would have chose Jay Prince.
She probably would have chose me. She would have chose me.
I think so, actually. I actually think so. I actually think so too.
Well, she would have never chose me.
No, I think absolutely she probably would choose you. But what we're trying to say, what we're also trying to
I think women love a down to earth man. Down to earth.
Prince, you can't say that man is not down to earth because you don't really know him, man. You don't know his background, where he came from.
Mr. Lee,
but what I'm saying is, many black women, they're choosing men that have low trajectory, and the men that have high trajectory, they're blowing them off. But then when those same men choose a non-black woman, and then they're on the cover of GQ, on the cover of Time magazine, or wherever they're being splashed on with their white family and kids, then they try to diss him and say, oh, why he didn't choose a black queen. But you know what? 20 years ago, he did try a black queen.
Hold on, Mr. Lee. Do you think that has anything to do with the statistical drop in African Americans being in that level of status and that level of background, or do you think it's really has to do with
statistical drop in terms of the men or the women, or
like
in terms of married black couple?
Right. As far as like a married, like when you say she just denied him or rejected him, but then you see him later with an Asian woman or a Hispanic woman.
Right.
And I mean, I don't even know the numbers specifically, but I know when I go to college, it's not really a lot of African American people, not just men or women, but in certain environments, especially like Ivy League schools and upper higher degrees, you tend to be around less black people. Now, True. And when he chooses a non-black woman, is that because he was just around non-black women, or is that because black women just didn't want him?
Well, I will say this. I think there's both. In the case of where you're just in an environment where there's just not enough black women around for you to even socialize with and choose from, that's something that, people choose relationships from proximity around them. But we know that this brother is educated, and he came on a show and he interviewed with a black woman. So he has an interest in being with a black woman, regardless of where his academics may have put him with regard to his studies. So he do have an interest in wanting to be with black women. The point is that continued rejection because of his lack of swag today, 20 years from now, he'll have that swag. He'll have the bank to give him that swag. With his knowledge, you don't know what technology he could create. And if he create military weapons, shit.
See, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Lee. And you just proved my point. What I said earlier. She probably still wouldn't want him after he done created all of that stuff. Women want what they want. Like, okay, like you can't guilt.
Now you said they wouldn't want him.
It sounds like
let me finish. You said they wouldn't want him, but why was so many women pissing a bitch when Bonnie LeBron's son was took a white girl to the prom?
See, this my thing. This my thing is why not? I mean, why not? If you know the type of men that your women looking for, this your race of women. You created these race of women. If you know what these women are looking for, why not? I mean, you don't got no. I mean, people don't got no problem
I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Y'all don't got no problem trying to convert to what white's talking about to convert.
Let me say this, right?
Why not please your woman?
Let me say this. I don't bend to no woman.
But we
She come into my world, and she's gonna be submitted with me,
Damn
and do
right.
the things that I do in my life, and I'll offer her the life that she wants or that I can provide. I'm not going into her world. She's coming into my world, and that's how I move. And I tell you, successful men of every culture move the same way. And black women that want men to submit to them, well, they'll get the men to submit to them. But that top 10, 5, 1%, -1% man, he ain't going to submit. You know why? Because he's going to make his money, and women are going to come to him from everywhere. And if
now,
the black woman ain't there to be selected, hey,
but
she just ain't
now,
there.
Mr.
But
Lee.
don't bitch later when you don't have a black queen.
Okay, now,
That's my point.
Well, Mr. Lee, do you
Don't
now,
reject
Mr.
them
Lee,
now
you
and
want to
bitch later.
dissect
now, Miss
that
Lee,
Bronny
I just
situation?
want to ask this one question, y'all.
Hold on. Taekwondo had something to say. Go ahead, bro.
I said, do you want to dissect that Bronny situation? Because I would be interested to see your perspective on that.
Okay, 1 second. Let Jay Prince holler for
All
a
right.
second. Go ahead.
Okay, now you say you don't want to submit to the woman and your woman and stuff like that and all this other. That's just crazy to me because we just described of black men submitting to another race of people. Y'all submit to
That's
the
not
white.
submitting. What are you talking
You
about?
know when you have to have 600 million when you handling $600 million and if I was to call you on the phone, I wouldn't know who you were. That you basically submitting to them.
No, submitting to
No,
It
That's
seems
nobody.
like us
negotiation.
black men
That's
don't
not
mind
no.
submission.
submitting to
That's
another man, but it's a
negotiation.
problem with submitting to your woman.
What
I
are you talking
mean,
about?
now I'm not saying submitting to our black women. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
No, but what do you
if
mean
you
by
know black
submitting
women
to
like a
the
certain type
man?
of swag, huh?
What do you mean that because you wouldn't recognize me when I'm speaking, that I'm submitting to another man? What do you mean by that?
Like when we trying to work in these fields, like Definite G say, he called it growing. No, I call it submitting. That you submitting to the white man's world. You submitting to
Well,
because
so
you
let me
want
ask you
they
So if
something.
got
he
You
what
think
you
signs over
want.
you think
600
you
million,
you, you
Right,
think you think
they
you
got
think
what you
he's
want. So you're
you
gonna
he's
think
submit.
he's submitting a check. You know, so he signed over that 600 million. He's submitting a check.
But
what I'm what I'm
Prince
saying
is
is
a
using
check
his
should
own
never
ignorance against him. Is
what
a
I'm
using
check
his
should
saying
own
is
never
ignorance against
determine
him.
who you. A check should never
what I'm saying is if
compromise
you
who
go to
you are.
France, if you go to France,
What type of
if you want to sit
integrity
up,
that you have?
if you really want to
He don't know who I
deliver a
am.
pitch to a company, it's best for you to learn French so you can speak to your audience in French. If you go to Saudi Arabia, it'd be best for you to learn their language, the Arab
Agree.
language, to communicate with them. Or China, you want to learn Mandarin or Cantonese, right?
Agree.
You wouldn't object to that, right?
But I won't take that
We
home
learn.
with me.
Listen. Under the suppression that we have been in America, we have learned the white man's English, and we speak another level of English to communicate amongst ourselves. When you go to Haiti, patois, Creole, is a different French than the French. So the French don't fully understand their French. But patois, the French Haitian understand the French is French. When you go to Jamaica, their English is their English, it's a Creole, but they can also speak that and they can speak the Queen's English. What you don't understand is that we have created a dialect to communicate amongst ourselves so the white man don't know what we're saying. That's how we did that. But when we go into his world to work and do business, we can speak his dialect English as well, speaking multiple dialects. You go to Africa, the average African speak at least 4 to 6 different dialects of languages. Because many tribes live in proximity and they talk to each other. So they have to learn each other languages. Your problem is that you feel is because a person speaks American standard English that somehow we are belittling ourselves or betraying our nature as black people. No, it's not.
No, Mr. Lee. I know people that had kids and won't give their kids certain names just because of this.
Well, that's because you're saying that because they're choosing a particular name for whatever reason.
They
You know what?
they speaking out of survival.
In Central America, there are so many females and males that carry the name Alexander. There's Alejandra for the females, Alexandra for the other, for females as well. There's two pronunciation. Then there's Alejandro, but it all stems from who? Alexander the Great. They use for you go to the Arab world. There are many forms of Muhammad because they name their kids after great people. In Latin America, there are many men named Jesus or Jesus. It's just what people do culturally and what they identify with.
You're changing the goalposts, Jay Prince. You're changing the goalposts.
But
No,
I
like
can flow with him on any level. That's not an
okay.
issue.
Now, Miss Lee, I want to make this one statement, right? When you
Go ahead.
say that man 20 years from now, he could get the when he become the greatest with whatever he decides to do, he get
When
this
he
white
reaches success, whatever that
once
might
he
be,
reaches
right?
success. Now, what I've been seeing on these YouTube streets is that these black women getting the men that the white man that's is giving him the job. These white
Well,
men been going after black women, and they've been getting them. They've been getting married.
I don't see it. I don't really see what you're referring to. I don't
You should
see.
look up that
I don't
group.
see
It's,
top.
it's,
I
it's
don't see
something
top
called
level white
swirling.
men marrying black women. Say again.
It's,
I would
it's
love
a
to see
group
your
called
algorithm,
it's a
Jay
group
Prince.
called Swirling, and they got all of these black women and white men swirling like been together, and they talking about how when black women get with white men, they act completely different. They act like how we've been raising for them to act, and they've been with these white men at a longer rate, and they marrying these white men and staying married at a larger rate than what they is with black men.
Okay, I heard some of that talk the other day. Now, that's a whole different conversation because I think that deals with status, right? Black women would look at black men that you were subjected like I was subjected. You didn't have the ability to protect me like needed you to protect me. So I'll deal with the man that can fuck up both of us. So I'll submit to him, but I won't submit to you.
Yeah,
So
because
that's a
look at
status
Eve.
issue, right?
Look how
That's a
Eve treated
status
her
issue.
new husband compared to all the other men she been with.
Well, I don't think you should be talking about Eve because I don't even think you understand that conversation at all. So I'm gonna tell you straight up because I taught for 15 years the scriptures. So I think that's a different
No,
level of conversation.
I'm not saying Eve like in the Bible. I'm saying Eve the
Oh,
singer.
oh, Eve the singer. Oh,
Yeah.
I apologize. I totally
Yeah, Lito.
misunderstood where you. I misunderstood
Put
where you
that
were
book
going.
down,
There. I'm
young
like,
man.
wait a second. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
and that's my point. So it shows that black women have the ability to be the woman that the black man says he wants.
But we don't
She
got the
just
power.
wait 1 second. But she don't think he is justifiably deserving. The problem is
She
when the
right.
black man go to another race of women and they see him as that man, don't bitch.
No, Lee. Now, I've been talking to a lot of these because this been a big topic. White women don't see us more powerful than white men. What they
I
see
didn't say
is
anything
they
about
look at us.
powerful.
They look at us in a sexual way. After the sex, they really don't want us. But
Well, we're talking about marriage. We're not talking about sex because sex is black women see you as a sexual toy too. So stop.
that could be true.
It is true. The BBC is their code
It's
name.
true.
I think women is more attracted to to money and finances and stuff, but they attracted to power. That's why these thugs is getting women because thugs exemplify a certain type of power in their community.
We say
But those
attracted. What do
women
you
are
mean
not in their
attracted?
community.
Huh?
Say again.
I'm saying when you say attracted, what do you mean attracted? Do you mean like arousal attracted, or like aggregate towards that attracted?
Aggregate
Right.
Towards that attraction.
Okay.
Like when there's certain men in the hood, she don't just go with every hood dude. You got to be that
Well,
guy.
why would she want a bottom feeder though?
Hey, she don't look at him like his bottom feeder. A man.
No, not that hood. I'm saying like a guy with no power, money, and status who's a pure bum on every level.
But what I'm saying is, okay, in the hood, in the neighborhood that she living in, right? In the hood, he might be a bottom feeder to everybody else of higher power. Like a lot of us men that we think is high, they a bottom feeder of somebody that's higher than him.
Exactly. So that's what I was gonna say. It's bottom feeders of every hierarchy.
It's bottom. Everybody is a bottom.
Nobody wants a loser.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
everyone
Everybody
is
is
not
a bottom feeder because there's always somebody
It's a pyramid.
greater.
It's a pyramid. Everybody is not at the bottom. And what I'm saying is that, like a guy like LeBron James, he is not a bottom feeder. Stop. He's black. but he's not a bottom feeder.
But
in any
Jay-Z
sense of the
make
word.
him look like at the bottom feeder.
No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't.
I'm saying
No,
when
it
it comes to
doesn't.
finance.
Maybe you should have said Elon Musk or something, but not Jay-Z.
Exactly. That 1 billion to 275 billion, yeah, but 1 billion to 3 or 6, it's only 20%.
Okay, well, yeah,
80%,
when we talk
right?
about levels, but
And all it takes, once you crack your first billion, just like becoming a millionaire, it's not that difficult to multiply it if you can make the right deals, especially if you understand your business.
But it's something about it in living in the hood, and you got a lot of people. Not only that y'all call them bottom feeders, but the hood and thug.
No. Listen, bro.
Hold on,
I'm not calling the hood bottom feeders.
Okay.
At the bottom of the pyramid in the hood.
Oh, okay.
A loser is a loser in any pyramid. It don't matter.
Any pyramid. Okay.
On Wall Street, you still could be at the bottom of your Wall Street pyramid.
Okay.
You could still
Exactly.
But the most
that's what I'm saying.
influential of the black community is those type of guys. When people like, let's just say different races, when they trying to mimic us, they're not trying to mimic the good black guys, because they know
Absolutely.
you copy that from them. They try to mimic the Pookies, the thugs, and all this other stuff. It's very influential, so you can't take that away.
It is.
They don't try to mimic
again.
They don't try to mimic the black guys that's doing
what.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this: you see the effects of their influence in the community. Is that the influence that we want to promote throughout all Black America? Are you saying that's the influence that's going to be beneficial to take America into the 21st century to become leaders?
I think he's saying even though they don't have the power, they have the influence. Or they
right, I understand that, but I'm saying that influence have a ripple effect within the community.
Right.
What does that ripple effect translate to in the community? Women with multiple kids by multiple dudes that are broke, that are on the system, and then they trap other guys, the baby daddy has got a good job to pay for the other dude's kids that she's still fucking on the side. Yes? And that's the influence, and that's the influence we want to promote.
No, I wouldn't say that.
But then don't promote it. I mean, it's shown that it has
but
been
I also
effective.
don't want to promote.
It's shown that it has been effective.
I also don't want to promote us. I also don't want to promote us being something that we been trying to submit to another group. Neither.
But you don't know what we could be.
I don't want a bunch of black men and women walking around here trying to act like they Tom Hanks.
You don't know what the power of the black man can be because you haven't seen him. You haven't seen him there yet.
And
so a black man that rise up in power, speaking the King's English or the American English, if enough of those black men rise up in power, they could transform America that you would not believe, because we are leaders that way.
Yeah,
and that's what we do.
We could even switch the narrative, Jay, because then what makes it the white man's game? The fact that he's at the top of the hierarchy in that domain. So what happens when the black man is the most successful top investor? And I'm talking to a black man on the phone who's worth $600-700 million, and he also has to sign that check. But I also give him that same uppity decorum. Am I submitting to a black man?
And it's justifiable for him to be that.
Right.
See, but a lot of us can't see a black man there as a group, as an echelon, as a million black men that are powerful and wealthy, and the weakest one is worth at least $1 billion.
You know what?
The biggest one sit at the table with Elon Musk and Bill Gates.
You know what? We have black men like that, though. And that's the thing. We have black men like that.
Well, we don't have them in the hundreds of billions. No, we don't.
Well,
we have them in multiples of billions, but not in the hundreds of
billions.
But
the first billionaire black man was a Pookie.
No, he wasn't.
Jay-Z.
No.
What are you, crazy?
No.
It was what's the name from BET?
No, Reginald Lewis was the first black billionaire.
Actually, yeah, Reginald Lewis was the first.
He was the first black billionaire.
Reginald Lewis was the first.
Yeah,
he built the corporate. He built the corporation.
But that Pookie got up there too. Then
who?
Jay-Z.
But let me ask you this.
Because it's possible. Jay-Z,
Master P.
Executive
Jay-Z is not a Pookie, bro. That's the misconception.
Jay-Z is not a Pookie. He came from the streets
Right. What
Because
I'm
he
saying
came
is
from
they
the
came
streets
from
don't
the
make him a
streets and
pookie.
elevated.
Yeah,
I
he's not
was
a
in the
pookie,
streets for
bro.
a time. I'm not a pookie.
You're right. He's not a pookie. No, he's not. Yeah, see, that's the thing that the misconception. That's why I always would go back and say for black men,
Well, he
we have
sold
a
drugs.
misconception of a
I'm gonna
man
drop something that you
anyway.
never that I've never said before, and I don't like
He
I don't
sold
like
drugs though.
to put things out there like that because I don't like to
That's not a
what they
pookie
call
though.
that crowd chase or whatever. I'm not sure of the term, but back in '94, '96, Jay-Z and I used to sit at the same table at a particular restaurant every week, Wednesday and Thursdays. He drank Hennessy, I drank cognac, Remy. I never brought him a tape. Hey, here's my tape. No, we talked, we hung. He knew me as the Wall Street guy. At his wife's birthday in 2001, he invited me and a few people from Wall Street to the party. I sat right next to him. Tata was there. My man Tim Dog was there and a few other people. And Beyonce was sitting 2 steps away from me next to him. So I mean, I've met a lot of these people and have socialized with them from the industry that I came from in my success. But Jay-Z never carried himself like a pookie ever.
Right.
I've never seen him behave that way. And because a man come from the street from scrambling and hustling, don't make him a pookie.
But
He
that's
had
what they've
bigger
been calling people
dreams.
pookies.
He
That's what
had
they've
bigger
been calling.
dreams and he reached those successes.
But that's what they've been calling people pookies on the panel, though. Lee.
No.
So who
Pookie is an
asked?
all-out behavior. It's totally
What is
different.
what is a pookie then?
Yeah, I'm
Taekwondo,
new.
you in the
I'm,
industry, you call it.
No, I'm a little new here. I always say boogie.
Yeah, what is a pookie? Because it seems like every time we talk about somebody great from a different, like when we talk
You know
about
what it is,
America,
Jay Prince?
when we talk about America, they committed so many crimes, but they built this country. But we give them props.
Pookie
No, I
didn't
don't.
build
We
the
Jay,
give
country.
right,
the
Jay
Nah.
Prince, I
military.
get
We
it.
give the military props, and
No,
they
I don't.
pookie.
See, if you attack that issue, Jay Prince, then you'll get into how
But it seemed like when a black
America
man do the
is
same type
as a
of
country.
behaviors, it seemed like when a black man
I
do the
would say
same type of
Mayona
behaviors that our
215.
forefathers did,
I
they
don't
get
have his
called a
phone
pookie.
number, so I can't just call him on the phone. But I remember, I'll tell you a story. One night I was trying to pull this chick. She was about 5'10". Nice. She's Haitian, not Haitian. She's from Guyana.
I had one
She
a
lived out in
Ghanaian
Queens,
woman.
and I was up at Justin's. I called her. I'm trying to get her to come out. It's kind of loud, so I went outside. And right when I was talking to her outside, Puffy pulled up. That time he was driving the 500 Mercedes, and I was like, "Yo, P, come over here, man. Talk to her. Tell her to come on out and hang out. The party's gonna be popping." He took the phone. He talked to her. Gave me the phone back. She jumped the cab. I paid for it. She came right out. So these are cats that they may not know my name outright. I mean, it's been 20 years since I've seen this guys. We never socialized like that, but because we socialized in the same area, they knew me from my profession and the crew that I
That's
hung with.
dope.
And when I called their name or when they saw me, if I asked them for a favor or whatever, it was handled. It was handled. So there are people that I know that you'd be surprised who I know, bro. When I was on Wall Street, there was never a place I went to that wasn't VIP access. Never. We were automatically on a list. And trust me, if I drop names, you would know who they are. Really, real talk. But I try not to put stuff out like that because it's been years. I mean, I don't hang with these guys in their social environment. When I was in New York, I hung because of the places where I had access to, the money that I was making, and the people who socialized in those spaces. So I rubbed shoulders with many, whether it was in the city or whether it was in the Hamptons. I know a lot of different people, white people as well. So it's not like it's something that I don't know, but I mean, I'm new to this space. You guys don't know me from from wherever, but I'm just getting into this space and I'm talking to you guys and I'm trying to show you that there are different ways to move in society. And just because the influence of the Pookie generation from the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s, everything has a time period. And there's a new movement coming. And the men who have money and success, intellect and game, they're going to move to the front. And the Pookie's going to move to the back.
But the pookie's already at the back.
No, they're not at the back. Their influence is in the front.
You're right.
They're just at the bottom because they don't have the finance, but their influence, right? The guys that were selling drugs, they made it into the entertainment industry and they promote that drug life, and that's what we see as the image. I know because I was there. Trust me, I was there. I'm 64. I was there from 1971. I know them. They know me. If I drop names in crews, they know where I'm from. All I have to drop is one or two names and they know where I'm from. But I don't have to speak on it because I'm 40 years removed from when I was a teenager. And there's no need to go back that far in life. But what I'm saying is that we have to grow as a people. The drug life was how we survived to make it through a period of time. There's a new era coming, and we don't have to promote that life. And there are men in that space that are talented. I knew guys, if they took that same skill they had in the drug game and put them on Wall Street, they would be running billion-dollar corporations right now. Trust me, 10 times smarter than me. But they made a left turn, I made a right turn. I'm alive, they're not. That's just how it is. Choices. And I understand that you're trying to save face for some of the lifestyle that we participating in the hood, but we have to chuck, we have to pull the escape pod and chuck that shit, bro. Some of
Well,
that shit is detrimental to us as a people, and we want to advance, and we want the next generation of black boys and girls to be able to look forward to something else. Become
check this out, Mr.
billionaires
Lee.
and millionaires through business, not
Mm,
through slinging. No, that's not a life of success. That should be a small minority if it's there, not a large majority. And we have to think different, and we have to want to achieve different. We want to be able to own banks, run banks, own insurance companies, run insurance companies. We need to build a 50-story building and put your name on the outside. And when you walk in, they say, "Good morning, Mr. McCarthy. Good morning, Mr. McDonald. What's your last name? Good morning, Mr. J. Prince. Whatever your name might be. Good morning, Mr. G." Drop your name on the outside of the building and walk in and get the respect that you have earned. But we think that the only way to gain respect is through what? Influencing, slinging dope, going into the hood and catching a cap, trying to do something good for the neighborhood. That's how we operate in the hood, shooting each other for nothing. Just because you got offended by a statement or the way he behaved or something he said or the color he wore, the side of the street he was on. Really? And we promote that just because why? Because he can get some sex? Shit. Man, I'm going to tell you something. When you got money coming out your ass, you could buy the finest fucking woman and then tell her to leave.
Yep.
And you could get back to work. And it don't mean shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like buying a shoe, custom made shoes for $1,500. You wear it once and you never wear it again.
Hey, Mr. Lee. We could talk about the story of James Jett was another brother on Wall Street. He was huge.
Who?
And his story, James Jett.
James Jett or Gaines?
James with a J. James Jett.
I know Mr. Gaines.
Okay,
The
now.
bond trader.
Now.
Mr. Gaines is a bond trader. That's the guy that Will Smith patterned that movie on. The
No, not him.
something
No,
of success.
no, that's not him. That's not him. No.
Okay.
James
So who's
Jett
the other
was
guy you
on
talking about?
Wall Street that was selling. He got in a big mess with the firm that he was with. He was making like $60 million a month. The firm was like, "Damn, this dude's a genius." But they found out what the brother was doing. He was selling
Is it a black or a white guy?
black guy, and they like.
Okay, I don't know
Yeah,
that name.
James Jett, he got a hell of a story that they freeze all of his assets. And they said this dude was a G because they didn't catch what he was doing. And they freeze all of his
I gotta
assets.
go back and check that.
Yeah,
I gotta go
check
back
out
and
the
check
story.
that because that name don't ring a bell.
Yeah.
What year was this?
He was
Because I was
in
on the
the,
street since 1990.
James Jett was in the 90s. He was in the late 90s. He was
The
in
1998, 99, Joseph Jett.
98, 99. Yes.
Okay, somebody just dropped Joseph Jett. I'm not familiar with his story.
Okay.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
you know
98,
what?
99 was the same time that the ruble crashed the market, when the Russian ruble crashed the market.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
Yes.
back in 96, there was a derivatives trader in Brazil. He made one trade, almost bankrupt Brazil, lost them like $6 billion. Let me
Yeah.
tell you something, man. There are people out here in the
That's
world that's
illegal,
moving
right?
money that you
That's
have
illegal,
no
right, Mr.
idea.
Lee? That's
Say
illegal
again?
to sell those, right?
No,
That's illegal.
derivative is not illegal. Hell no.
Well,
Derivatives is,
my point is, with Jet, that's what they got him on. That's what he was doing.
well, maybe it was the way he did it, because
Okay.
derivative is what moved the market. Derivative market is one of the
Right.
biggest
That's
market
what
in
I
the world.
thought. Right. That's what I thought. Yeah, but they came after him. The feds came after him. They shut him down. The firm said, well, we didn't know what he was doing because he was making all this money. By month, he was making $60, $50 million
Nah,
a
he was
month.
probably covering the losses on the books and not declaring them, and
So,
making the financials look better than they were.
right.
That's
So,
probably what he was doing.
so this brother was a genius. They said it tripped them out. They said, damn, it tripped them out.
Let me
But
tell
they
you
said,
something, man. Raise your son to get into the financial markets. The money
right.
that you can make is ridiculous.
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean, I remember when I first went to Wall Street. You know what my boss said to me? He said, "This desk is worth $1 million to me. Do you think you're worthy to sit here?" Back then, we didn't have all these calling apps. I used to get a stack of leads, 400 leads a day. Had to call every one of them. Out of 400 leads, I may have talked to 20 people. Out of 20 people, I might make 2 contacts. And in 6 months, I built my business. That's why you got to have an answer for everything. And if you talk to that many people in a day, trust me, after a while, there's nothing somebody can tell you that you don't have the answer to.
And
Just the way it is.
and check this out. And Reggie Lewis, his thing was that he pissed them off. They got mad with Reggie because he played that game with them. But Reggie's right hand man was Michael Milken. See, that's why everybody don't understand that. See, Milken helped Reggie because at first Reggie wasn't
Well,
getting
Milken was a bond trader, and he was a junk bond trader.
right.
And with Ivan Boesky, and Ivan
Right.
Boesky was a arbitrage trader. So what he did was they short the market and won, like they made like $2-3 billion. And this is like back in the 90s, the late 80s, 90s.
Right. And so
that
with
kind of
Reggie,
money, when you make that kind of money, it was like outrageous.
yeah. So
Right. So
this black man was behind the scene, and he was letting the white dudes do all the work for him. And then when they found that the dude that bought the 62 companies through Wall Street was Reggie Lewis, the white dude said, "Shit, we didn't know that was him." See,
well, because see, one of the things you could do,
They wanted their money back, huh?
One of the things you can do when you take a company public is that you take it public through another company. Like Goldman Sachs may be the underwriter for your company, so they're bringing the shares public. Nobody knows your name. Nobody knows who you are. So they're selling the shares under the company's name, and the QSIP number. So that's all they know. They don't know who's the actual owner of the company.
Yeah,
until you decide to publicize yourself. You know, you might go out there as a CEO, but the CEO is not the owner of every company.
Right.
They're just hired, right? So when he made himself public that he was a black man, holy shit, that upset the world, because he was doing things that was unusual for that time.
He bought 62 companies through Wall Street. 62.
Well, let me ask you then, Miss Lee.
Yeah.
From doing my research for a lot of different countries, right? You got Pookies that Pookies are needed, and the successful guy are needed. Because you think about
why do you believe Pookies are needed?
Because Pookies is what I would consider the military or the law enforcement.
No.
The reason why can I explain the reason why I say that?
If you want Pookie appreciation, you got it, bro.
No. No, what I mean is, I was on a show with Chaotic the other day, and he was calling out all of these people that took over the world, took over their countries, and he was labeling them Pookies. I said, what about America? You know, they've been going around and taking everybody else's stuff through their military, through their law enforcement. So I will consider them as Pookies. It's no different from the Pookies that's in the street. When we think about the the drugs
But what
that
had Pookie taken over and
Florida
owned?
is built off drugs.
Okay, I understand the concept, what you're saying, but what had Pookie taken over and owned?
I mean, pretty much nothing. Primarily,
Thank you. So
Right.
the analogy don't really make sense.
but the
They don't
mindset,
own nothing.
the mindset and the characteristics of these guys got some type of balls about themselves to put themselves out there bad, to take risks, go to prison for the rest of their lives, or get found deleted. That we need that type of men around.
You know what? I've seen a guy in a wheelchair roll across a 6-lane highway with traffic where there's no lights. I wouldn't do it. But when a man have nothing to lose, life is for him. Life means nothing. So he would wreck the person's life that ran over him, not him.
Mm-hmm.
So when you tell me about a Pookie who is not afraid to go to jail, jail is home. That's where he get a free meal, room and board, get taken care of, free cable, and if he wants to go to college, he could go to college. Out on the street, he's got survival. So in reality, jail is his vacation. So when you make the comparison, it don't make sense.
No, what I'm saying is majority of America was built off the same type of characteristics that we do in the poor neighborhoods. They sell drugs. They got guns. They use a lot of violence. They going around, they robbing and taking everybody else's stuff. So it's no different from what we consider the dudes that's in the hood. They got the same behaviors that our forefathers have. That's a fact.
Our forefathers
that established America.
Okay, the forefathers that built America. You know what they did? They used illegal income, then converted into real property, sold those property, gained real dollars, and then built and left that behind. We don't do that. We stay in the cycle. We stay in the cycle, and every time a black man gets to the top in the cycle, he gets somebody drop a dime on him, he get popped, the new guy step up, the lieutenant, and the cycle keep going around. We never converted to real property and then convert real property into leverage dollars and then go build a business. We don't do that. So please, don't make the comparison again is false. Look at Florida. Florida was built off of cocaine.
That's what I just said.
Those banks have AML regulations that they follow, which is anti-money laundering campaigns. No, you didn't say that.
I did say Florida is built off crack cocaine.
Yes. But my point is
that's Pookie's behaviors.
But they left it behind. Pookie don't.
But what I'm saying is, says if Florida was built off cocaine, how come Florida's still standing? Because every time they make a drug bust in the hood,
because you know what?
Take everything.
They converted the illegal currency business, washed it, cleaned it, and then invested in real property where there's no more trace.
But you got drug dealers in the hood
that parlayed that into something real.
You got drug dealers that been selling drugs for a long time and start businesses, but the federal government still would come and just take their stuff down. But yet, because they were never able to wash their hands from their illegal business. You see guys who are in rap music who are making more money than a drug dealer go back and do drugs and sell drugs,
and run crew that's operating in drugs. So even when they're not in the drug business, they go back and get their hand dirty. What's that crew that just got taken down on the RICO charge? Those brothers in the rap business.
Why
they just got taken down? So I mean, the comparison you're making every time you come to me with it. Let me tell you something. One thing I know is Wall Street. But before I was on Wall Street, I worked in the biggest drug capital in the world, New York, Harlem, baby. Trust me, I know that.
Mr. Lee, tell them about the Italian mob. How they legal now?
Say again?
Tell them about the Italian mob in New York. How they're legal and legit now.
Well, the Italian mob was taken down by Giuliani. He crushed them. Yeah. Father and son. He broke the back of the Italian mob. They moved them out and sent them back to Italy.
But they still have an organization in Full Hall in New York, but they're strictly legit now.
Yeah, those who survived, they converted. But you see, one of the things that the Italians did was that they bought real estate within their company and they put it in families' names who weren't related to the drug game. Right. So that's how they was able to do it. But when you are the son When you're the son that's 17 years old and you're making 4 or 5 million, hustling drugs and slinging, and you put it in your mama's name and your mama is on welfare, how the hell she get a $5 million
Right.
property on the block?
Right.
Not possible. So they're not smart enough. They know how it was done, but they don't have people that they can trust, that they can put it in names that they can still go back and get it. Because if they put it in somebody else's name that they can't trust, those person is gone. They're
Hey,
gonna
hey,
refi
hey,
that
Mr.
building.
Lee.
They're gonna take that cash. They're gonna bounce.
Hey, Mr. Lee, hey, check this out. When Reggie died, he died at 50 years old. He was a young man when he passed. I've always thought they did something to him because they said all of a sudden he comes down with brain cancer. Now, all that what he did on Wall Street, all of a sudden he comes down with brain cancer and dies at 50. This dude was a billionaire at 40 something years old. He became a billionaire so fast. And I always thought that they did something to him to say, damn.
Well,
Okay.
let me tell you this, right? Back in 2000, I had just got this new girlfriend, Dominican girl, college girl, and we were supposed to be going on vacation. The day before the vacation, I got sick as a fuck. So she took me to Columbia Presbyterian, and I had to see a urologist, and he told me, look, you'll die in 6 months if you don't change your way of life. I ate steak 5-6 days a week. I drank every day. And I didn't drink cheap shit. I drink yak, top shelf liquor. But the life, I was working 16, 18-hour days. I would have been dead before I was 50. Kevin Samuels was working 18 to 21 hours a day. That's what killed him. You can't, when you're working around the clock like that, man, it takes a toll on the body. Serious.
Yeah.
You have to find time to pull back. And in those type of careers, you're working 24/7. I was trading in the London market. The London market opens New York time 3 a.m. I have to be talking to my brokers at 3 a.m. to pre-open market to play the futures before the market opens up. So I'm going to bed. Sometime I get home, it's 12 o'clock. I lay down for 2.5 hours because I know I got to be up. And after I finish that, I'm jumping in my ride. They take me to Valleys. I work out for an hour and a half, and I go right to the office. And that's the routine every day. And when I leave work, I hang out. Because with the boss requires he needs a social crew. You want access to multi-million-dollar leads? You got to hang out with the boss. So the top producers, 3-4 guys, we always hang out. And we hang out Monday through Friday. That's how it is. You know what they tell you on Wall Street? Get the biggest house, get the fastest car, and get the finest woman. That's the rule. Because it motivates you to work your ass off. It motivates you to make at least $100,000 a month, not $100,000 a year. That's why I didn't understand when Kevin said $100,000 a year, because I made $100,000 a month. Whole different life. You work, man. You want to make big money, you will work for it. It don't come cheap and it don't come easy. And you could kill yourself working. You die in an early life. That's why you have to rise enough and quick enough where you can go up into management. When you get up into management, I mean, management work around the clock too, but they're not under the same stress because they're managing departments. They're managing overseas or whatever. Their management level comes with similar stress, but they have downtime because they have downtime because they just have to kick orders, answer questions, sign documents. Too? It's a different kind of stress.
He was the first dude to try to buy NBC too as well.
NBC?
Yep, he was the first to try to buy it.
Yeah, and that's probably why some people speculate that they killed him, and some people speculate the same with Bill Cosby, why they entrapped him, because he came behind and tried to buy it for $20 million back in '94.
Should make a whole show on that, financial experience that you've got with that.
Yeah, I've thought about it, but I would have to talk to. I would have to see how I would do it because sometimes when you talk about these things, you may have to drop firms and stuff like that, and I'm not sure if I want to put people out there.
Yeah, without name dropping, but just sort of like that sort of anecdotal, experiential advice from a standpoint of, when I was come from, because we weren't born rich, were you?
No.
Okay, right. So to go from I'm not going to assume poverty, but let's just say poverty, to making $100K a month, it's a lot that has to change internally and up here, and just how you what Jay Prince calls submitting, but but you improve, right? You improve, you grow,
If
and you
I
change, and you
submitted, I
adapt.
submitted to becoming a wealthy man and never be a broke man. If I
Right,
say I
that's what I'm
submit,
saying. So it's things that you
yeah,
touch on that way, and even me in my position where, I grew up that same way, grew up super poor, but now I'm reaching new lengths, and I hit a new bar, right? I hit a new hierarchy, and then when you get to a level, then you realize, well, there's a level that you were trying to reach, and then when you reach that level, there's a level that shits on your level that you're currently at. So then
right.
you're hungry to adapt and change and grow to that next level and the next one. So that 100K a month mark is
Can I ask you a question
is
then?
very
Well,
good.
one second. Vernon Scott, does Sage have his own channel? No, I do not. Not yet. I may decide to do some in a different area at some point. I'll ponder it. I'm still trying to get acclimated to what I'm doing here because I'm really the type of person that I've always moved behind the scenes. I don't like fame. I don't like recognition. I like power, but I like to pull strings. I don't necessarily want to be in front of the camera, but it seems that life have insisted that I do this, so I'm going to give it a shot. Go ahead. Someone about to ask a question?
Yeah, can I?
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on one second. I got some other brothers in the back chat. Hold on. Let me bring up Hank. Did I bring you up? Okay, yeah, Hank. What's up, brother? How you
What's going
doing?
on, there, brother? What's happening, baby?
I'm good.
I'm concerned about my man JP. Concerned about
You always seem to be JP's big daddy or
Yeah,
big brother
yeah.
up here, man.
him. Hey, man. I'm rooting for my dog, but I'm concerned. But it's
No, man. You don't have to be concerned about me. You can be
oh,
concerned
okay,
about yourself, though.
right,
You be
right.
concerned about him.
Always. I love myself.
It's a lot safer that way and more peaceful.
Love me some me. I understand what you're saying, but you always got to worry about your brothers who put out a message. Man, it's questionable. So that's all it is. But how y'all fellas doing today?
We're doing
Uh,
well. We're doing well. So
We're
what's
doing
your
good.
contribution with regard to this topic, game versus intellect? The black man's dilemma. That's the subtopic.
well, to me, you got to have a little bit of both, man. You got to have a
Okay.
little bit of both. I mean, I don't think it's one of those things, one or the other. I think you have to have a little bit of both, But you got to play the field like you need to do. Wherever, depending on the atmosphere. You understand what I'm saying? Where you may be at a cookout with your boys and see a nice woman, you got to put the game down. You at the corporate office, you got to put your intellect down, and a little bit of game as well. So it's needed on both aspects.
Well, you're right there because I think that there's nothing wrong with learning game in the hood, but I think that we have had enough of a blueprint to see what happens when you stay in street level hustling long term. I came up with a very wide, talented group of brothers that I grew up with, many that I respect. But I saw how they rose to economic success and power in the neighborhood. But then I saw how the feds over time took them down. And one particular family that I know very well, he was my best friend since fourth grade. Every month he used to call me and say, Lee, this is my new number. Because his lines was always tapped. And one day when they got him, he was on the front cover of the New York Post and the New York Daily News. Got 25 years, and his brother's got X amount of years too. So I've seen many men with talents rise to success, but the problem is that we don't have enough of black men at different levels that we can utilize to when they reach those success, they can help them convert that money into something else, so they can move away from that business.
It's one of
And
those things,
because
man.
because we as a people are so backstabbing, when we see one brother succeed, we don't think he's justifiable at his success. They drop a dime on you. I've had guys drop dimes on me when I was in the hood. And there's only one or two ways you can handle that. There's only one or two ways you can handle that. And once you get your hands dirty, it's dirty. You can't clean it after that. So you have to handle the business or walk away.
Yeah.
I knew that was not going to be my life, so it was easy to walk away. But there's some people who believe that's their life. And I think we got to show black men that there are other options where you can become rich and you don't have to look over your shoulder. You don't have to change your phone number every month. You don't have to worry about the feds tapping your line. You don't have to worry about the bank freezing your assets, taking the buildings that you own, strip you from being a multimillionaire to put you back in the poorhouse, and then run you up the river, you and your brothers.
Yeah, that's
And I
what it's
think
one of
we
those things.
can't we can't we can't we can't idolize that lifestyle we have, but we can't continue to idolize that lifestyle. It had its moment in time. And I think there's come a time when we have to put it down and let it rest. The Italian mob had their time, the Russian mob had their time, the Irish mob had their time. All of them had their time in America. We now have to put it down and let it rest and move on to do something else and be more productive as a community and a society. And others have done it, and so can we. Go ahead.
My biggest thing when we was talking about getting women.
Get in and get out without slipping at it. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna be in that game, you can't make it a life thing, because it's not. Because you ain't gonna end, it ain't gonna end well for you. So, like you saying, Mr. Lee, my man, got a dime dropped on in the feds. You don't want to live that lifestyle for long, man, because it's a short game. So.
Well, not only that, it's your friend that's gonna betray you.
Yeah.
It's your friend. It's gonna be your lieutenant who wants to take your position, a competitor that wants your territory, your woman who gets seduced, that sleeping with your competition, betray where you're gonna be, when you're gonna be, with what you're gonna be. That's how it goes down. It don't happen by accident. It's deliberate.
So you know, I have friends.
I know
women.
the game. I was there. Trust me. That's one thing you can't. The street, the way it operates now, I don't know. But you know what? I know the original blueprint, and everything is built off the original blueprint. And I was there at the original blueprint. Trust me. We need to leave that. It's not profitable. Go ahead. Go ahead, JP.
Me personally, I thought we was talking about like swag. I don't think women choosing. Okay, women is choosing drug dealers, whatever. But what I'm saying is like.
I was about to say, what are you saying?
What I'm saying is like, it's the like this what I mean by swag, the personality of the guy. How this guy make this woman feel.
We know what you mean by swag. Yeah, I know what you mean by swag.
And usually those type of men is kind of like up to date with time and stuff like that. Whereas I don't know why they just look at schoolboys like they just boring. They don't want to. A lot of women don't want. They be want to have fun.
Well, you know what? What I'm saying is that
young women.
All men are not the same, and all men are not going to make the same choice. And you can't make a man. You can't make a man feel less than a man because he didn't choose the choices you make.
But now I do want to say this though. Can I please say this?
Sure, go ahead.
You can always tell what type of man that the woman wants by the music that she listens to, by the movies, the TV, the television that she watches. If she watching First 48, listen to Tupac or rap all goddamn all day, hang around those type of people, well, that's the type of man who she's looking for.
Right, but you're not gonna know that until you approach her and get up in her head and find out what she's all
about.
Yeah,
we'll find out what she interested in.
So,
right. But the point is,
since the chick watch First 48, that means.
But it's a lot of women that love that swag about black men.
Oh my God.
But my point is,
they call it big dick energy.
Okay, but if the women that love that, what we're also saying too is that women who are not attracted to the other type of men, who find success through their business acumen, using their intellect and their knowledge, whether they have a large amount of swag, little swag, or no swag. When they meet their success and they choose a woman that's not black, don't hate on the guy. That's what I'm saying. That's the only part I have with it. The part that I have with it is that they hate on the brother when he come forward and show his wife. Like the guy from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air that used to be with Will Smith. He's got a white wife with kids. And whenever he's on, whenever I see they show him up on YouTube, they be hating on him. Whether it's on Facebook or whatever, they be hating on him because he chose a white woman.
Right.
Well, what is the
you talking about Carlton? You talking about Carlton?
Carlton, yeah.
But okay, but I can't say this. We got to be honest though.
What?
Because it's a lot of black women felt the same way. A lot of
Same way
black
about
men,
what?
a lot of black men, they didn't want to choose her because maybe how she wore her hair, how the way she carried herself, and they didn't want to choose her, so she ended up with a white guy, and a lot of black men getting upset.
What
What?
black man get upset?
It's a lot of black men that got upset to see black women.
No, let
I
me tell
mean,
you
Now,
something.
personally, I'd rather see my black women with black
I don't
men.
see
Well,
black
you
men
name
on
told me
in these
got
public
upset.
spaces
I don't give a
upset
shit.
about the men that black women choose
right.
or
Somebody,
be with.
ain't no man care
Because
about
for
no
us, we understand that dynamic. We understand the dynamic that successful men get the option of choosing their prize that they want,
There's too many
and
women
they
out here
could
to get
choose
upset about.
and they could choose. Say again.
There's too many women out here to get upset about one going to a black man. I don't give a damn. Let your ass go. There's too many of them out here. I mean, JP,
Well,
I don't know why you get upset because
I
they're
don't
going to
take it
white men.
offensively any kind of way. I
I
mean,
would.
if I in New York, you see a lot of white women. I mean, white women with black guys and black women with white guys. That's pervasive in New York, but it's not an issue. And in the social places where I hung out, there were many sisters that was with white men, and they wouldn't even look at a black guy, and it didn't bother me and the people I was with because it's just not even a thing. We have our own success, and we take what we want too.
But
See, when you're
that's,
Well, let's
successful, you take what you want.
see,
See, that's the thing about men. Men are conquerors.
if you
We
pay
take what
attention,
we want.
if you pay
Say again.
attention to what you just said, Lee, what you just said, that you see in certain spaces where black women want to look at a black man, and in certain spaces black men won't look at a black woman. You don't see that's a big problem because no other race even think like that.
You don't know that because you haven't been there.
Maybe I haven't, but that's
Trust
a
me.
problem.
Trust me. It's not a problem. Elite levels have elite people of all races, and they get with what they want to get with. The men take what they want, and the women present themselves to be selected or chosen.
Hey,
Whether she's black, whether she's Latina, whether she's Asian. Like my buddy, I'm not going to mention his name, but he's got a Korean wife, come from a very wealthy family. She when he brought her to America, she opened up a big Korean restaurant for him.
Can
She
I ask,
had the money, he did not. He came out of the military,
can I ask you a question, then, Lee? So
and
what
he
you
speaks
said?
fluent Korean.
So what you
Yeah.
said is, Lee, the more successful black people become, the farther they're gonna draw apart. So
no.
if
No, no, that's
but
not what
that's
I'm
what it
saying at
sounds
all.
like.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that
the less it becomes
successful
about a
black
race.
men and successful black women will find their way. Other black women who don't want those kind of men because he does not make their boat float, fine. You could deal with the guy, that's got all the swag, the game, or whatever, because you consider him a nerd or a geek or whatever. Black women are not the only black women in America. I have been to Central America, Africa, and I haven't been to South America yet, and I'm probably going to go there this summer. But what I'm saying is, in every country I've been in, I've had black girlfriends that spoke different languages.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of what I said in my monologue, that one of the benefits of slavery is that black people have been transported throughout the world. Wherever you go, there's a black community. Doesn't matter. So if you want to stick within your race of people, you could find a black woman that speaks Spanish, a black woman that speaks French, a black woman that speaks Portuguese, a black woman that speaks any language you want or culture. And if you're wealthy enough, you can choose from anywhere. And when you, especially if you're rich in America and you go to another country where your money multiplies itself, when you land in that country, if you're worth 10 million and that currency multiplies by 20, you're worth 200 million. You're an elite in that country. You can easily meet the mayor. You can meet the chief of police. You can have dinner with them. If you want to invest and do business, all it takes is 50, 100 grand. You could get your business license. You could set up. You could own property. You could do all kind of shit. See, our problem is that we have not ventured outside of the United States yet, so we don't really know what's there. And a lot of the traveling that I see online is for sex. But it's young guys, some of them, not all. But I'm waiting
Yeah,
for
don't
when you
group
get to the next
me.
level where you're
Yeah, don't group
traveling.
me in that.
Right, yeah.
JP, you have
You
to get
know,
you out of Milwaukee,
I'm
man.
waiting for the next level.
No,
I'm
I
waiting
want
for the
to.
next
I
level.
want to touch on one thing before I
Hey, check this.
tap
Say,
out. Go ahead, Shu.
No, you can go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Lee, I definitely gotta find a way to tap in with your individual. I love to pick your brain on some topics and get some insight on a lot of things. Seem like you have a lot
cool.
of knowledge and experience, especially in the
Financial
hierarchy of
service.
financials. Yeah, not just specifically financial knowledge, but the character and qualities and skills like that navigating through those environments. But the last thing I was going to touch on is just ask the whole panel of guys is when we get angry looking at a situation like Bronny having a white wife and those case scenarios, what can you infer about that? Like, what does that say to you about the anger itself? Because is it the same as when you go over, like, let's say I'm a black man and I got an Asian woman and she take me home and her parents go, "Whoa, a black man." Is that the same prejudice and anger, or is it more sophisticated?
I would agree. I would say, like me personally, I don't get mad if white people, if let's just say you bring a white woman, let's say you bring a white woman home and they family get mad at her for bringing you home. Me personally, I understand where they're coming from. They want to reserve their race. You can't get mad at, you can't call them racist or say they prejudiced because their fathers and grandparents and grandparents and grandparents want to reserve their own kind. We don't need to
Right.
mix in the
I
other
don't see
kind
a
to be
problem with
great
that either.
or
I
find
don't see a
love.
problem with that. I don't see a problem with that. But with regard to your family, that's one thing. With regard to the broader community, that's a different thing. You know,
But JP, you just said
I think the
something
reason why the
I
community is that way,
I
Lee,
dropped.
the reason why the community is that way, because you got to think about it. If they
You
going
know,
around, they putting off this image like dating a white person is the key. That's the you ain't did nothing till you did that. That's the problematic what I'm coming from. Like, okay,
But
now
it's
I
it's
barely even
it's
see black kids anymore.
but it's
Most
the
kids I see is biracial.
but it's the divestors, the female who are divestors that are promoting getting with white men. Brothers are just talking about traveling out the world and finding women from different countries. So black men are not necessarily saying only white women. They're finding Latino women, Filipino women, Thailandese women, African women. They're going out in the world to investigate and meeting different women. They're not single-mindedly just looking at white women. And I think that's that's a
So
that's a
eventually it
talking
won't
point
be
that
no
some
more
people are
black race.
using. Again,
Eventually in America, eventually it won't be no more black people like our color and darker. The black race is going to just kill itself
that's
off.
no, that what you the
If
way
you
you're
mixing,
speaking,
that's what it's going to be. It's
listen.
going to be light skinned
Well,
black.
well, first of all, you have to
the
understand.
dominant genotype will never lose, man.
Yeah.
But you won't know they black
Thank
until
you.
they
That's
tell
number
you.
one.
What?
That's true, number one. But what I would say to that is in the Americas, not North America, the Americas, Central America and South America, it has been promoted as a culture to mix and mix up white. That's every Central American country, every South American country.
And
And
why is
in
that?
every and because the colonials did it that way.
And why do
Mm-hmm.
black people have to participate in
Let me
that?
finish. Because what do you mean if you want to participate?
I'm
Because
saying, why do black people have
nobody
to
wants
participate in
because
that?
no one wants to be at the bottom. People want to create opportunities for themselves. And if you have a light-skinned son or a light-skinned daughter, they have a better opportunity in society. That's how it was 200 years ago in the Latin American countries. The colonials masters left around the 1850, but since that seed was already planted, the Indians they maintain that same mindset to improve themselves by marrying white so they can better create better opportunities for themselves. That's where it comes from. But in every one of those countries, there are black people and there are mix. You can see mixed with Indian, mixed with white, mixed with black. You see it all. In Honduras, you have Indian black women, you have they don't have Taino down here. They have what you call the Lenca, which is from Panama, the Lenca Indians, right? And you see that mixed with black, and you see that mixed with white. One of the things about Honduras, you go to Santa Barbara, and you can see blonde, blue eyes, green eyes, Latin girls. You go to La Ceiba, and you see uh, Indian mixed with black, women with hair 3 feet long, stretching past their booty. You go to Travessia, you see nothing but black people. There are different In Latin America, you see different type of people mix, and you see some that are still originally the same. And that will not happen. Black people will never be eliminated because we are the master gene for all other genes.
Now,
So that's
And
not
check
going to
this.
happen. But
You
I
know
think
what?
where you're coming from is a fair complex. And
Right.
what you're saying is, if the man don't submit to the black woman, and we move on from her, ooh, we're
no,
not
what
going
I'm
to be
saying
no
is
more
like in the
black.
comment
We're
section,
not going to
Let me
be
Lee.
say
no more
this.
Right.
black
In the
people.
in
Let
the
me
No.
say
comment
this.
Yeah,
section, Lee, they calling me a
I'm gonna let
moron
you. It was a
because I
great show
want
talking to y'all guys.
All
Hey,
right,
hey,
appreciate it.
they
Hey,
talking
Y'all
before
got
you
about.
it.
leave, 1 second. Taekwondo. I
Mhm.
left my email in the back chat.
All right, bet. I'm gonna email you about potentially getting on the call or something like that.
Oh,
Cool.
If that's
okay.
fine. All right, bet.
Now, Lee,
Not a
they calling
problem.
me a
hey,
moron in your
check
chat,
this
right? They
out,
calling
bro.
me a moron because they shaming me because I want to stick. I'd rather see our black people stick it and reserve and procreate only black only. So they trying to shame me. And that's saying
Who?
these black people
Who
in the
trying to
comment
No,
shame you?
section. These is black people because I want to stick to my own race, and I say I don't got a problem with white people sticking to their own race. That's a problem. That's
Well,
these people is lost to me.
okay,
I don't
but
care what
you
type
have
of
to
degree y'all
understand. There's
got.
two
That's some
dynamics.
lost stuff to me. I will
There's two
never follow
dynamics to
people
this.
like that,
Hold on
black
one
people
second.
like
There's
that.
two
hey,
dynamics to that, right?
Mr. Lee,
1 second.
let me say
Yeshua,
this
one
right quick
second.
before I jump off of here. I want to say this as a piece of history. I spent time in Brazil. Brazil had the same thing. Now, Brazil's thing was that they encouraged race mixing because they thought that they was going to mix up the black people because Brazil has the largest black population outside of Africa. They have the
Right?
second largest.
That's a
So,
Right.
fact.
so they tried to bring in Germans, etc., the Dutch, and mix up the black Brazilians, but it didn't work. When I'm saying that um, they can never wipe us out, but there can be. I do see where JP is coming from. That they can mix us up to a point where we do lose our African culture and identity. Okay, we can lose that, but
Right.
but at the same
Light
time,
skin would be considered the new black.
right? And so it's
I gotta go,
what I'm
guys.
saying. At the same time, what I'm getting at with Brazil, Brazil was a very unique place because they tried it there. And matter of fact, I spoke to some of the black Brazilians. Now it's changing in Brazil where black people are marrying each other now in Brazil. That they're no longer race mixing. They're going, no, we're going to marry each other because now they done woke up and said, wait a minute, because they face the same oppression and the same systematic racism and disenfranchisement as black folks. Matter of fact, they do it. It's probably worse there than it is worse in America. I mean,
We
Oh,
don't have to
absolutely.
mix. We
Absolutely.
don't have to be
I agree
mixing
with
up
that.
our race to please nobody.
no, we don't. No,
But
we
it's
don't.
no, but Jay, it's not the mixing of the race is really, you have to understand, the women are rejecting a large percentage of men that they don't like.
Right.
What do
Mhm.
you want a man to do? If he can't get a black woman, what is he supposed to do?
Find out about his game.
See,
Work on,
Okay.
work on.
What if he doesn't give a shit about game?
But
right.
what I mean is find out
No,
why
I'm
these
asking
women
you.
are.
No. What if he don't give a shit about game?
But what not, I didn't mean to say the word game, but that's something to get y'all understand what I'm saying. Like find out why you not getting
Why?
picked. It was something about
No,
you
why?
not getting
No.
picked.
No, but what if he don't give a shit? I don't have time to figure out why a woman tell me no. When I was in college, I had this fine
So
Haitian
what if no
sister.
woman like that
Let
game
me
though,
finish my
Lee?
story. There was this fine Haitian sister. We were all studying architecture together, and it was 6 of us used to hang out. It was a Haitian girl, what was it, Italian girl, and I forgot the other girl what she was, right? And then it was me, a black guy, Pete, who was a Spanish guy, and Frank, which was an Italian guy. And we all hung out together. And one day I pushed up on the black girl. And you know what she said to me? Lee, I like you, but you're too short. Period. Period.
But that could be any
And you know
race.
what?
Now, one of
And
no
from
race of
that,
women like that.
and from that day, I never, every girlfriend I've ever had was taller than me. From that very day. My wife is 5'8". In heels, she's 5'11" because she wears 3-inch heels.
I know
My
that's right.
girlfriends have all been taller than me. I don't give a shit what a woman tell me, and I ain't gonna try to figure out her problems. I move on and live the life I want. I don't give a shit about what a woman want. Because in the end, we pay for their life.
Damn. Take notes, Jay.
All right. I just wanted to say I understand what you're saying, Mr. Lee. I'm not combating that. I'm not
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It went over.
I'm not just speaking to you, Jay. I'm really speaking to the broader audience because
that's what we're doing, speaking to the broader audience.
See the show later. I want them to understand. Stop copping to what women want. Be a man. Set the tone. Lead. If they want to follow you, they're going to come in your zone. If they don't, kick them to the curb, find another woman who will. Plain and straight. And if she ain't black, don't give a shit. Don't worry about it. No. Make the black woman submit to you because she's been making us submit to her. Fuck that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Good Cat.
Mr. Lee, how you?
Y'all bringing out Harlem Lee up in this space.
I'm here for the Harlem World energy. I'm
not going over, y'all.
All right, man. I check with y'all later, man. All right, man. All right, Mr.
Lee. Good evening, Mr. Lee. How you doing, man?
Hang tight, Joe. Rick Judah. But go ahead, Mr. Good Cat. Talk to us. The topic is game versus intellect and the black man's dilemma. What you got to contribute on that?
You got to have a little bit of game and you got to have a little bit of intellect. You can't be an idiot and you can't not be cool. You have to have some kind of cool to you, not just for women, but just for the other men to associate with you. You know, men at a higher echelon don't hang out with guys that are whack.
You just got to be a likable person.
Right. You have to be a likable person. Your personality has to be likable. You have to be.
But what if your personality don't match the template of what we call swag or game?
You got to adapt to your environment.
Hold on one second, Jay. I'm talking to Mr. Cat.
I feel swag is it differentiates per person. Everybody has a threshold. Some women, we'll use women for this example. Some women like a boring guy. They're like, you know what? I like safe space. I like easy. I like predictable. And then you have some women that are just like, nope. I need. He got to be on fire. He got to be the Human Torch. He got to be. There's a large list of prerequisites. You know. So
okay. But. Speak to the man and not to the woman. How do you address that?
Fellas, be yourself.
You're telling me what women like.
Fellas, be yourself. You have to unapologetically be you and own it. You have to. Otherwise, people are gonna mold you to what they want you to be, and then you'll always come out defeated because it's not what you wanted to be in the first place.
Okay, yes, that speaks to the self-confidence issue of you not really having a sense of self. But I'm talking about a man that have a sense of self.
I could speak to him.
One second. He has a level of intellect, but in the broader society, we may say he have no game. How does that man move in society?
The guys with intellect that are like that what we consider squares.
This conversation is patterned from that interview where Pineapple something was interviewing the young man and this young lady on a show, and she kind of like, push him to the side, put him on the shelf because she said he didn't have no real personality.
Shout out to the GOAT round.
And what he said basically was he gave his accomplishments, right? The young man in his mid-20s, 26, 27. He basically said he took the PCAT, the PICAT. He was a pharmacist. He became a pharmacist before he even left high school. He graduated college at the same time he graduated high school, some crazy shit. And then when he took the PICAT, he got such a high score. Perfect score is 99. He got a 96.
Wow.
So the military took him right away. They're like, you coming with us, right? And so he dropped a couple of that. He named a book or two that he recently read. And the young lady said, that's all good, but good luck. Best of luck to you. You're not my flavor.
It sounds like you need some
Hold on one second. Let Kat respond first, because you've had some time, Jay. So let the new brothers come up and drop what they have to say, and then you can follow up.
That particular woman may not be for that particular man. There may be a woman somewhere that fits that.
we know there's a woman that would dig the brother. But what I'm saying is, as it pertains to brothers at large, that may be raised in an environment where the hood environment where men get to practice and grow and learn game and swag. In that sense, they were brought up in a whole different way of life. That's not their environment. So now that they're grown up, they're out into this world, they're starting to work, they're making their money, they see an attractive girl, they approach her and they're trying to, you know, assist her and they're trying to talk to her, but then she shoot him down because he got no game and swag. How do you address a brother in terms of how he should move forward?
You need to find yourself an OG. You got to find yourself a Lee. You got to find yourself a man that has skin in the game. Somebody that can tell you, hey man, like pull you to the side. Yo, don't say none of that. Come do this, say this, be like this, present yourself like this. Like you said earlier, you have to redress yourself. Wardrobe, the way you speak, how your inflection and so forth with women.
It's not even
you gotta be it's like a circus. You gotta be a ringmaster.
Learn some social skills.
Let's say he is around and his circle, he goes into the military, he's gonna be around top generals and men that don't come from our society. So they're gonna influence his mind and his thinking. And one of those men gonna invite him to a barbecue or some family cookout. And then somebody's daughter is going to push up on him and they're going to say, this brother would make a good husband for your daughter. He's going
submit to femininity. Do what you guys. Kevin said it best. Kevin said it best. Men like women that like them, and men should submit to they should sell out. Excuse me. They should sell out to femininity. You should.
No, that's okay. I already said this. I already said this down. Let Rick go.
Hey, hold on. Before I want to ask what he means by femininity. I was just curious.
No, he changed it. It wasn't.
I'm sorry. I meant to say sell. I meant to say sell out. But he
meant sell out to femininity. Meaning, if the black woman ain't feminine for you and she ain't feeling you, go with a woman that's feminine and wants to be with you.
Do what you must.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what.
Can I say this before you go right quick, Rick? I want to say this. Brother. Yeah, for a lot, I would say, I say this all the time. I came up with this because I paid attention to life. Men are the book, women are the readers. It's up to the man to make their book interesting in reading. If your book is boring, you can predict the next 10 chapters. Don't get upset because the women don't want to read you, don't want to buy you. They like books. They like
What if the black woman need a book with pictures in it, and the white woman or the other woman need a book with words and chapters?
But what I'm saying is, it's up to the
your book is a book stories. Of words and chapters, and she can't read your book.
What I'm saying, even if it's a picture book, it can be a picture book or chapter book. It's up to the man to make his book about himself interested with stories. Like a lot of times, the reason why a lot of these so-called thugs, whatever, get a lot of women because they got a lot of stuff to say that's exciting to women. Right. Whereas other men don't got nothing to talk about.
But it's bullshit because they've been in the same place for 10, 20 years. Ain't going nowhere. Ain't building nothing. Ain't elevating. Ain't moving nothing forward.
But a lot of women don't care about this.
But the women keep falling. The women keep falling for the same game. Keep falling for the same game and getting with these kind of guys. But the other guys who may not have the swag, the game, kicking it, flashy, whatever, they're progressing. And other women from other cultures see these men and say, you know what? I'm going to hook my raft to his boat because he's going to take me down this river and put me into the ocean. And I'm going to live a life of luxury. And then when you see him on the cover of Time magazine with his Latino family, then you're going to get pissed off. Not you, but sisters going to get pissed off. And they're going to say, well, he should have chose a black queen. But they don't remember 20 years ago when he was on a dating show and the black queen said, nah.
He's too square for me.
Luxury don't make you feel good. That's just a temporarily good feeling. Money don't make you feel money. Have a lot of money.
It's not about feeling good. See, men that think that way stay broke. Money is about power. It pulls the levels of power.
I can respect. I'm saying for women. I'm saying for women, Mr. Lee. I'm saying for women. Women, they love money. Don't get me wrong, but Money is
So
not the
why
end
do
all
they
be all.
require a man to have a fancy car, big house, and buy them expensive
Because I
red
be
bottom
getting bad
shoes
women.
and all
It's
that?
like a bomb.
That's because you get trash women. With them trash ass women. You gotta think differently.
What makes you think they trash though?
Huh?
What is a trash woman? Because she want a man like me? What is a trash woman?
If you're a broke bum and you get a woman, she got to be a trash woman to want a broke dude. Why
Not
would she want a broke
necessarily,
dude?
because
you wrong.
PhDs take broke dudes.
All the time. All the time.
They pay for their whole life. They
Just
buy
because
him
she's
a car.
educated doesn't mean she ain't trash. She
They pay
got a
for his
trash
lifestyle. They
mindset.
buy him everything. Come on.
That's a
Mr.
trash
Lee.
mindset because this broke man probably know how to make her feel special. This broke because a lot of these rich, what you're not saying, there's a lot of rich guys mistreat these women because they got money.
That's my point right there, Jay Prince. Black women want men to make them feel a certain kind of way, and the woman was made to make us feel a certain kind of way.
Right.
Black community got it backwards. Our job is not to serve them. Their job is to serve us. They are the pleasure creatures. We are not the pleasure creatures.
Mr. Lee.
It's not about the women, man. It's about me as a man. The hell with it. You got to get on my level. I'm not coming down to your level.
You got to come up.
Hell, you better.
You got to. You know, Mr. Lee.
If you down with them gutter dudes, you gonna keep messing with them gutter dudes.
Right.
That's my style.
No, what I'm saying when I say these men make them feel some type of way, it's not like these men be trying to, because a lot of times they be chasing these thugs. These thugs don't be giving a fuck about them, but these women be submitting all types of women.
They care about because they cater to them.
There's something about these men it's very attractive.
It's the illusion.
Y'all can't continue to hate on them.
And that's the point, Jay Prince. That's my point.
It sounds like y'all be hating on these thugs.
No, we're not. No, we're not. I'm not.
I'm not saying you, Mr. Lee.
I need what I'm saying is trash chicks.
What I'm saying to the audience is that the men who are like this brother that we're using for the conversation, who are very well educated, who are moving down a trajectory that's going to become very successful in whatever it is that he may do. Those men that's going to become that 10%, 5%, 1%, minus 5% black man that's going to be worth in the millions or in the billions, they should not care about a woman and how they make her feel. It's the woman's job to make him feel good. When he come home from 12-hour work, 15-hour day, it's her job to comfort him. It ain't his job to comfort her.
But these men still want love at the end of the day too.
That's
what make a woman feel good. A lot of men still want to make a woman feel good.
Why would you think a woman that choose a man that's successful don't get the love?
But a lot of times, because that's what we.
The black woman don't choose him because she feels or says he doesn't have swag. But when they turn 45 and 50, then they want that same guy that they turned down when they were 25. Because now they know the realities of life. I'm more experienced. They always said, I'm more experienced. Back then I was young. I had kids with these guys, but he was a bum. Now they're saying he's a bum. But 20 years ago, he wasn't a bum. Those are all the cats that they wanted to roll with.
And they still desire those men, but they still desire those men.
But you see the problem that you're identifying? That black women don't know what life is all about. And they don't recognize it until they grow up at 45 years old. So stop this crap about black women develop or women develop before men do. That's crap. They don't.
They stop growing at a certain age mentally, I believe.
I don't know. I'm just saying their behavior do not display that they mature earlier.
No, not at all. Most men mature earlier.
Well, what about the other races of women that want the bad boy, that want that type of guy? It's not just black women that want these guys.
The other races that goes to that type of men, that's fine too. What I'm saying is when they choose a woman from a different race and they're with him, like Kobe Bryant. So many black women are pissed at him, but when he pushed up on them in high school, they played him off. He got a woman that stayed with him even through a scandal. Stayed with him even through the differences he had with his family, his mom and his dad. Whatever those differences are. She even had to fight her own mother who wanted to pimp her and check her own mother and she stayed down with him to this day, and she's protecting his legacy, his kids, his name, his reputation. Where do we see the black woman doing the same thing? Now, LeBron James' wife could be that woman because she chose him and he chose her from they were in high school together.
Mm-hmm.
And they came forth. But out of all the black women, we can look at one or two, but there are 20 million of them.
There ain't that many examples.
That's my point.
That's my point. You had mentioned,
but that's the reality. And then you're telling the rich black man, the accomplished black man, that because he grew up in a different environment and didn't learn game, he got to go learn game so he can entertain a black woman? Fuck that.
But you got to understand too, now, Lee, when they give a white man, they give a white man that got swag.
Yo, Jay Prince, let me take this real quick.
When they date white men or other races, those men got swag too.
I want to touch on this point real quick because
they got a black man swag.
Hold on, Jay. Let Jay.
Go ahead, my bad.
We're talking a lot about what's going on, how the men carry themselves, the women carry themselves, and I get it. But when we're talking about what I hear a lot of is our men are giving up on our sisters. Like, what's wrong with pulling our sisters up? I get it that our sisters are jacked up and they mentally, they crazy. They want to go after the wrong type of things. We understand that, but what's wrong with pulling them up? But before we can pull them up, why can't we do? And Mr. Goodcat said it. Get an OG, get somebody to kind of show you the ropes, kind of show you some game. Let's stop being prideful. That's why men don't know shit, because they can't be told shit.
Rick Judah, let me ask you: Have you ever taught in the street?
Have I ever
what? Camp?
Oh
yeah. Have you ever taught in the street?
Yeah, I
camp?
did.
Okay,
yeah,
so you know our people how they are, right? You know our people how they are.
Our people don't listen.
Let me tell you something. I am not going to teach a brother to do a renovation project and fix a woman, because 9 times out of 10, when you fix them, when their mind is right, they no longer need you.
They leave
because when they were in their fucked up head, that's when they saw that you were helpful to them.
Right.
Once you fix them, they don't need you no more. And if you are successful and rich and wealthy, she will break up your family, take your kids, take your money, and set you back 20 years.
But start another life. But I thought before
I'm not going to try to fix her. No, I'm not going to try to fix her.
My thing is,
either the right black woman put us up in my presence so we could roll together, or I find a Latino woman, or I go to another country and find another black woman that don't have the same
issues. What we're not doing. Nobody is actually saying, me as a man, I chose wrong. I actually try to pick up gutter trash, and then the gutter trash destroyed me. What's wrong with just being like, you know what? I made a bad decision. Sometimes we just got to own up to it.
You said, why are we running away from our black women? Why don't we try to fix them?
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
What you said.
Yeah,
That's what you said.
But listen,
you can't fix what don't want to be. You can't fix what don't want to be fixed.
While we're fixing them,
no, we got some accountability here.
I don't mind pulling them up, but I'm not dragging her ass up.
There you
That's
go.
not what I'm doing.
I'm with that.
I'm pull you up, but I'm not dragging. If I got to drag you, I'm gonna leave your ass at a goddamn restaurant.
Hink is on point.
I'm not dragging.
But like I said, but as men, we're not getting built up by other men in front of us. We are neglecting OGs. We trying to do it on our own, and then we get out here and fuck up for 30, 40 years, and then we sit around like, man, all the women are this. No, it's because we was too prideful to get taught. We was too prideful to get some instruction, some direction. Especially 20 and 30-year-old guy needs an OG. They need this guy that's telling them what's good for them to know so they can learn and be better.
That's
we aren't
true.
getting better.
I agree with that.
We can't make the women better.
What I'm also saying is that there are black men who come from black families, from a different circle of life, that they have that support system around them. But that support system don't nurture them to go and pick up a broken hood chick.
Nope.
That support system puts them in an environment where the women there, they may have issues, but they're not broken like that, and they can see your value and you can work with them. Whether the woman is of your own race, other black women, or whether they're Latina, Asian, or white.
Lee, we not taking no accountability at all.
Men take accountability every day.
Because the women, hold on, we talk about pookies and we talk about these ghetto hood chicks, right? But how did these people became to an existence?
No, I ain't going back to
the black man wasn't in the home.
As a black man, I am not going to tell another black man to go back there and fix nobody. No,
what I'm saying is,
you know why? Because the black man, let me finish, Jay. The black man came out of the same family and environment they came from.
Mm-hmm.
The same family, the same broken environment, drugs, guns, all kind of crap. And he pulled himself out, make choices that he was able to succeed. That's the point. And you're telling him, now come back and get a chick from here. When you get the chick from there, what does she do? You had this old brother last year called the cops on his woman who was going off, wanted to stab him. When the cops get there, they shoot him.
That's a fact.
He called the cops.
That's a fact.
And this was a hood chick, 50 years old.
You want us good black men to go back there and get us some trash chick and then try to save them?
No, what I'm saying is, because we gotta also be honest. We're not being all the way honest. It wasn't Pookies and Thugs won a choice at one point in time. That didn't be coming to an existence to welfare days. Let's talk about before welfare days, where black women did used to choose these good guys, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X type of characters.
And that's what Kevin Samuels have been talking about. He said, let's go back to the 40s and 50s.
That's what they did used to
married at 80%. Yes, but so now,
what changed that?
The women that are not. What changed that? The black women changed that. They got money from the white man through welfare, and they said, "F you, I don't need you."
So welfare, right? So now y'all shaming these black men.
No, I'm not saying
y'all. I'm not saying you leave. What I'm saying is,
we're not putting a message out to shame anybody.
No, I'm not saying. Okay, I'm talking about.
If you don't get what you want, look other places.
I'm saying Pookies and Thugs and Pooquishas and the women that choose these dudes, the women that choose these dudes, come under that guy of no daddy, no black men in the home no more. So the Pookies had to raise the kids. These women that choosing these Pookies and Thugs, their brothers, cousins, and uncles and daddies.
Stop, Jay Prince. Pookies ain't raising no kids.
The Pookies is the gangsters, and the Pookies is the drug dealers in the streets that's raising these young boys.
So you raise Pookie kids, man?
Huh?
Are you raising Pookie kids now?
What I mean is, a lot of these young kids didn't have nowhere. They didn't have no daddy, so they who they looked up to the gang leaders, the gang leaders, the drug dealers.
But the reason why they didn't have
the hustlers.
The reason why they didn't have a daddy is because their mama kicked their daddy out. That's why.
But the reason why the mamas left.
Let Rick Judah speak. Go ahead, Rick.
The reason why the mamas left is because they were influenced by the system that's over us that's actually trying to do that. The woman's going to follow what's going to help her. So I ain't saying it's right, but that's what happened. So we should just stuck with the women that was going to keep our family strong. Yes, they did run away, but we're blaming the women more than we're blaming the actual system over us.
The system, right? Because the black men didn't have no balls to fight that system.
But wait a minute.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, real quick, Jay. We're up here. We're putting all this the women. But we but it's not nothing wrong. We can't victim Olympics. We can't blame
nobody's saying there's not nothing wrong. You know what? The system came down on
white man
black
that you're trying to line with set that system up.
Hold on one second.
Yes,
in the 80s, in the crack era, the system came down on black men hard.
That's a fact.
But
in 30 years, black men had turned that around. Even with black women saying you're a scrub, you're a bum, you can't get none unless if you don't got money, you can't get this, honey. With all that shaming that they did in major media, not just one-on-one in the hood in a relationship, in major media, painting the image of black men as ain't worth shit. We lift ourselves up. We've now made ourselves something, and we say, we want you. We extend the hand, and she said, nah, we don't want you. We want Pookie.
So what makes us say the men actually are something?
We keep blaming y'all, but like you said earlier, Lee, like align with whites, right? Y'all aligning with the people.
I didn't say nothing about
aligning. What I mean is we aligning with the people that created this system.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that, never once, because I don't date white women and I don't endorse it.
No,
Men will
I'm
choose
not
who we
saying
want. But
dating white women,
I
Mr.
said
Lee.
that they're black women. One of the benefits of slavery is that black people have been spread throughout the earth. If you want a black woman, the Americas is a region. It's
But
not
we got
just
this
North
grief for
America.
black women, but we don't got that grief. But as soon as we start talking about white people, we want to say victim Olympics, and we want to say you need to be this. But what I'm saying is, Miss Lee, we keep attacking the women, but not the man who created the system.
Jay, you can't bring the talking points from some other channel over here because
this is what I'm talking about from the gut.
Over here, I don't endorse talking about white people nor comparisons between blacks and white. I don't endorse that, nor have I ever spoke about that from my first show until today. Never have and never will.
I'm not talking about the Mr. Lee. I'm saying we got to bring proper context.
What I've said, black man should compete against the white man and beat him at his own game. That's what I've said.
Right, and what I'm saying, I'm not saying that, Mr. Lee. I just want for clarity. I want to be clear. I want to just get some clarity, Hank. All I'm just saying, if we're gonna bash the women, we also gotta get, because you ain't doing nothing just about targeting the women. Who gave them these options?
But the women don't have to take advantage of the system.
Thank you. The system is based on the users.
Hold on, dog. You don't have to take advantage of us just because it's there.
So you're gonna continue attacking the women, but not the people who created the system.
We got hold the women accountable as well. The women don't have to take advantage of the system.
Let's just say black women say, we apologize, I'm sorry.
That's
but
never
the
gonna
system
happen.
still exists. What you gonna do then?
And words don't mean shit. Change your behavior.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all you have to do, Jay.
The words don't mean shit. All they have to do is change your behavior. You know what they can do?
The government
100,000 black women can walk. Let me tell you, 100,000 black women can walk into the family custody courts tomorrow, Monday, and take every black man that's with them off of child support. That would be an earnest, good effort to show that they want to change.
But how many black men going to pay health care benefits? How many black men going to come back home? How many black men going to take care of her better than the system did? You can't tell her to let go of all of these resources. When a lot of black men said, well, we're going to speak to all like shit.
So you're giving them justification for walking away and then telling us we shouldn't walk away.
No, what I'm saying is y'all been saying that y'all gonna treat these women like they not nothing to y'all. They should be serving y'all. But whereas these other men done put these women on a pedestal. So if you want to compete with that, you got to come up with a higher pedestal than what they is.
What other men?
They not about to give up all of that.
Yeah, what other men?
What other men?
Do you know that put women on pedestal?
Yes.
What I mean is when the government gave them all of this special treatment. Even though I agree with y'all,
let's be real. Let's be real. Hold on one second. What the government give them, keep them broke. What it does offer them is the independence of not submitting to the black man and listening to what he has to say.
They gave them degrees as well, so they giving these women opportunities to make more money than a man.
What the benefit offers them.
They giving these women degrees and opportunities to make more money than their black men.
Jay Prince.
But Jay, you at the mercy of the government. You understand what you're talking about? You at the mercy of the government. So if the government shuts down, you're in trouble because of the system.
And let's be clear. And let's be clear, Jay Prince.
I'm not disagreeing with y'all at all. But what I'm saying is the women's not the 100% the fault. We always overlook. That's what's been wrong with black men since we got over here. We want to blame and attack each other and attack our women, attack other black men. But what we don't do is attack that man who we supposed to be attacking.
With the man.
We sit up here and fight each other every damn day, right? We sit up here and kill up each other every day. But when it comes down to that white man, they tell us to march. We got to go beg and plead and submit to them. But when it comes to one of us, we want to fight and kill.
I never saw you out with Grandmaster Jay stepping out there with your guns. So if you were so hyped about grabbing guns and go fighting a white man, why didn't you join Grandmaster Jay? That's what he was promoting.
What I'm saying is the men that been killing each other and killing our women, 600 black women die in the hands of black men on a year. And we killing each other, and black men is dying even more.
Those are not the intellectual, successful black men that's doing it.
Those are not the men in this space.
Thank you.
I can respect that.
Those men.
That's the books and Ray race you talk about. You going to save these trash ass.
I respect. I agree. I agree. But the ones that's in y'all space, abandon them.
We didn't abandon them. They turned their back on us.
Exactly. They said no. They said you. They said
the
you
woman
ain't shit.
I deal with is black. I don't mess with no white women.
So okay, and y'all right. So I can say these women that y'all talking about. These women come from Pookie.
No, we're not.
So those are Pookie
what we're
children.
saying. No, what we're saying. Hold on a second. What we're saying is if the black woman. What we're saying is that even intellectual, accomplished black men they want to be with a black woman and they approach her and they try, but then they get rejected and they get rejected. And after so many rejections, you say, okay, no problem. You know what? Marisol has always been hitting me up, being nice to me, bring me lunch, ask me how I'm doing. Let me talk to her. And then he start talking to her and he sees that she's open to his conversation, the accomplishments that he have, the road path that he's taken for his career, and he said, you know what, this is a good woman.
But you know how you can change that?
She introduced him to his family, to her family, and her family welcomes him in. He's like, you know what, I've been trying. There was a brother on this show about 2 months ago, and he married an Asian woman, and he said he tried with 8 different sisters from college to when he got out of college. And I believe he's a pharmaceutical doctor or pharmacist or something like that. And he said after that, he gave up after 8 tries, after several years. So what you're saying is that we should try indefinitely until she become a Boyce Watkins wife. When you're 40 years old, 50 years old, and she's just ran through, had 3 kids with other men. Now you're going to take her because she wants you? Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Here goes some accountability, right? What I'm saying, this is what I'm telling to all the black men that's successful, gotta like how, not the Pookies. How the hell you gonna let Pookies and Pookies run your black community? You sitting up there running and want to line with these white people communities who you just don't really got no place there. Why not take control of your black community? Pookie should be running your shit.
I can tell you why.
Let Pookies run you out your community?
I can tell you why. You know how it could be done? If you look at El Salvador, they did it already. You know what they did? They told the police and the military, go into all these neighborhoods and snatch up all these drug dealers. And they put them all in one big jail together, put all the gangs together that are enemies, let them motherfuckers kill each other. That's what they did.
Let them
and you know what we
handle
would have to do? We would have to be in a country where the white man just stand back and shut the fuck up, and we go into the hood and we blow these niggas away. That's what we would have to do.
And that ain't gonna happen because they blowing the niggas away and getting paid.
You don't really want the answer. You just want to throw it out there as a smoke screen.
That can be the answer, though.
Trust me.
Well,
those gang members were the good black men.
I was part of a crew to step to the drug dealers in Harlem and 126th Street, and we moved them out the entire neighborhood.
But those men had good dads.
We moved them out.
Where were the daddies?
Trust me.
They gotta see a greater
power than themselves. And they gotta know that we not joking, because they know the Israelites back then, they got some soft cats out here now. But those guys back then, they didn't take no shit. They know if they would have taken it to the next level, there would have been bodies in Harlem and no basements.
That's a fact.
We didn't play no games back then, bro. These soft ass cats are talking about, oh, I don't want to be in a camp. A YouTube Israelite. Those guys are weak, man. Trust me. Man, I had 300 men under my command.
Speak, Lee.
Trust me, bro.
Speak,
I
Lee.
know what I'm talking about.
Speak, Lee. Speak.
You don't know me, man. You don't know where I come from. I wear a suit and I'm a gangster too. And I roll in Harlem because I know Harlem. Trust me. I've had guns put to my head. I've had a knife in my throat when I was 12 years old. I should not be alive today, but I am. You don't know me, bro.
So you embrace that gangster side.
You let me loose in a black community in 6 months, all the Pookies would either become intellects or they will be 6 foot in the ground.
I'm
plain and simple.
So we need to be on with that type of zeal. We got to bring that back. Like we do need more of that amongst our people. to actually.
Well, you know how we need to do that?
Pookie should
We
be
need to
running
take
the
over.
communities.
We need to take over policing our own department, our own neighborhoods, and push the white man out.
That's a fact.
But
Now
we
that
can't
the white
police
man has come into the
ourselves.
black community and gentrify it, shut down all his business and put him out of business and bring black people back in.
Okay, now
we
I want to say this.
Hold on, Jay, real quick. So
Lee with the smoke today.
What we got to do is we got to police ourselves. Police ourselves comes with law because police is law enforcement.
The laws already exist. We don't need to change the laws.
We
the
don't
laws
have
already
law.
exist.
I
We don't
mean,
need to change the laws.
But
What we need is a code of conduct amongst each other.
Amen.
That's what we need.
We don't
now,
have
Lee, you see what you just did, right? And I absolutely agree with you. When I first talked about we need to be getting these white folks, we wasn't on that. But once it came to black men and pookies, y'all had all of this smoke of what you could do to physically harm black men, but you can't do a goddamn thing to a white man.
No, what you're saying, first of all,
because white people
are
a coward.
No, what you're saying is that
you don't got no smoke for these white people that started this shit, but you got it for these black men who were your sons. You a coward.
White people are not the problem, Jay Prince.
White people are not our problem now.
You
We're not enslaved like that.
No, bro, they're not. No, bro, they're not the problem.
That system. My fault too. My fault.
Okay, let me ask you this: if white man is the problem and the system is the problem, how is it that an immigrant can come here and get on top
and
of
benefit better?
Black people, y'all just got done saying.
Answer that
y'all
question.
just got done saying black women is choosing this system.
Question. Answer that question.
You can't answer that question.
How is it that foreigners could come here and benefit over us?
It depends on how they. I don't know, but I'm saying we just all agree
that black because women they use the system to their benefit. They are not asking for a handout. They move in unison on what benefits them.
But who?
Black people are fighting against black people. Black people are killing black people in the neighborhoods where you go into those Latino neighborhoods and Asian neighborhoods. I'm not going to say there's zero crime, but they're not killing themselves out at 1,000, 2,000 a clip per year.
Who created this? Who created
wearing red or blue or being on the wrong side of the street?
Hey, y'all know the difference. The difference between these other people, these other communities, these other countries, they actually carry themselves like family. We don't see each other. We're supposed to see each other like brothers and sisters. We don't act like family. We act like, oh, that's just another nigga over there.
And I'm glad this conversation is real needed.
You know what I'm saying? We don't look at each other like family.
We look at each other like opposition all the time.
And why? How did we get to this point where we looking at each other like that? Because back before welfare days, we wasn't. We didn't have a Million Man March for nothing. So clearly they had that same concept. So who deterred us from that concept? That's who we should be attacking. Not black women, not black men.
Jay, let me tell you something. You can't attack and fight nobody if you don't have unity amongst your own.
Thank you.
Yes.
A house divided cannot stand.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, Mr. Lee, I'm on agreement with y'all to a certain degree. We had this before. You talk about Wall Street.
What?
Unity. They didn't have Million Man marches and everybody on the same page for nothing back then. We all said welfare
came. Was a picnic. You know why? I was there at the first Million Man March. I was there. It was a picnic.
Okay.
There was no resolution. It was no resolutions. It was a picnic. It was a hangout.
They had some type of unity.
There was no unity.
They didn't have unity.
Out of it.
They was just together at the picnic.
Action steps that came.
So none of them civil rights movements had no unity.
No. You know what they had?
The civil rights movement was not the Million Man March.
Okay, I'm just saying in total, the civil rights movement. What I'm saying is,
well, you know what the civil rights movement did? The civil rights got played because when we got the rights and we were supposed to get the benefits, we gave it away because we created the Immigration Act of 1965.
Exactly. That's a fact.
Which made anyone that was an immigrant that came into the United States a minority.
Yep.
And then they claimed that the white woman was a minority, who is the majority of all people in this country. And once they did that, and our leaders sat back and allowed that to happen. And when that happened, we got moved to the side, and then the foreigners came in and they took the benefits. So that was a partial reparations that we should have had. What our black leaders should have said, until 50 years, no immigrant could come in and take classification as us.
I
we should have had some time to recoup.
But y'all just said it was something that these women, our black women, chose a system chose the system. So instead of if you just going to attack the system and these pookies, you better be attacking to that person who started that system before you come at any black woman or any black man. How you gonna come at the weakest link?
Jay Prince, the problem is
But you want to submit to the ones who started the shit.
I appreciate your passion, but what I'm saying to the black man, the 20%, the 10%, the 5%, the 1%, fuck these bitches and leave.
Facts. And
that's what I say. I'm not going to try and diss them, insult them, and make them conform. And,
just walk away.
I ask Gerald from time to time to put up my tagline. My tagline is, I'm not trying to change you. I'm not.
Fact.
And I got that from being an Israelite, because you know why? I've been in the street. I've been spit on by black women carrying Bibles on 42nd and 8th Avenue in white dresses.
That's a fact.
Yeah. The white man didn't spit on me. You know what the white man did? He came over and took notes.
Because he already completed his job with us.
That's what they did.
The white man don't have to do that no more. He already done completed his goal.
Absolutely.
He took over you. He took your women and children.
He destroyed the minds of the women. The weaker.
That man. He conquered the black man. He took your women. He took your woman.
But that's how you conquer. But that's how you conquer any major civilization.
So then you would say the same thing that Adam.
So these black women not doing that on purpose. These black women not doing that on purpose. They conquered.
They did not conquer.
They're not
I'm
conquered.
saying no. What I'm saying is these black women not doing that on purpose. Is that once these people conquered us, they took our women.
No, women chose not to have leadership.
No, you can't blame it on women. Women gonna go through whoever in power.
I can't blame it on them.
Let me say this to you, Jay. Let me say this to you. And this is why it's important to travel, right? Because if you travel in Latin America, South America, and the Caribbean, what you will find is that those women were also colonialized. But over time, those women still stayed with their men. They didn't abandon their men. The American black woman, after she got civil rights, and then the feminists came to her and they say, this is what we could give you. All you have to do is move the man out the way. They played her because they knew the power of the black man to overthrow their country was on the nose. There was a tipping point in 1964.
Right.
If the black woman would have sided with us, we would be running the United States today. She fell for the bait and she abandoned us. Because we was the one that had the power.
I respect
the black man had, and from 1965, if they did not go with that deal, that means abortion would not have came in and killed 20 million blacks. And we would now be not only 20 million more, but the children of that 20 million. We would be as strong as Brazil, 80 million black people in America, successful and rich.
I can respect that, but what I am saying that I respect everything that you're saying, Ms. Lee. I respect everything totally. I agree with everything you're saying.
No, I understand. Say your mind. You don't have to qualify your words. We're men here.
Okay,
I don't get insulted easy. I have skin like an alligator.
The thing is, our black women watch their protector. We their protectors get treated like a bitch, and we got butt broken. We got beat in front of them. We got murder in front of them. We get slaughtered in front of them. Even till this day, we getting killed by police in front of them. So they don't got no other choice but to follow the
nonsense.
Did not the Western Empire? Did not the Western empires do that to Germany? Did not they destroy the German country?
I think if we want our women to submit to us, we got to stand up and claim our rights by the fist and not begging. Martian women supposed to be sitting up there begging our oppressors, not the men. We supposed to be having a military in the black community.
If you want to go to war, I did not see you signing up to Grandmaster Jay.
Mr. Lee, I guarantee you,
if this is what you believe, that's what he was promoting. So
I didn't know nothing about it. I would join that. Before I would join the military of the United States, I would join the military for black men.
Using it as a smokescreen to try to justify female behavior that you submit yourself to.
But we can't just continue to ignore why they act the way they act.
But why do we give women an excuse for the choices they make and then blame ourselves?
A woman's nature. So y'all telling me a woman's nature is not to be attracted to the man in power?
A woman's nature is naturally rebellious.
Right, but she's more aligned with the man that's in power.
Yes,
We're not in power.
Power or not, she's gonna be rebellious.
And money don't make us powerful.
No, I agree with
Jay. So you say the women are signing with the white man, right?
Because they got power,
right?
And
but then hold on, Jay. But then you want us to side with them.
No,
at the same time.
No. What I'm saying is,
no.
I get what you said. What I'm saying is, this is the only how y'all gonna get black women to submit to y'all. This is the only how we gonna get black women to submit to us. If we stand up and grab our bootstraps with a fist. Even if we lose, win or lose, win, lose or draw,
black men abuse them.
Win, lose or draw, and we fight against the people that the system that protected them. Because think about it, she can't call 911. She can't. Hold on.
You know how that's going to turn out?
No. Hold on, because we don't know how it's going to turn out. We never had.
That's going to turn out. It's going to turn out just like Nat Turner's scheme. The black woman laying in the white man's bed, she gonna tell him what the plans are.
Yep, she gonna go back and tell everybody what's going on.
And guess what? When they do, they should get physical consequences.
How that revolution ended.
They should have physical consequences.
It's not physical with black women.
What I'm saying is, if somebody in our army, the black man's army, betray us, what y'all saying is betray. They need the ultimate physical consequence.
You know what? Period. Most black men, I would say most. A lot of these pookie guys in the street, they can't shoot straight because when they start shooting, they shoot kids. They shoot.
That's
women,
why we got black men like you to train us.
The enemy.
How many black men we got on? How many black men come on this panel that's military trained?
JP want all the pookies unite.
That means y'all supposed to be training us. Y'all claim that y'all risk your lives for everything else. Why not risk your life for your manhood? Your women and children.
You're ready. Jay, you're ready to start a revolution in America. Is that what you're saying?
You damn right.
No, I'm asking you. That's what you're ready for?
Yes.
Captain Pookie.
Really?
Jay Prince.
That's why I was so more in line with Mr. Lee when he started talking about his other stuff.
And you think that the women, and you think that the black women that support you
don't stand behind you?
Yeah,
absolutely not. You gonna?
I would say in the beginning, no.
You gonna be sucking that white man?
I think they will once they see. I think they will once they see us getting busy.
No,
because right now they've been seeing us just getting pumped.
Telling the plans.
Black women look at us like we pumped.
If they don't
Other women should never look at us like we pumped.
Why she telling your plans?
Okay, can I ask? Can I ask y'all other questions? Okay, can I ask y'all this question?
Let me respond to that point you just made. Let me respond to that point you just made. We just had an example of that. In 2008, Obama ran for office, and black women didn't support him until white people started supporting him.
That's a fact.
And okay, there. That's
my point. They're not going to support you even if you start a revolution.
You know why? Because the white man been their protector.
You're going to upset the luxury life that they live.
The white man been their protector.
You're going to upset the luxury life that they live.
Look, where we got to admit right now, okay, Jay Prince, first of all, you got to admit, because actually we do got a revolution, but if we go to war with actual guns and we going to get slaughtered. Let's first keep it a buck.
Win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw.
You want to be a model for black women. No.
Now, what I must say, though, we have to admit, everybody else has to admit that black men have submitted to the authority over us. When we talk about we gonna chase the bag, we gonna do this, we actually saying I'm gonna join the system and I'm gonna be with them. That is straight up saying I'm gonna go live in the big house with Massa. That's
live in the White House with Massa, not a black house.
That doesn't make any sense. Let me ask you this.
Hold on one second. So what is your suggestion?
Oh, you saying for us? No,
what is it? You saying? Hold on one second. He's saying, don't work, don't go to school, don't get educated because that's joining the white man.
I'm not saying it at all. I'm not saying it at all. We better use the resources.
You said going after the bag, which is working and making your money and establishing a foundation for yourself so you can provide for a family, even if it's a black woman. Don't do that. What?
What I'm saying is money is not a power. It's a tool. It's a tool.
Money's the
to
main
survive.
power.
It's not. No, it's not. Hold on. It's resources.
No,
It's
it's
not. Because
not,
for
bro.
one, the power is in the military. Let's first understand that. Second of all, money's not power. Money is a
So
tool to
what black
survive.
military
Okay, how
do
much
we
money
have?
you got? You cannot get yourself out of prison.
We don't-
Hashtag
I'm
R.
not
Kelly,
saying- I'm
Bill
not saying
Cosby.
That's
What
not
black-
true. That's not
What
true.
black
Trade-
military?
Bill
Hold on,
Cosby
hold
had
on,
money. He couldn't get
Hold
himself
on,
out of
hold on,
prison.
Jay. Hold on, Jay. Hold on, Paul.
Jay,
We should
respect the panel.
we should get schools.
I'm sorry
I
about
mean,
that.
we should get all these things.
How are we going to do that?
actually-
How are we going to do that?
And what I'm saying is, listen, we should get property. We should get these things. We should.
Right, we
get
understand
trade.
that, but how?
We should.
And
listen,
how can we get that? What would
obviously the
what would
system
allow us
set
to
up-
do that?
The system set
What
up
would
is
allow
the-
us to do that?
The system that's put up over us is the
No,
one.
I'm
that is-
asking you. For us to get our own schools. And what else did you say?
I'm
Hospitals.
I'm saying, I'm explaining. Because
Okay.
I ain't saying we shouldn't go. I'm not saying we shouldn't get money. I'm not saying that at all. I don't want nobody to think I'm saying.
That's what you said.
Don't have a job.
You
No,
said
that ain't what
chasing
I
the
was
bag
saying, though.
means you've submitted.
I was saying use no, because you can work for someone and not be submit. You can be there. You can be like Kunta Kinte. Toby be good nigga for Massa. Why are you planning
Yeah,
to run
but then
away?
he got his foot chopped off and he can't do no shit. He can't do nothing after that.
But the point I'm making is you can be like, all right, I do this. You can play the role until you have to, you can do that. Ain't no wrong with playing the
There
role.
are a lot of brothers that are doing just that.
But listen,
they're going in, they're making their money, and then they're starting their own business.
Negroes. Most of these brothers are house Negroes. Let's just keep it a buck. First,
House
second
niggas,
of all,
yeah.
Second of all, what we got to do is instead of chasing the bag, let's chase family. Let's chase working together. Let's chase unity.
Well, how you gonna
Then
work with a woman? Okay,
we gotta get our minds right first.
Hold on, good
Our
point, Rick
minds are
Judah.
off.
Hold on, Rick Judah. Good point. Now we have a brother, Michael B. Jordan, successful. You could say he got swag, he's got influence, and he's got a career path that he's going to be able to offer a black woman a good life.
And she turned it down.
She proposed to her. He wanted a life together to build a family, and she walked away from that.
Because he's again, what do simps do? They choose bad women. He's
a simp.
Michael B. Jordan's not a simp, bro.
Michael B. Jordan is a simp.
Listen,
hold on.
Hold on, let me finish.
Michael B. Jordan is a simp.
Will Smith,
I'm
Wade,
asking a question.
Dwayne Wade, and Michael B. Jordan and Kanye West, all simps. When you
we're not talking about Kanye West. We're talking about
all of them simps.
Well,
they choose
Michael B. Jordan. Okay, so
what qualifies him as a
simp?
simp?
You say is not a simp that is successful today.
Listen, I just not said it. When you choose a slut.
No, I'm asking what man did you have an example who is not a simp that you can give us an example?
That's every trash ass
LeBron. So far, LeBron right now, LeBron has a wife that is supportive is strictly for him. So that's the man I would say. So far, I can say that, and I'm not even a big,
So 1 out of 20 million.
Right.
Yes, most women are the wrong ones to choose, and most
men. Can I ask a question?
How you gonna have all this influence and power and money, and you gonna choose a terrible woman because you a simp? You just glad to have a pretty face. That's a simp move.
Can I ask you a question, please?
First of all, when he was not dealing with black women, you know what they were doing? They were shaming him.
They were shaming
shit about him. Talking shit about him like they do.
Can I ask you some questions?
She comes from a family where her father had money, so she don't have to be with him.
This would have sums everything up.
Oh shit!
At least this about to sums everything up, right?
Go ahead.
Women want main thing. What women want from a man is protection and provision, right? Okay. When our women,
well, she already got the provision part.
So okay. When our women. Is there a number where something is going wrong with black women? Is there a number where she could call where a black man will answer and come and save her? No. Is there a number?
Wait a second. When a black man is in the house with a black woman and they're having a disagreement, who does she call?
The police.
The police.
And the police is white.
So she
most
called
of the
the
time.
police
because that black man is the one that's attacking her instead of attacking the
how do you know he's attacking her?
At work.
No, he's not attacking her. He's trying to put her in check.
Right.
He's trying to put her in check.
She doesn't like the fact that he's telling her the truth.
We got to come back and deal with these women.
And you know why she called?
Try to bring you under control. They call the cops on you. That's what they do.
And you know why? Because a lot of black women looking like nigga, how you gonna put me in check when you got this white man putting you in check? Even if I call the 911,
you know what you're saying? You know what you're saying? Until we kill all white people, I ain't never gonna listen to you.
That's what they doing.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that's what black women doing. Black women don't see us in a protected state. Black women don't look at us like we protection and provision. They don't.
Okay. All right, so those black women,
because they know they got 911 call, which is not us.
Behind. That's why I say leave and make a new black community with other women.
So we're gonna continue running from our position.
It's not running from the position.
How is it running?
It is running from our position because
listen.
It's
definitely
when
our position is to protect black women. They come, they're my daughters in there. I got 3 black daughters.
Our position is
the 911 not supposed to be protecting them. I do.
And you lose air pressure. You know what they tell you? Secure your mask first, so you can be a help to your others.
Right.
Our position is our preservation first.
We're gonna save all the hoes.
And black women don't want leadership. That's just what it boils down to.
I'm saving my daughters, my sisters, my mama. Because I guarantee you, somebody come fuck with your daughters and sisters, your mom. What you gonna do?
I guarantee if you told your daughters, and I guarantee if you told all of them. They probably
started the problem. They started the problem, and then they're gonna call you. And when you get there, you're gonna either get shot.
Now you see what I'm saying? You use jail as a fear. That's another fear that we getting tricked out of our position because
if you don't fear going to jail, go ahead, sign up.
No, what I'm saying is that's why we can't protect. That's why they don't trust black men to lead and protect.
So you could protect a black woman from being locked up when you're in the joint. You could protect those same black women.
No, I can't lead.
Okay, then. So what are you talking about? Fair going to jail? That's
what
a
I'm
smart thing. Avoiding a place where you're captured like an animal is smart.
How about trying to take that system down?
We're going to put them in their own prison. And the system is not the main problem.
What I would suggest, Jay, you should
talk to JR. We're going to put them in their own prisons.
Jay, you should talk to JR and get a channel so you can start raising up brothers that believe in the things that you want to do.
Get the Pookie Army.
Yeah, the Pookie Army together.
Pookies is the one that runs shit though.
And take down the community.
They want to free this.
I think that's an amiable. That's an amiable goal. That's an amiable goal.
It was the Pookies that stood up and freed us.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
It was.
Okay.
Jay,
Martiva says,
you need to stop talking.
Man, I bet Mr. Lee's woman
I know that it hit your soul, but
is fucking a Pookie right now. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I don't give a shit what a woman is doing.
That's disrespectful.
I can exchange her, but she can't exchange me.
Facts.
She could fuck a Pookie, but she could never make $100,000 man.
I know.
I could get another woman. I could get another woman like that and replace her. I don't give a shit
you before.
Hey, Jake,
see, that's the whole problem. Black men are too concerned about who these bitches are fucking. I don't give a shit who they fucking.
All I'm saying, we got to take accountability of why our women. Now it's to the point where our children treating us the same way like our women.
So I got a question for Jay.
Your children, not mine.
I got a question for Jay. I got a question for Jay.
Let your kids do that to you. God dang.
I got a question. So Jay, so if we as men have to take accountability, when do the women take accountability for their decisions to align with the system? When do the women take accountability for the decisions that they've made to align with a system that undermines the head of the black community, which is the black man? When do women wait a minute. Who can check black women in the black community? Answer that for me before we go any further.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Let me ask you. They not supposed to be accountable of that because that's the black man's responsibility to protect his family. So that devil will never be able to come in the black community. We're supposed to have fought them away from our women. Now they just came in.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me, so what you're saying to me is you're telling me that they are not going to be held accountable for their decisions. So that's 0%. And black men have to take 100% of their accountability plus 100% of somebody else's. So
when it comes to
wait. So black men have to take 200% accountability for the community. And then when they talk about divesting or starting a new community, we're walking away from our responsibility. What kind of shit is that?
Okay. Let me respond. Hold on. Let me respond right quick. If I come in, you live in the house, right? You got your family there, right? I'm an invader, right? I come in and wipe you out.
It ain't gonna happen.
Now, after I wipe you out, whoever your family in the house, they gonna do the fuck I tell them to do.
You gonna get shot.
The protector is dead.
Listen.
The protector is dead. A white got the protection.
Jay, you know what I would say to that, Jay?
Y'all
You know what I would say to that, Jay? If you got the right woman with the right kind of mind, even after they kill you, you know what she'll do? She'll make him some food and lace it with
and delete
with
that
rat
nigga.
poison and kill his ass.
No,
Kill him
not
and his
Jay
family.
Prince. Jay
See,
Prince.
that's
Jay
a
Prince
real
wanna
woman
go
for you.
suck
That's
the
how
white
she
man's
will
dick.
do. She will not serve him. She will pretense.
But black women
She
used
will
to
lay
do that.
pretense, and she will
How
slaughter
many black
his whole
women doing
family.
it?
Hey,
Cook the
can we
best
Back in
meal
the
for him.
60s and the 70s,
kill his
women
ass.
2022, we talking about right
Come
now.
out.
Right
Hey,
now.
Can we have a genuine understanding that women are spoils of war? Women are also because they're like, honestly, they're gonna follow. They're in their nature is to follow. They're like children. They're just not as young as children.
Right.
They're the same.
Okay,
They're gonna submit because that's what when God said, "I'm gonna make a help."
They're gonna submit to authority and power.
He said,
Not
"I'm
the
gonna
lady I
make a
deal
help
with.
meet for a woman." Meaning, I'm gonna make someone that's good for you. I've created her to fucking serve you. So if she's gonna serve us, if we get taken out, she's gonna serve the next man that's brought in.
Yes,
That's what she's made to do. We just gotta keep it up.
Okay,
but they submitted to their
that goes
own
into
level.
my very point. The fact
It
that
was
she
our
has
fault for not
betrayed us
fighting.
because we are not exterminated. Black men are here, and
We
black
sitting
men
right
are
here on the
succeeding,
panel.
and black men is in different echelons of power.
Our
Let me
war
finish.
status
1 second.
is
Jay,
dead.
Jay,
Okay.
Jay, 1 second. Let me finish my point. Black men are succeeding and calling out influence and power in America and gaining power and influence in America. But the woman, our black women are siding against us anyway. So even when a man becomes successful in being able to compete head to head with a white man and beat him and surpass him, he's still not worthy.
It's not good enough.
Facts.
The point is, in her mind, you are no better than me because the white man rules this country.
Facts.
So until you take this country, I'm not going to submit to you ever. So what I say is, get a woman that will submit to you and build. Fuck her.
Yeah,
that's what KS said.
What about try to become the king that she actually wants you to be?
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
What's wrong with that though?
It's too
You
she tell you the
you're absolutely
game.
right.
No.
You know what? You're absolutely right. Because this war is not a one-time fight. You have to do it in stages and generation. So you have to do it. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. You have to do that fight. You need a woman by your side who is down with you. Then you build and you raise your next generation of warriors. And then they build with another woman with them. And in 2 or 3 successive generations of strong black men, we will overtake this beast. But what you're saying is that unless we do it first, she will never submit. By the time we get there, she will be powder because the white man will destroy
black women
her.
did it.
Or
Black
she will
women did
destroy
do
herself.
it. Black
Say
women
again?
did do it. When black men was standing up and doing all these marches and riots, it was black women there.
Well, the time for marching in the street is past.
I'm saying riots, when we was having all these riots, there was black women dying behind us.
The battle is more sophisticated. And if she can't see the plan, get with a woman that can see the plan. Because the plan is going to happen phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
Right.
And that could be 50 years from now for phase 3. But if she ain't down with you to bring the kids that's going to be the next rulers, that's going to have the kids that's going to be the next rulers, we ain't going to take the white man down in no war. You crazy, bro.
Right.
If you're thinking like that, all you're going to do is sacrifice yourself and sacrifice your woman. So you don't really love the one. You don't even love the woman and kids that you're talking about. Because all you're going to do is have them become slaughtered. And the white man don't give a shit. You know what they do? Go to New York City. Seneca Park is now Central Park.
Okay, now with that being said, Lee, now black women when it come down to dating, right? She want the black man, but now the black man she picked, the black man that come to the house.
She want a black man that will serve her.
You got the
She want a black man that will serve her.
Okay,
we ain't serving her, and we ain't serving the white man.
But what I'm saying is like, okay,
looking to overthrow his empire from within.
When it
but
comes,
she ain't smart enough to see that, so fuck the bitch.
Okay, when it come down to dating in present in 2022, and knowing all this stuff, this history with black men and white men, So when she do get a black man, the black man come to the house and talk and trying to act like in line with whites, she don't want that. That's why she going to Pookie's, because Pookie's still act like a nigga.
Jay.
All right then. So if she wanted
Real
nigga, let
niggas
her
and
have
house
that
niggas
nigga.
is different.
She can have that nigga. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Step off and deal with a woman that's gonna deal with you.
It's time to elevate.
I'm
It's
not
time to
trying to
elevate
change
as
her.
men.
I'm
What
not trying to
what do you
change the
consider
black.
elevation
Listen
though?
to me. Listen to me.
Progress,
I am not trying to change
growth.
the black woman's behavior. This
What do you
channel
mean
is
by
not about
elevate?
changing her behavior.
Do you mean elevate means to elevate to take back ownership of your race and your women and
No,
children,
I'm talking
or
about.
elevate to just live next door to the White House?
Are you asking me?
Who you
I'm
who
asking.
you referring to? Who you speaking to?
Mr. Goodcat, you said elevate means to take back your race of women and children, or to elevate to live next door or live inside the White House.
Let me say this, and this is from my own personal. This is from my anecdotal experience, and maybe people won't agree with me, but whatever. That race shit is a dub. Because white people deal with the same shit we deal with in this country. The number one, wait.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
See, wait a minute. The number one, I guess you would say the number one adversary. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's go back. People are playing the game right now as player versus player. When the game is supposed to be played player versus environment. It's a P versus E game. So you out here sitting here, the white man this, the white man that, and then on the flip side, the black man this, the black man that. When the government is fucking both of you. Expeditiously coming after both of you.
Hold on 1 second. This has got to be the funniest comment I've seen all night.
Hey, Miss Lee, I said you had the gangster come and you embrace that gangster side of you. I knew somebody was gonna say it in the comment section.
Just because my heart don't pump Kool-Aid, and I come from an old school where gangsters actually did shit, and I know what that life is all about. Don't make me a Pookie. But I say this. I have never had an issue with Pookies in the hood because I have friends that are Pookies.
That's a fact.
I have women. The women that I scoop, they would never meet.
Mm-hmm.
They would never meet.
They separate
because the places I go, Pookies don't know exist.
That was the level.
They don't know those places.
Facts.
So it's just that. Now, if I scoop a woman in the hood, she'll know that woman, but that woman is for entertainment for me. She ain't gonna be a girlfriend.
Are there black women that's in these certain groups that they won't never in these certain rooms that Pookies and Pookies can't go?
Black people everywhere.
Say again.
True Table said they not
as often. If you elevate, you'll
well,
start
I'm only down
that.
with black women then.
No, that's fair, but
I won't care about the women that's in the rooms.
Yeah, but the fact of what Mr. Lee is saying is that you won't be able to even attain the women that are in those rooms. See, game that you guys were talking about earlier only works with girls, not women.
Okay,
women,
but I can't miss that.
It works with women too, but I'm just saying is that there are certain women who attain certain status in life that they don't see those guys because they may have been there when they were young, but they've grown past that and they know what life is really all about. And they want a man with substance. They want a man that either they can build with or go on and have a real successful life, especially if they like the finer things in life. See, one of the things that the rap game has polluted, what rap has polluted was it made upper class successful life cheap because any guy that have drug dealer money could go and spend 40 grand on a pocketbook or red bottoms or whatever and flash it.
Mm-hmm.
But up here, he's still a low mentality kind of guy. He never elevated. He made the money, but he never elevated to the class of what that people who make that kind of money display.
Exactly.
So he may get in the rooms with some of those people because he have a talent that they can exploit, and he can make hundreds of thousands or millions, and they can make billions. Mm-hmm. But when they're done with him, they dispose of him.
But not all Pookies is dumb, though.
I'm not saying all Pookies are dumb because I said earlier that I know some guys from the hood that if they were to have the opportunity, they could run multi-billion-dollar companies on Wall Street and probably better than me because I knew cats that were way sharper than me, serious gangsters. But I had people that talked to me and told me shit and I made a decision that that wasn't going to be the life I'm going to take. But I know that life, and I know people from that life to this very day who were successful, who lost it, and some who are still, you know.
But now think about this,
When they
Mr. Lee.
think.
I'm quite sure you're aware of this. It's Pookie's. Pookie's might can't get in that room, but they created their own room. Like, look at all them gang leaders. Look at all them gang leaders and stuff.
No, but what I'm saying is that the men that I'm talking to, they're not concerned about the Pookie lifestyle. They're not.
The men don't exist.
I mean, we know that they're there, and we know that there are women that deal with them from different classes of life. But the women that we're looking for is the women that have grown up, you know, just like a woman that comes out of a family where her father lived in a house, but when he came home and he had a bad day or a bad week, he whipped his mama's ass and he whipped their ass too. And when she grew up, she said, you know what? I don't want to marry a man like that. See, there are women in the hood that will say, you know what? I don't want to deal with a Pookie type lifestyle kind of guy.
Hold on, Pookie's not the one that's necessarily beating on women, actually.
And that's the black women, that these brothers want. They want the black women who walked away from that life and saw that that life was not long-term preserved.
I understand that, Miss Lee, but I want to clear this perception of Pookie's. All Pookie's not beating up on women. Matter of fact, they be more.
I did not even say Pookie beat up on a woman.
I'm saying,
I just said,
because a lot of these good men is the ones that be fucking them up.
You know.
Well, I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to say what kind of man beats his wife's ass, because trust me, I know CEOs who make multi-million dollars that
and beat the crap out of their women.
Okay, so trust me, I know it happens everywhere. But what
whereas
I'm saying
Pookie will protect this woman. You mess with this woman, he'll kill you.
You'll protect your.
So will any other man. First, we're talking about the man beating his own wife, and then you switched it to another man attacking his wife.
What I'm
man
saying,
will protect his wife and children.
A lot of men would just call the police. No, they would need another man.
You're talking about a black man will call the police if his wife and kids are in danger.
You know, black people don't mess with the law. Cut it out.
Thank you.
Come on, man. Be for real, bro.
Cut it out. You know, black people don't mess with the law, bro.
Even the most elite black man ain't gonna do that.
Nope. What's the first thing you say? What's the first thing you say as soon as something happened between black people? Don't call the fucking cops. We'll handle it ourselves.
Facts.
Because what they're gonna do, they're gonna assume everybody there is the problem, and they're gonna escalate the situation higher than
out of control.
Than maybe somebody.
And then they're gonna wind up shooting the wrong person. Right. They're gonna wind up shooting the wrong person. So we know how that rolls. So don't flip the script. Don't flip the script. The point is, this conversation is really not about Pookie. This conversation really is about a mindset with regard to game and sophistication or intellect, and how a man using one or the other or both, how he can move and accomplish the things that he wants with regard to getting a woman, whether it's a black woman or any other woman. And if you get rejected by a black woman who perceive that you don't have game, or you don't have a personality that interests them, what choices should you make after that? And that really is the competition. This is not pro Pookies against geeks or nerds. That's not where the conversation is really about. And I understand your passion for the protection of Pookies and the lifestyle, Jay Prince. But this is a whole different level conversation, bro. I'm not trying to change. I'm not trying to change or shame Pookies. I'm not trying to shame Pookishas and any of the sisters in the hood. They're entitled to live the life that they want. I'm just saying that the brothers who have elevated themselves to reach a certain echelon in life, they don't have to deal with that crap, and they could choose the woman that they want. And if you don't, and if you don't like the woman that I choose because she ain't black, I really don't give a shit. And when I say I and when I say you, I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about the men of the community that may be on the first tip, right? Because first of all, the only way black men will be able to change anything in America is if they succeed in America.
All I'm saying is I'm not okay. The only reason I probably will be protecting them is because I grew up around that lifestyle, and Pookie's wanted those daddies, those black men, to stand up, but Pookie's didn't have those
They should
men,
have talked to their
those
mama.
black
They
men
should have
wasn't
talked to their
around.
mama.
No matter
They
what,
should have talked
no
to their
matter.
mama.
But honestly,
But it was their
I
mama.
agree
It was
with
their
you.
mama that kicked them out the house. You got
But
to realize that.
no matter
You
what
can't
took
blame the
place.
father for what the woman did. It's the woman that kicked the man out the house.
But now
And when
you
he tried
can't
to come
blame
back,
Pookies
she
for being
called the cops
Pookies
on him.
then.
Say again?
You
Ain't
can't
nobody
blame
blaming
Pookies
Pookies
for
over here.
being Pookies.
Ain't nobody blaming. We weren't even talking about the men over here. We were talking about the women. You brought that up. We did not.
All I just said
We
we
ain't
need to take
we ain't
accountability.
talking about Pookies. We're talking about game and intellect.
Miss Lee,
And
all I
men
was
who either
saying
have
is
one or the other or both, how
we.
should they deal with black women that reject them? That's what the conversation is all
All
about.
I'm saying is we hold black women, and I'm 100% agree. We hold black women accountable every day on here. But the thing is, when we start digging up the sources, us black men fail to protect these women come from us. We fail to
I don't see
protect
black
them
women.
and provide for them.
I don't see black women getting killed in the streets.
When I was a
see
kid,
lot of
I didn't see
brothers
none of these
getting
black
killed in
men
the street.
around. You know why? Because a lot of these good black men, you know
Listen
where
to
they
me,
was at?
listen
They
to
was
me.
they was too busy trying to line in to live around the White House. So we had to
Who?
depend
In the
on
White House. What are you talking about?
What I mean is when I was growing up as a kid, we didn't have these good black. I didn't start seeing these good black men until I started getting on this panel. Only the men that black men I was seeing that aligned with me.
You know why?
That grew up in the hood.
You know why? Because successful black men ain't got time for the shit. They move in silence. They just step and do what they got to do. That's why. And the reason why I came out, and started to talk is because JR and I had a conversation. He said, you know, what you have to say, I think would be a positive for this audience and for his audience and his network, and really try to add to the brothers in this area.
You don't think us Pookies wanted a dad like you, Lee?
Say again?
You don't think, let's keep it real. You don't think us Pookies would rather have a dad like you instead of us having to join the game and try to find an imitation of a Lee?
I would not have chose their mother. You know, where I grew up in the hood, I knew many women and I had relations with many, but there was one woman in the whole neighborhood that I said I would marry, and I did marry her. You know what she did? When she was 13, she approached me. I was 18, and I told her, little girl, get the hell out of my face. And she wouldn't stop. Her brother and I went to school together. She wouldn't stop. She had a cousin. Everybody come and call me until she had them introduce me to her mama. And then I still played off. And then months later, she had introduced me to her daddy. And her daddy was a big dude. Damn, this guy was huge. He was a steel worker's dude. I mean, this guy, when he shook my hand disappeared. But
damn,
he invited me to dinner. He said, my daughters like you and I know she like you. Why don't you come and have dinner with us? And after we had dinner together, we sat in the living room and we talked. She gave me her number. She was about 13 at that time. And I said, okay, we'll talk. I had a girlfriend. I had the finest girl in the neighborhood. She was just a friend. But we maintained a friendship until she was 21. And that's when we started dating. And then she became my wife at 24. Right? I would have never chosen a woman like that. The woman that had Pookie kids, they would have never been my woman, because from I was a kid, you know, you guys talk about protect your sperm. I did a show on that last week. I was very cognizant of that. My grandmother, I dated a woman who had one child when I was about 17, 18. And I brought her to my house and introduced her to my family. And when I took her home and came back, my grandmother pulled me to the side. You know what she said? Leave that woman. She said, start your own family. Don't get with no woman that have a child. My grandmother lived to the age of 98. She told me that back in 1975 or thereabouts. So I had women that were influential in guiding me to make sure I made the good decisions. And my father came from a family of 10 brothers. My granddad had 10 brothers. So I had uncles galore. So my masculinity come from my father's side of the family. I know them well. And they've showed me, and that's why I speak differently. And that's why I see women differently. And I don't chase women like that. I understand the place that women play in a society and in a family. When I go home, my aunts, they cook my food. They serve me at the table. I don't have to get up. I don't wash dishes. I don't do none of that shit. The aunts and my cousins, little girl cousins and grown girl cousins, and my aunt, 50-something years old, 75 years old, they will make my food and serve me. That's the family I grew up with. I didn't grow up in a family where your mothers and your aunties and they tell you go fix your own fucking food. I didn't grow up like that. I grew up in a different family, bro. So I don't understand a lot of this Pookie, Marquisha, this animosity between black women and black men. I don't really understand it. I see it. I saw it when I lived in the community, but back then it wasn't as bad as it is now. Back then, my neighbors, they could eat at my house. I could eat at their house. If they were doing some shit, my mom could pull out a switch and whip his ass and tell him to sit on the stoop until his mama come home. And they would do the same to me if I got out of line. But now, you whip somebody's kids, you'll catch 3 taps in the head.
That's a fact.
From your neighbor. And that's what has happened to our community. And whether it's Pookie or anybody else, what I'm saying is we can't keep going back over what was. We got to take it from now. Where we at?
Right.
What's the game plan? What do we
Where
do?
do we go from here?
You know, I don't listen to what people they say. Let's they're gonna take it back to the boat. They're gonna stretch some shit down, and by the time you get anything, and then I know the white man's game, and brothers know his game. But the thing is, the intelligent black man, what we get is a lot of pushback from the other black man who say, either we come back and fix the community, or you're a punk ass nigga because you're abandoning the community. No, we're infiltrators. See it coming. But the problem is, we can't get enough brothers to see the plan and work together. Because most of the time, what happens is that we start throwing blame.
Now, right? Let's just say we started a plan, right? And intelligent brothers will be the man that come with a plan and the stuff like that. And what we call the Pookies, they can be the army, the military. They the ones got the guts to get bloody.
Pookie don't know how to listen. Pookie don't know how to listen.
That's why you keep talking.
Pookie don't know how to listen. They smoke too much weed. They got bad habits. An undisciplined man is no different than an untrained dog. You leave him around people and he's vicious. He'll bite your friend. He'll bite your sister. He'll bite you if you push him the wrong way.
They saying it's choppy.
Lee, they saying your stream is choppy.
Choppy.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second.
I gave you good, but they saying it's choppy.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just check my internet speed.
And we got to do better. We got to do better as a people.
We can't keep living in 1964, 1885, 1925. We can't keep living in the past. We have to move forward. We're in 2022. We're having the same conversations Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all these other people are having. So if it means leaving the old black community and starting a new one, what's the problem with that? Why is there a pushback from the people who want to be leaders of the black community? We haven't, because we're still dealing with the same problems that our aunts and uncles and grandparents are dealing with. Listen, reparations and civil rights, fuck all of that. We got to come together and put all the great minds together to make a great community. You can't have half the community on board and half the community off board. It doesn't work. That's why we here bumping heads, causing friction with one another, because half the community is there's a schism in the community. You got half the people that's like, yes, we should change, we should revolutionize, we should go forward, and then you got the other half that's like, no, we can't change it. We lead them people. The people that don't want to change, the people that don't want to move forward, the people that don't want to elevate, the people that don't want to be better people, and that's black people and society alike. Those people that don't want to go, you leave them.
Well, Mr. Goodcat, can I ask you a question? Can
I chime in on that real quick before you get started, Jay?
Go ahead.
I think to your point, Mr. Goodcat, you make a very valid point. The biggest issue, I think, too, also is that black people think all black people with the hue that we share have the same agenda, and we don't. I think that you really, really need to understand that just because you're black, you may not have the same goal. And the biggest divide is more so the mindset. We have a lot of Poogies and Ray Rays, and we have some other elevated individuals who want to see.
Just go and say it, dog. Don't sugarcoat it. Say
No,
it,
I'm not.
Say it, bro.
Well, yeah, we got, who we have.
We got refined people and niggas.
Okay, thank you.
We got refined people. We got refined people that are like, you know what? Even though it hurts to rip the bandage off really, really fast, we got to get through this. And then we got the niggas that's just like, oh, pull it off 1 inch at a time. Don't pull it off 1 inch at a time.
Can you guys hear me now? How do I sound?
We're gonna keep it real. We got field niggas and house niggas.
You sound good.
Well, what I would say, that's an old cliche. There are brothers that far outseed that. Let me tell you right now. Because I'm not a field nigga, because I ain't never lift no bricks. I don't know if you guys heard my story. My dad died when I was 7, and he died from doing hard labor. And I made a promise to myself when I was 7, I would never lift anything heavier than a pencil.
That's a fact.
Never.
That's a fact.
And I'm not no field nigga, and I'm damn sure not no house nigga. I'm a different kind of nigga, whatever you're gonna call that. All right. But I'll say this: there's a couple other brothers in the back chat. I want to bring them up, because Amira's show is coming up in a little while, so I want to give her the full ability to gain her audience if some of the people who watch her are watching the stream as well. So DJ Jemmy and Billy the Kid, I'm going to bring everybody up. And so give me your take on, actually, Dat Man was up and he never had a chance to speak. So give me your take on this whole topic that we've been discussing, game versus intellect. And I wouldn't say which one is more important, but if a brother lacks game, how can he benefit by using his intellect? Or if he lacks intellect, how can he benefit by using his game? And for those who have the ability to have both, then more power to them. But what's your feedback on that?
I believe that intellect, because inside our community, we don't have a lot of black men who can actually think for themselves. Everything that they see is what they see inside of social media or what's some. I live in Atlanta right now, or what they see inside of social media or Instagram, or this dude talking about going out here and popping this dude who in YSL, this gang activity and this gang activity, and I say intellect because we have. I pay attention to what's going on in every single inner city inside the United States of America is majority black. Chicago, New York, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Detroit, and I call these inner cities are plantations to get you stuck inside a certain mindset. That's why they give handouts. That's why they want you to be comfortable at the bottom. That's why they keep trying to serve this victim mentality to men. They keep trying to serve this, well, you can't do nothing because you're black. You a black man, so you can't
let me offer some pushback in some of the things you said. Not so much pushback, but points of view on how we can see. The thing is like with everything that has been done to us, we've always had choice.
Yes.
But the thing is that we have accepted the plan that they have had to us against us and not look for how we can circumvent it.
Yeah.
And the fact that we are from one coast to the other and within the middle of America as well, we have the ability to create our own infrastructure of communication between one another for business and commerce, for import and export. They had built 125th Street years ago in the 70s. They built a tower, and they call it the trade. I don't remember the name now. Something, the World Trade Center, before the other one was built downtown. And it was supposed to be trade between America and Africa. But the symbol was that it was going to be for Black people to be able to execute business internationally. But Black people were never able to accomplish that. Now, I don't know. I was a young kid, so I don't know how they may have implemented what they wanted to do or whether they were circumvented. The point is, it never really took off. But today, we are at a position now today where the infrastructure of the world, the power is right here. We can do whatever the hell we want to do with a cell phone. and you could talk to anybody anywhere on the planet Earth, and you can track your own shipments. Things that used to take $1 million infrastructure to do, now with global logistics, you can do that from your own home and expand out into an office. The thing is that brothers who are looking to create business and opportunity, a lot of times we have brothers also who don't have insight or foresight. They're hating against those brothers and then sabotaging their moves. No different than when brothers were scrambling in the block and then somebody drop a dime on you because you were getting too big to have the police come and take you down, and then somebody else get a way to come up, right? So we are practicing a lot of the same behavior that's been prevalent in our communities where we sabotage ourselves. And why I suggest that, brothers who are really of that mind that really want to accomplish something, that we may have to step off and deal in a whole different way and set up our own communities elsewhere, is because the only way we can move is if we could have a home base. We need to set up a home base of operation. And then we need women that are down with us, because we can't be worried about our children. We have to know that our woman got our back and she got our kids. And the problem is that the Black women don't want to have our backs like that, or at least the Black American Black women. And I'm not saying all Black women. So sisters in the chat, don't take it that way, because if it doesn't apply to you, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the sisters who act that way and demonstrate that, they don't want to be with a Black man that's building. They don't, if he doesn't have game, and if he don't have flash, if he don't have a big car or whatever. Look, even with all the money I made, I've only had 2 cars in New York City. I can go from my job to my home 18 minutes in a taxi. 18 minutes. Why am I going to pay $450 for a lease and $6,000 for insurance, or $10,000? Why? Back in the time when I worked, I could get a limo. I had a limo that I had on assignment. He picked me up every day, 4:30, take me to Bally's. I work out for an hour, hour and a half, and then I walk across the street and go to work. And then if I'm hanging out on the weekend, I just lease him for 10 hours. $35, $40 an hour, that's $400 a night. I spend that on drinks just hanging out with my friends. So that was nothing. And what I'm saying is that as Black men, we have to start thinking outside the box. Jay Prince, I really appreciate the passion in which you come from and what you would like to see achieved. And I'd like to see the same thing too. But I'm just not going to go about it the way that you're going about it, because I don't want to slaughter Black men, become a slaughter and a martyr for the world to put up a statue. I want us to actually win. I want Black women to survive. I want Black kids to survive. So I believe in infiltration and then overthrow. And we as men, we have the ability to create the influence, because whatever we put our hand to do, the world fall in love with it. And now that we have the freedom to really move, all we need is a group of brothers that are single-minded. And we may need to get away from the larger group of the society of Black men so we can plan and execute. Several months ago, I talked about a plan. But you know what? Brothers couldn't even come together on a code of conduct. Take the B word out of your mouth and taking the N word out of your mouth. Stop sleeping with other men's women. That was too hard. So I had to scrap that plan, because y'all not really ready for change. Y'all like to talk, and it makes money, and it's good. And you know what? But out of this conversation, I will be able to call certain men. And when the opportunity is right, I'm going to present something else. And I'm going to pull them to the side, and y'all not going to know until we make the move. And then y'all going to find out what it is. And then I welcome your support. But I realize that most Black people aren't ready to be able to work in unison with each other, and even be able to find that, you know what, I disagree with you on that. I disagree with you on that, but I do see benefits. You know what? I'm going to work with you anyway, because over time, we're going to win. And I think sometimes it may take a very small nucleus of men to have to lay out a plan, make it work, so people can see that it's functioning, and then other people could come on board. And so I look to really make solutions. And part of what made me a success on Wall Street was because I was able to build trust. And one of the things that made me really successful was I was a great retention officer. if my company was going to lose a major client, they will bring that client to me and say, Lee, this client is worth 100 million. We want to keep him in house. You need to talk to so-and-so. That's your client after you have him. So I would keep the client, and then he becomes mine, and I make the money on him. And whoever had him before, that's not their client anymore. So I've made money for the company as well, and I made money for myself. And I work 100% commission for 18 years. You know what that means? That means if you don't make a dime, you don't get a check. I never had a 0 week ever in my life, ever. That means I know how to talk. I know how to persuade people. And you know what? There were times I had to take a loss on a trade with a client because that helped me build confidence with him. One of my biggest accounts I remember, what's the name of the stock? US Robotics. Back in 1994, I had a client out of Solomon Smith Barney. He bought US Robotics at $11.30 cents. And a year later, when I went to call him up, I said, yo, I need you to be on my institutional account. He said, how much is it? I said, it's going to cost you 100 grand a year, and I need you to give me 25,000 right here, right now. He said, Lee, you know the first stock you gave me? I had to spin back through my book, and I couldn't find it because I was nervous. And he said, US Robotics. I said, really? I punched it up. The stock was at 120. He had 50,000 shares. He was my client for life. See, building relationships with people is not just about fast talking. That's why somebody said in the chat earlier about anybody can do sales. No, anybody can do used car sales. The stuff I do, you build relationships with people. They trust you. And when a person trusts you, come on, man. I traded with guys that if you knew how big they was, it would blow your goddamn mind. And there are other things I'm trying to do now because I've been out of the business for 15 years. I left Wall Street 15 years ago. But I'm coming back into the business, and I'm not going from that end. I'm going from a different end. But I'm laying some groundwork, and I'm reaching out to some people. But in the next few months, you guys will see some, and I'm going to roll some things out in this sector because I really think there's a good group of brothers here, and if we could do something together, and it could catch on, I think financial services could be a big market for those who don't really understand it. And maybe I will teach some stuff on financial markets, but it's a very complicated system, and you'd have to dedicate yourself to learning it. So I'll stop there. But Blackatron, you've been waiting. I apologize. I didn't see when you moved up in the queue, and I was all the way at the bottom. So you must have been sitting a while. So I'm gonna let you go first.
Oh man, 2 hours. The only word I keep hearing is Pookie. Are you serious, bro? Like,
let's not go over that no more, please. We put that to bed. That was not the conversation. We dealt with it, and I think everybody understand where that came from. So I would like really for you to add, and you always have some insightful comments. So I would like for you to add something with regard to the overall topic, which is game versus intellect.
As far as game versus intellect, I heard some people talking earlier, and it's like, okay, well, if you meet a woman, then you got to change your swag. Then you got to come here. Then you got to change the way you dress. At the end of the day, you are who you are foundationally. You can be a better version of who you are, but there will be some women who like you, and there's going to be some women who don't. It's a sorting process. Talk to the women who do like you and avoid the ones who don't. It's that simple.
And I agree with that. Absolutely. It is that simple. And you know what? You'll be able to build with a woman to trust you. When you lay down at night, she's not taking selfies and talking to some pookie guy in the hood that she's going to meet up with when you go to work, or when you take a business trip and you're going to be going away from the family for 2-3 days. He's going to be in your house banging your woman out, splitting up all which way. Come on. And this is the kind of stuff that we're telling black men we should suffer it because. No, I don't think we should suffer shit.
I also say, if you're talking to a black woman, and if all black women or whatever it is, they don't like you, there are white women, there are Spanish women, and there are Asian women. I'll just leave it at that.
Pick your choice.
You're muted. True Table, you're muted.
I'm saying we're in America, so yeah, take advantage.
And that's one of the beauty of America. America gives you a wide variety of different cultures of women for you to be able to interact with and meet. And not every woman that's exposed to feminism is a feminist, even black women. So we shouldn't, be jaded to believe that there's no good black woman that they're all feminists and they're all, thoughts or whatever. No. I mean, I met some that were before the term was even coined, I guess, but I met others who weren't. And I dealt with them both, but for the purpose that I need them. I think as men, we need to learn to choose what we want and stop allowing you to be shamed or guilt into the choices that you made that don't agree with someone else's. I've never really dealt with that problem because even when I was young, I had cool friends. If my friends were going to do a stick up, I don't do stick up. I'll see y'all later. I'm going to the park. I'm going to play some ball. When they came back, they told me what happened. Blase, blase. We laugh, had a talk. We drink some Heineken, maybe even smoke a joint, right? But they never say, "Oh, Lee, you're a punk, man. Yo, you ain't come with us, man." I didn't have friends that do that to me. So I think as men, we need to respect men's choices that we make. And we shouldn't belittle men for making different choices that will benefit their lives and what they want out of life.
Yeah,
DJ Gemini, what's up, brother?
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say what's up, guys.
Okay.
At the same time, you guys hit like a lot of different little points. Try to make it as brief. I would say, for some reason in society, whatever, we lost the simple fact of who actually creates like life in per se. Like, the woman is supposed to be the nurturer and all this stuff. But like, it's called Mother Nature. And then, I think on a few episodes before, chaotic, I think he said divine, like, whatever. But like, the thing is that we are the planters and the woman is like, we help each other to multiply society. So the thing is that right now it's being pushed because right now, it's Father's Month, right? We just came past Mother's May, Mother's Day and all that stuff. Now it's Father's Day. What's being promoted right now? It's a whole month full of feminists, like feminine men being promoted, whatever, all across the TV and stuff. And like, I don't have a thing against anybody. Like, I'm cool with everybody. But the thing is that during the 1 month that we have to celebrate being a man, whatever, is now we're celebrating being feminine men. So the thing is that like you guys were saying before, it just getting to that point where we're gonna have to start reaching out to other cultures. I love my sons. I've been married to a black woman and all that stuff. Like, I love it. But the thing is that I still fell into the little trap that's being proposed since the 90s, because I'm a 90s baby. So it's just one of those things where now we're seeing the end results of it. So it's up to the guys now to understand that you are the one that gives life. You make man, you make woman. We have the XY. When we have sex with a woman, she gives off X. We are the ones, our bodies is who decides who's a man and who's a woman. So if you're ever told whatever, you can't tell me nothing. It's like, no, technically I made you who you are. So,
well, what I would say to that, the thing that we lack is the unity that we once had. And it's sad, but slavery has both destroyed us, but during slavery, it also united us, or at least we were still in the knowledge of understanding who we are as a people, understanding our plight, and that we knew that our strength was in our unity together. But in the freedoms that we have been given under civil rights and other rights that we have attained in this society, when you have freedom, it requires you to be more deliberate in the things that you do. See, when you have restrictions, the little freedom you get, you appreciate it. But now that we have so much freedom, we feel that we don't no longer need to be together because I'm so free. And the thing is what is being seen day after day is that black men are proposing to black women. Black women are saying no. And it comes to a point where whether it's game or whether it's intellect, it's irrelevant. I think one of the biggest problems is that black women don't want to submit to the black man. She don't want to listen to him.
Say, but
And
there are
and
other
and the
countries
fact,
that will.
Big
right,
facts.
and that's the point. I think black men, particularly black men in America, because black men that exist in other parts of the world, they're not chained to that mental anchor that they can't deal with any other woman that they want to deal with. They're not chained like that. But the black man in America is chained that way. We have to break that chain and realize that if you really want the submission from your woman, she got to realize that you're a totally free man. And as a totally free man, you make the choices that you want to make. And you can make her your queen, or you can make your concubine your queen, and she could be a servant. How would she like to be in the position of a servant? Because what she wants you to be, she wants you to be her concuserve. She wants you on a chain around your neck at her needs. And then she wants to sit next to the throne on the with the white man. That's her goal. So as a man, you're gonna have to make a choice. You want to sit by her feet, or you want to sit on the throne yourself. And that's a lonely path when you choose to be on the throne, because you're gonna have both the woman against you and other men against you.
That's a fact.
And you know,
I'd
the
say
way in
I
which I speak, yeah, the way in which I speak is direct. And people know that. I think you guys have come to know me. And I really tried to speak direct so I can address the issues, but I don't like going back and back and back and back over the same things. How can we get progress? How can we lay foundation in place to make progress? Because I want to see progress.
Sorry, Mr. Lee. I was just going to say the best way to take care of this whole situation is because as men, technically as the society of men, I think that we need to take the ground back. And what I say by that is that we need to develop a code as far as men again to make it so certain things aren't allowed. Like you,
Well, maybe we're gonna have.
It's already proposed that majority of the women in the United States, because they already outnumber us 10 to like 1. So
I don't think it's that high, but it's high.
Well, I say like it's fairly around there, but like it's already proposed that most of the women who are on this whole I'm free, all this whatever mentality, it's most likely at some point once that riches, their beauty or something like that wears out, they're going to look back and realize that they're like 65 and nobody to take care of them. So the thing is that like it's actually in their best interest whether we're to find somebody that
I don't believe we should try to fear black women into choosing us. I think black women have, so I'm not going to talk about what life is going to look like. Like Kevin used to talk about what life will look like when you're retired, right? And I understand what he really meant. He wants them to really reflect on the seriousness of life. But it's also a fair tactic for you to see, what you're going to do if you don't have a man, right? I don't want to fear black women into choosing a black man. I want them to want to be with a black man because they see the beauty of being with a black man and working together and building with a black man, and it's their desire to be with that man. Whether the man have game or whether the man have intellect, or whether the man have more game and no intellect, or more intellect and less game, or both. But the point is that she can see the value in a man, and a black man.
Can I end with
One
this?
second. You're gonna have a chance to speak. But the thing is that we need to really build as men. And sometimes we may need to call out a space where we can lay as a foundation to start from. And that space may be starting here on the Lapeef Network, and then it may branch out somewhere else where we can actually begin to do things physically in the society as well. Everything starts with an idea and a germination seed, and then a plan to execute. And I think that's where we need to go from. And I'm not into bashing black women because I've never really had many bad issues with black women. I mean, I've had my run-in with black women like most men do, or just women in general. But my circumstances have never been that bad that I have some kind of disdain for black women. That's not my experience, right? But for those who may have that, I would say shed it, let it go, right? Because you can't carry that type of things with you and it don't eat you up also inside. And when you let it go, you can look at a black woman and still love her, but at the same time, you can move on with what you want to do. JR is calling me, so let me shut it down. True Table, why don't you start closing out, and then Mr. Good Cat, Pink, Blacktron, you already spoke. I'll let Jay Prince be the last guy before me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job, fellas. Love to see the collaborations. Gonna continue to tune in. And I think this is continuing to, start to open up some ideas and some concepts. So keep it up. Thank you for having me, Mr. Lee. You guys have a blessed week. Take care.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, it's always a pleasure speaking with you, fellas. Jay, Hank, Blackatron, y'all are, and True. He just jumped out. It's always good to sit down and have these meetings of the minds to build our new community forward. And Mr. Lee, I really appreciate you being a fellow New Yorker, being from Bed-Stuy, the sister city to Harlem, the sister neighborhood. Excuse me. I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming out of hibernation.
I've lived in both. I lived in Harlem and I lived in Bed-Stuy, Halsey Street, between Patchen and Ralph, baby.
Man, Macon, Lewis, and Stuyvesant. I know where you from. I just really appreciate you being patient with all of us, because this is not a one-time thing. And I'm not gonna make this long, but this is not like we all know and we get it. I really appreciate you just being patient with everybody, walking with everybody, and just being the OG that we need in the community as a figurehead. I really appreciate that. Y'all fellas, y'all be easy. Y'all be blessed this week, and I'll see y'all next Sunday.
All right. Thanks a lot. Take care. Blacktron, what up, Hank? Let me let Blackatron go, because he didn't really get that much time and he waited for quite some time. Go ahead. Say some closing words. Appreciate it.
Oh, man. Everybody go to the gym, eat better food, read a book, do something to make yourself better today so you can be a better person tomorrow. That's it.
Word. Thanks a lot. Hank?
Mr. Lee, I always rock with you. I always have, always will. I just need the mentality of people just got to change, man. We got to have a better, stronger, more uplifting mentality. And black men, protect yourself at all times. It's a war out here. And the war is going on in our own community.
Okay, Jay?
Mr. Lee, you like my granddad that I never always wish I wanted, that I never had. But I want to say, like DJ brought up something that's very important, that we got this pride stuff on the month of Father's Day. I just believe that that's how they look at black men. The only protection and provision that a black man is received from outside cultures, you have to be under that pride. And another thing I wanted to ask, what happens if you go outside your race with another woman? They treat you the same way.
Kick her to the curb.
But then it's like you keep running.
Not that you keep running. You know what? You work. You know what? It takes many failures sometimes before you find a success. And every failure teaches you a lesson. See, success doesn't come overnight. Like many people see, Kevin Samuels blew up in a 2-year period, but he started it like 15 years before, when he was hustling, standing in front of whatever store that was, trying to hustle his game. He built his knowledge of colognes, perfumes, fashion, style, image. It took him time to hone those skills. Then he had to weave that into communication, talking with men, having them think a different way. Then he came to the women and showed them, look, if this is the kind of man you want, then those men want something from you. What do you offer them? And that took like 15 years for him to get to that point where he blew up. Unfortunately, he never got to the space where he can enjoy his success. And I think as black men going forward, I think we should work to try to fulfill some of the things that he wanted to see. And what he wanted to see was black men and women together. And I would like to see that too. But I'm not going to fight with no woman to be by my side. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to beat you over the head, convince you, and try to sway you every day and every night that you should be by my side. And then you say you want to be in a black family and you want to have black kids. Those two things don't go together. If you want the same thing I want, you should stand next to me. I shouldn't have to convince you why you should stand next to me. You know I am in a fight. You know I'm in a battle. But then you're going to abdicate and go side with the enemy and say, until you can conquer him, then I will stand by your side. That really don't make sense. And I don't think we should argue for that. What we need to do is keep being positive, standing up as black men, show leadership, lead and conquer. And right now, for us to be able to gain power, it takes money and it takes recognition and it takes some form of planning. And I think we're at the ability where we can do all three of those things almost simultaneously. And as we build, you'll be surprised how fast things can multiply itself. But we have to start somewhere. And we need positive men that can see the same vision and want to accomplish it and not willing to allow whatever baggage they may have from the hood. And I'm not saying a Pookie, whatever, I came from the hood. So whatever baggage they may have from the hood, that they leave it behind. Leave it outside the door. Like my boss used to say, when you come to work, all that shit, your personal problems, leave it outside. My boss used to say, he used to say this, if your children are sick, you want them to go to a good hospital. Get on the fucking phones, make some money. Make yourself $1 million. If your kids get sick, put them in a good hospital with a good doctor. If you got to go to Harlem Hospital and one of them cheap-ass hospitals, you're going to work on a doctor that's practicing medicine, and he's going to mess your kid up or mess your wife up. Make the money so you can put your kids where they can benefit. And then you can improve your life. One step at a time. Build yourself to a level where you are strong, and then leave some place for your kids to take it to the next level. And if you raise your kids will be in the right mind. And if they could be in a community of like-minded black men and women, they can build from there. They have a support system. And that's what we as black men want. And that's what the 1% and 10% black men want. And if black men, women want to be with us, they either got to want it, they got to see it, and they got to step to it. And if they don't, black men going to step to who's going to be with them. And Jay, I love to hook you up with somebody else, bro. Trust me. I put you in a position where you can make yourself $25,000 a month. Trust me, there's opportunities out there like that. Your whole world will change because your choices would change. And if you want to change a black woman's life, you know what? You can spend money on her every day for a year and she will never change. She's only going to change when her mindset changes. Has nothing to do with the outside stuff. I learned that a long time ago. So I would say, guys, thank you very much for tuning in to Sage Talk. It was a pleasure having you guys here. I know we talked about a lot of stuff. We went off course, but I think we found our place back. And my goal with Sage Talk is really to afford black men to be able to think differently, look at the world differently, and see how we can thrive, not just survive, where we can be leaders in America. Thank you very much. Have a great day. See you next Sunday. Hey, Jay Prince, you can hear me?
Hold tight.